have you got for me? Research is only as useful as its practical application.
We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame.
Alrighty guys, welcome back to the ESL Meisterschaft. You may have thought that was me in the audience. That would have been a long time ago if I was that slim. But actually, it's me and Alex coming at you from the Cupboard Studio. We're chilling out here. We're not live at the venue, sadly. But we do get to cover the German EPS Meisterschaft Now finals, if you're more familiar with that name. We're getting ready for map number 2. This is between mousesports and Penta. So far, Mouse are certainly doing well. That's us there.
Well, the audio's a little out of sync for some reason. No, but we are, like as Lauren said, going to be covering the grand final, providing you an English option. If you do like to just see the higher quality, or maybe you want to practice your German, head over to the 99 Damage guys over on Twitch. You should probably see them if you go back one and see the CSGO thing. They should be about next to us somewhere over there. So check them out, and we will be going into our second map. It's going to be really intriguing, I think, going into Overpass, to see how and if Penta deal with mousesports. Could this be another 2-0? Are we going to be seeing like the stark contrast to what mousesports just went through with Planet Key?
Yeah, it's going to be a curious question, isn't it? Because let's bear in mind, Overpass is actually Mouse's choice as well. That's the big difference here. Penta chose the first map that was pretty shaky, but then again, it was cash. You know, it's not a bad map for Mouse, so we have to wait and see. But I do believe the game is just about to go live into the knife, so we will hop into that and get away from our ugly mugs.
Let's do that. See where the side choice is going to go. Mouse had the choice of side over on cash. Let's see if Penta can relinquish that.
How will your endeavors progress?
I can hear some warning shots being fired off, and we're going to start seeing people cut each other. I never really like to
cast a knife round.
Cast a knife round, but I just found myself doing it.
You did. You just fell into the habit.
I just accidentally casted a knife round. And
is that a llama?
Oh,
I like llamas.
It's a pucka or alpaca.
It's the Penta thing. The Penta guys who played Skill
had well.
the big llama, the big pink llama.
Maybe it's a Penta thing. Penta managers maybe made a deal like they'll put
with llamas.
Llamas. Yeah, there's actually a llama esport company coming up soon.
Up and coming. No, we are just getting ourselves ready for map 2. Obviously, Cash was the first map between these two guys, and mousesports just went on a rampage. Or Chris J specifically as well. He was playing an outstanding game. God, B had his moments, just about everyone. No one really struggled there, but it didn't seem like Penta had much of a warm-up. They didn't look as, fluid. They didn't look as solid. So hopefully they can kind of bring themselves together here and actually play well. Here you go. There you can see him head-to-head. Crystal, closest to us there, and Chris J, the two AWPers, head-to-head almost in that picture, but certainly not going to have that in the hands just yet as we are into the pistol round. And on the T side is mousesports, and on the CT side it's Penta.
Intrigued to see where the defenders choose to go off the back of this, because Bomb is kind of orientating itself towards the A site down long. And Stavros is the one that's probably going to catch a glimpse first. He's, of course, rinse and repeat. We see this time and time again. Jumping for information. Turning around this time through restrooms, another area where we're most likely going to see a whole lot of altercations as this game does continue. But still, only Spitty who's been kind of tickled down to 38 and 89 for Tabson.
Yeah, it's quite slow from Mousesports so far. They are building up through those restrooms. Crystal taking a little peek towards Long. You can see he's never quite peeking the same angle twice. He's been quite cautious with it. He's going to come down to the wire here. B players surely know what's up. Crystal now catches the glimpse of one. He's going to be raising the alarm bell. Dennis, though, is going to break in. Stavros goes down, and oh, Strugs didn't even make a single point of impact. And this is Mouse just getting up close with those Glocks, and they just run Rampage.
Yeah, truly they do. And Crispy and Tabs make it just Tabson. You're going to have to try and make an impact. I think he's going to expect to catch at least one. It's okay. Lawrence is having a coughing fit. And next challenge is in. This is what we're talking about.
This is the awkward
It's the awkward reload. He does the little dance as well.
Oh,
it's really taking its time.
Someone kill him.
There we go. It was Dabson who decided it was time to cut, but not going to happen. And we do see Mousesports acquire. Look at that little smirk.
I think Chris Joe's even laughing.
Did you see that little sly smirk like he tried to knife?
Yeah, 10 out of 10. Right.
Even after Balefire's death,
let's forget that
Flame Legion
diabolical initial start with the pistol there. Let's push that aside. And hopefully we don't see any more of that. Mousesports do pick up the first, so therefore allowed and able to work in towards the second round with far greater amount of weaponry beside them. As we do see the rifles with Dennis next. Speedy and God B with the UMPs. I always say, I never put them in the same category as SMGs, and that really annoys you, doesn't it? I always find them similar to a rifle, which they're not really.
I mean, it is an SMG.
Exactly, but they can be utilized as rifles in a way. That's the thing. You can kind of play them to the same idea, which is why my brain's like, rifle.
Yeah, and I mean, every time my toes curl
like,
a
look
bit,
at me
I'm
like,
just like, come on, Lauren. You click the SMG bit. That's in how my category works. And now Spitty using exactly that assault rifle. There you go, Lauren.
Oh wow. Okay, I said they act like one. God damn it.
Tabson though is put to bed by the UMP, and the 4 remaining CTs are going to realise they can just get strung along overpass here. Godby making tracks to try and corner off Stavros on long.
Just sat in the smoke waiting for Spitty. A little closer. Oh, Spitty looked away at the worst. Okay. I guess that looked a lot like the SMG. Anyway, Crystal trying to go for the challenge, but Mousesports taking their time, working together, not losing a single player, so keeping their monetary value quite strongly into their favour. And we'll be building off the back of that. They don't necessarily have to completely repurchase here either. They could do some real damage with what they've currently got to hand. I'll be interested to see what they go for.
Yeah, and me too. I mean, you see the two UMPs, 2 AKs, and a Scout. It's a pretty terrifying buy up against a completely full eco for Penta. Those 2 UMPs are going to be at the forefront of the push, which makes perfect sense considering the economy. Dennis, though, with his AK in the meantime. Spitty coming up through short. He's going to be caught off from Connector, but that's not going to stop him because Dennis is the one that's keeping them at bay. Now Crispy with the USB, just attempting to make an impact. Not going to happen. This looks like it's going to be going very similarly. Just going to crash.
They just need to be cautious. They don't want to lose players. They're going to exit, try and play together, just to make sure they don't stack up as one. And across the small kind of sewer from his dead bodies. You know, Stavros not in the nicest place right now, staring at the 2 down teammates, just slouched in the corner. Spitty comfortably will put him to bed, and Mousesports get the clean 3 to begin with. A good start for them into this round. And hopefully for Penta's sake, they can actually start stepping up here because they were struggling so badly before.
Time to do some real damage.
They need to get going fast.
Absolutely. Now it's kind of crunch time. Crystal does have the AWP, and I want to see where he's going with that one. Either going to go for the fast party pick, or he's going into Connector. That smoke suggests he's going to the latter. Down into Connector, down into the depths. There's one man there. The Molly does signify his appearance. Oh, Dennis! AWP AK, and he thrives in scenarios that he shouldn't quite win. Chris J did the same. Now Crispy with 1 response. For a second. Oh, didn't quite check it. Caught in his field of view, but finally does connect to bring it down to 3. We have a level playing field, and that bomb isn't going to be going in just yet.
No, Stavros is on the way, but Dennis went straight out to challenge Crispy there. Stavros didn't get there fast enough to be able to support him, and now you can see the retake coming from Strugs. He's got the first. The flash of smoke, he can at least cut off one of these areas, which he might have considered then, as Dennis was just ready and waiting to challenge in the first gun round. We'll go in favour to Mousesports. And the reimbursement here, they're going to have a great deal of money to work with. See if they can go for
that. Probably because they realise they can get away with.
They're actually going to punch up to a rifle. I'm surprised he even did that.
Yeah, 5 AKs There's nothing really on Penta to pose too much of a threat. Going to be trying to do their best with what they've got though. P250, fast Molotov thrown out as well. Flash as well. They're hoping basically to try and get themselves into some tight spots. And look at this. This is exactly what we're talking about. Holding angles that do favour that CQB environment and hoping that they can bait and switch.
Good to me.
Get the weapons in their hands and try and piece this round together. It's going to be one for Chris J. Potential two it is. And they held all the right angles, kind of pushing out a little unnecessarily there. Chris J happy to oblige. Tabson, Crispy and Crystal make a decision, make a call, and that bomb is starting to go away.
Crystal maybe can get an idea towards a put a position better, maybe you can run around the back, but considering how much money they have, they've only got a couple of pistols. Very unlikely they're going to achieve anything here. Chris J would be the most likely target to go down, but already this guy hunting a little early then. He'll be allowed to take him down, but Chris J keeps this round in check and pick up 3 for himself. Get Mousesports to another round marker, but the buy should be coming back in shortly for the CTs now, so hopefully they can actually challenge.
You would hope, absolutely. Now, still looking at 0 for Penta. That, my friends, is not gonna cut it here at the ESL Meisterschaft. 4 mollies for them as well in this round. Let's see where Struggs is taking it. Not going for the fast peak, maybe learning from his teammates' excursion that it doesn't always work out in favor, because Dennis is king and he does it once again. Connector is his domain as he does find one. Now looking for some help from Crystal, but not going to be. Oh, it does! It happens a second time. Repeaks. Chris J was not anticipating that one. And Taps in the meantime doing damage as well. So 3 mice remain. Looks like they're just going to be taking their time. It was a 3 blind mice thing there I wanted to do, but didn't.
That's a good opportunity.
Like, oh my god, if 3 members of Mouse get flashed, you can start singing 3 blind mice.
Is that like a fairy tale, like a wives' tale to happen?
Yeah.
So this round, that's it.
Quick, bring all the explosives
look
to
at
me.
this round.
I can disarm them.
See how Mouse was trying to bring this one back in. Gobby might put a glimpse in the one been over. No, Crystal gets away with it, but doesn't actually land the shot on the second time of asking. He's going to have to readjust now, fall back slightly deeper. His position duly noted on the T side, who are going to start building themselves into this. And it's going to be Dennis to open things up on towards Crystal, and then follow up towards Tabson off the back. Stunning work from Dennis.
Yeah, he's just so consistent. Dennis, like, if you make the mistake of peeking in, he will happily take it. Oh my god, he's going to get a 3rd. He's going to get the bomb down. This is a round he should never have won, and now he's picked up 4. This could very well be an ace. Only 16 points of health. He's going to get caught out surely. He's still peeking. This man is completely unfazed, and my voice is gone again.
I thought you were really excited.
It's because I'm getting excited, and Dennis has done it. He's got the ace. I can't get excited because my vocal cords hate me, but that was incredible from the German.
It's always fantastic seeing someone not only be able to open up the round, but close them out as well, and that was just brilliant done. The 2 kills he picked up then were fundamentally crucial to what his team had achieved, and it's back towards this sort of marker. 6-0 Penta.
Look at this.
Where have you gone? Look at this guy. It's like, okay, let's pick this map because Dennis likes it.
Yeah, this is, I mean, 13 frags so early is insane. As we're back to this monotonous sound. Not monotonous round, that's something completely different, but you're going to see Dennis just do what Dennis does best. That's another 2. Walks into the site, gets 2 entries, and he's not done yet. He's still going to be smoking itself off, and it's going to pose a threat for Stavros as he actually gets caught trying to get through, trying to find a way into the site. And he should be in trouble. It's going to be Dennis who finds a 3rd, and this man is on quite a disgraceful rampage.
I don't know how no one stopped him. He's got 3 in this round. He got the ace last time. What else can he do? Well, what else is he doing in this bag of tricks? And Struggs just look at Crystal like, what are you doing? Just watching the push up from this rank. So this round already won over by Mousesports.
Cross the magma fields to find magma. I've got a handy device that you can use.
Chris J getting the hell out of there. And he does make it out scot-free. So looking at this, guys, I don't know what to say about it. Penta looked okay in their first game. That was the thing, we didn't really get to see him, but maybe if Penta and Mouse got to meet first, you'd have seen a better Penta. Maybe they just needed, I don't know. I just don't feel we're going to see much out of these guys. They seem so weary in comparison to normal.
Yeah, and I mean, the other point that we kind of made once, I think it's worth making again, is that Mouse is off the back of Intel Extreme Masters.
Yes.
And you have to work out how much is it fatigue and how much is it you just got to play against some of the best, if not some of the teams that are competing at the major. In contrast to Penta, who've probably been, you know, DMing a bit. Haven't had that opportunity.
A little bit of gun game before.
Cheeky bit of arms race. But now we are seeing the 4 Ts getting whittled down. They've got very low health pools, almost all of them, but they're still kicking, and that's what matters in this game. It's a numbers game at the end of the day, and talking of numbers, that bomb is ticking away. Trying to find the first connection. Finally, it's Strugs who opens up the fray. The kill feed is suddenly getting rather hectic as we go back and forth. Spitty and Dennis trying to keep that bomb safe. Oh, that's beautiful. Dennis through the smoke. Spitty lying on the sidelines as well with just 2 points of health. Doesn't really need to do anything but stop that bomb. He's charging forward. Dennis desperately trying to find it. And I think he is about to connect. Oh, my voice. Lauren, you need to take like the next hype bit because my poor little voice is like dying.
It's really cute. It's adorable. Can we make, if anyone can out there
no, stop.
Can make a highlight of Alex's voice, just...
That's not fair. It sounded like it's recovering. I've already got like a
you're okay.
Oh my god! I knew the numbers were high.
The hard carry. Is this like, hey guys, can we get a raid boss to join us for a while?
18.
No one's even close. No one is even close to that. It's just him. Why are we specking anyone else?
It's true. Let's see what Dennis can do again. Just unleash him, and actually Nex is going to kind of take a leaf from Dennis's book in this round, get an entry, and it looks like OP is going to try to do the same, but Crispy denies.
There we go.
Here he comes. Just a little glimmer of Dennis. He might very well be wrapping this up. If he could hit 20 frags, like before we hit 10 rounds, that would be ridiculous.
This is Dennis. Let's see what Dennis can do. The bomb is down and ticking. Strugs looking for the retake. He's gone down Chris J, but Dennis, the beast, finally put to bed by Crystal. First one on board. Maybe that's the secret to winning rounds. I just have to kill him.
I think, well, if you want to win a round, you probably are going to have to kill Dennis.
Time to do some real damage.
Just him. You know, just him. That was the implication.
I know.
Stop being mean.
That was funny, though.
It wasn't funny.
Okay.
Screw it. Brought it up in a review and we told him.
Yeah, what are you saying, Lauren? What are you saying? But looking at the money situation for Penta, off the back of a win, they still look kind of like they can't throw an AWP out without worrying too much about the rest of the investment. Sorry. I'm really desperately trying to kind of
keep it together.
Keep it together. I'm going to go home and I'm not going to talk for a week, and then I'm going to have my voice will come back. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh mate, let's go out karaoke tonight.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, singing the dance.
Strugs gonna have the drop on Dennis. That's big. Does he anticipate a second? I think he did. The partner in crime though is a little too strong, as Nex manages to keep us level.
It's kind of worrying, right? When you see Dennis being the big factor, and then you think, wait, what if Nex then has to step up? Because Nex is like the wonder child upcoming, right? Everyone's been on this guy's case. They're loving this guy. It's like when he plays in a tournament, how big can he go? And it's like, well, at the moment he's got 100% headshot ratio to every single kill, but he's not really got that many. He hasn't had to. Dennis has just been like, hey, I like what you're doing. I'm gonna do a bit of that. Are asked of Nex, he can step up just as much, and then it's such a dangerous lineup. Anyway, taps him with a nice little boost. Oh, Chris J just swats him off the wall and into 1,000 pieces you go, Tabs, and bomb is going down. And Mousesports on the move.
Rotate coming in, and Crispy needed that one. With Chris J now down and out, the retake actually is very possible, but look at Gopi. That's incredible positioning. This is going to be so easy for him to sweep down. I say that, it doesn't look like he's actually connecting any of the bullets. Lauren, take this away from me before I butcher it.
And Crystal, 1v2. The T-side has so much utility. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Crystal! That was phenomenal. They both peeked out thinking they could achieve something there, and they just got denied. Outstanding moment from that man. They both had a moment, even though he knows that was cheeky as hell. They had a molly there, a nade. They could have sat back and just thrown that at the bomb like, all right, we'll just buy time, no worries, it's cool. They hap-handedly, you know, cockily peeked him. And he just said, hell no, that was brilliant. I want to watch that one back. That caught me off, surprise. But still, glad you gave me that round.
I'm so glad I gave you that round. Now, talking of Crystal, let's see if he does anything aggressive here. He does manage to catch a glimpse of someone. No bullet connecting though, and he's going to back straight away. Something we're seeing time and time again here on Overpass. Early aggression, then back it up, retract after making a dent. You're laughing at my vocabulary.
Did you go back it up?
Sorry.
What you said, back it up.
Back it up. What did I say? Okay. Well, I've set Lauren off. Let's see what Chris J can do. She's still going. She's got a mute button on. She's insane. What's wrong with you? I just said go back.
I'm going to be fine at this rate, Alex. It's all your fault.
Let's see. See what Chris J's going to do. They're going to be so close. CQB. This is something that Chris J can do, though, but you have to get back. I did that on purpose. 4v4, though. Chris still catching his breath for a second, as Lauren is as well. Bomb on the way towards B. 2 players to receive them. And I'm intrigued to see how far tabseN can go with this one. He's just trying to catch a glimpse of one. It was Spitty now down. They know where he is, but he's got backup on the way. Oh,
brilliant stuff. He did get a little bit of attack towards them in that instance, but it's still Crispy just tucked into the corner. Great shot comes out towards Godby. Bomb is loose. He knows it. Crystal comes round. And that's a shutdown from Penta, just saying no. And they're getting back into this one slowly but surely. They're getting there, but they still seem so far away. Dennis has finally stopped being, I don't know, he's finally untoggled, you know, a little bit of God mode that he'd put on. Maybe some no-clip just appeared at the bomb site with the bomb, but whatever it is, he's slowed down a touch. Still, 8-3 is a very one-sided scoreline in this. Considering, let's see the overall stat for this map. This is including so many games, but it's a 57% slight bias towards the CT side. So, seeing a scoreline like this doesn't necessarily sit too well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. They've been given so much room to move on the T side here of Cobble. Cobble? Excuse me. It's because I was trying to say that they were cobbling together and then I changed my mind. Yeah, over here on Overpass. It's one of those interesting ones alongside Cobble, actually, believe it or not, where you kind of see some sides thrive more than others on the T side. So far, mousesports, when they've been given control, have managed to maintain it. Let's see what happens here. Again, they've been given a whole lot. Given toilets, given long. And the CT side, they're just kind of holding almost, I mean, they haven't really moved from spawn at this point. No information gathered. Time ticking away. Fortunately, Crispy's the one that's on the move to an extent. He's going to be able to kind of hopefully come up behind them on connector if he ever eventually makes that decision. But time now is of the essence, 35 seconds, and Mouse, they need to commit. It looks like they're about to.
You're on the precipice of going towards A. 3 players still there, though, for the CT side. Smoke's going to go down. Just tuck itself in. Kind of negate that close right spot that so many people will sit in. I think we do have someone there, actually, even with that smoke in place. Let's hope that smoke is good. And it doesn't mess up at all. Oh. Great spray through the smoke from Dennis, just predicting the positions. Godby does check the corner, but it doesn't matter. Penta holds strong. They keep the line. And it's all down to one man, but with 3 seconds left, it's time to keep that gun and make sure you don't lose it.
Penta with the 4th, much needed as well at this stage. This is, of course, map 2 of the grand finals for the ESL Meisterschaft. Penta v Mouse. UX Gaming and Planet Key Dynamics are forced to watch from the audience at this point, as we look to determine who is the best German side. Numbers and everything points to mousesports, both in and out of this game. And they're looking to prove it once again here on Overpass. Wally forcing him out of position. This looks like an all-in. Let's see where this one takes us.
Oh, and tabseN couldn't escape in time. He couldn't make it over the ledge. Crystal's too close for comfort, and Mouse are winning out in every single aspect. Crystal has had the 0 opportunity to take a shot. Just been flustered from the start. Bomb going in. Strogs, if only he knew how close he was. Spitty's going to be there to do the damage, and how just out of alive he thought.
It's all time to do some real damage.
And Mouse just sped up, considering they had a lot of Take 9s there. They used them well.
Yes.
Very, very powerful both from side self. And see Chris J and Godby then just looking that one back and forward. Very quiet otherwise from the outside. Not too much going on there, very focused on what they're doing. Coming into this one, I feel seems to be another round in the board from Mouse that stopped momentum building for Penta maybe. Maybe they just got lucky.
Yeah, it's a lot of maybes, lots of ifs, lots of buts, but something you can't really roll out is the fact they're about to pick up that 10th potentially, which would be terrifying from the Penta point of view. Again, with this zone up towards long, Mouse definitely favouring this. They get early long control, gifted to them by risks taken by Chris J with the orb. Again, likes to kind of expose himself first. Paid the price a couple of times to Crystal, but not much to deter them. Once they do seize long control, Toilets is the next one. They check that off the list, and then the execute starts to take shape. Rinse and repeat. It's exactly the same thing. I'm surprised we haven't seen too much adaptation really from Penta.
It's kind of ironic. Next is actually one of the top-rated players out of everyone on this map fairly recent. Let's say just in 2015, he's well within the top 6. He's up there with the likes of Guardian and Olaf. This guy is not only goes on a tear, but he's actually having a quite quiet performance, and that's rating alone specifically that map. Anyway, let's get back into this. Next, finding Stavros, the man we were just speaking of. Perfect opening. Chris J looking to apply pressure elsewhere. Godby as well, starting the execution. Chris J turns around, looks at his teammate first, but looking to find Crystal, but he didn't have a little glimpse on towards him, so actually goes down, and the rest of Mouseboards picking up the pieces, but Crystal's still there, still being a nuisance. Oh, that was so close for Dennis. On to end the rain. Crystal was trying to cheat.
So that's going to leave us with one more round on this first half of our second map of our grand final, the ESL Master Chef. More round to go, and look at the economy for Penta. This very well could be 11-4. That would be rough. You pointed out before that Dennis had hit an incredible amount of frags in such a short space of time. Things have calmed down for him now, but he's still so comfortable. 21 frags in his first half. What's the plan here for Penta? They actually have not given them long. They've actually got control of toilets. When it seems that only when Penta are on a kind of force or a scrape together by, they actually take control.
Yeah. And already a tag coming out. You see the vast population of Mouseboards just tucked behind a rock on Mon Rene. Absent getting a little tired, getting a little weary, getting a little closer. He's going to be lurking around the back, and he could be in a good spot here. And they're all holding these quite nice close angles. I hope we can go back to Absent. We didn't in time. And Dennis taking him down. He didn't get much information, it seems, and sadly, Penta in an awkward predicament. But still, Stavros turning around, gets himself an AK, tucks back in, has to take the shot. Doesn't adjust well enough, and next will punch.
Where does this leave Crispy Crystal? Chris J actually not connecting the shot, and that's going to give him a bit of breathing room. Crystal has to hold 2 angles, and that's not easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. Dennis, spray control, precise once more, finds the head of Crispy. As Crystal fighting back with just the scout. That's his first of the game. First of the round, excuse me. Now we have that would be worrying if it was first of the game and the last round, first half. But no, found an AWP instead, and 3 players to find, not looking at all likely. No harm in trying though.
Oh, but Dennis doesn't want to give him an inch to breathe all, but actually, Crystal does take him down, can actually speed up though, not a great deal of time left. Actually takes damage on the way out of there, and it'll be Spitty to end his run, and not allowed to get any more rounds from side the board or even kills on the board. So Mouseboards with a convincing first half here in the second map. What can they do going forward? Let's see if they can close out now, reclaim their title that has been certainly theirs for some time. Everyone knows it.
I think Mouseboards know it as well. They're in that kind of, they're not necessarily a honeymoon period, because it's quite the opposite. They actually started looking relatively kind of quiet, I think is the best way to summarize it. I remember, if I cast my mind back, when we were doing the Pro League at the start, and it would always be, oh, Mouse are playing again, oh, Mouse look kind of okay, and it was always okay, you know, mediocre was a word that was kind of thrown around. But now, these boys, they've played together well, they've settled into their positions, and everyone's starting to really, it's like a team that's coming of age almost. Yeah, they do. They just give me a round of applause for my incredible insight. Insight? I can't pronounce words.
Anyway, we are live now, back into the game. Penta now on the T side, Mouseboards on the CT side. And it's 11-4. Mouseboards winning the first map in convincing fashion. Let's see if they can close it in 2 and regain their title. Champions here. Spitty already doing work with Godby. Oh, Godby doesn't even to see him to kill him. He's just doing work for days. Look at this man, and Spitty to close. And just sends Penta packing. Sitting in his tower, laying down the damage, and I mean, he just got 3 of his 7 kills in the round alone. Now, where does that leave Penta? Decision time for them. Is what's their best bet? They need to get that bomb down. And like in an ideal situation, that bomb needs to go down. And last-ditch effort, Crispy has acquired himself a flashbang and some armor. Can't see anything successful coming out of this round. Look at those SMGs, that's terrifying. 3 UMPs, a P90, a FAMAS for next. Like, that just spells trouble for Penta. lot of information to
See?
not sure. Oh, he does know. He's probably going to know they're all there now. He saw one. That one guy kind of left himself out there as bait, but the others didn't show. But now they do. 4 players fighting towards the side. It's Biddy, it's Godby, and Dennis. And one by one, they're just falling in. Penta just mentioned.
So that round was a money tree for Mousesports as well. How comfortable they're going to be feeling off the back of that. The breathing room for Penta is starting to disappear. Mousesports got them in a chokehold. Looking to pick this grand final up in just 2. 13-4. 3 rounds away from us seeing Mousesports regain their champion title for the ESL Meisterschaft. I thought Next was going to go aggressive then. Talking of aggressive, Dennis just cast his eyes there for a second. A little bit of information gathered, but also keeping them guessing. As a real forged buy is starting to take hold for the T-side.
Quite dangerous though. He has to expend a hell of a lot of that investment into utility just to be able to make it around that sort of position. A couple of flashes, smokes, and look at this already.
Even after
Stavros
Balefire's
peak,
death,
but it
Flame
went
Legion are still
actually
putting up
no
heavy
avail, and
resistance.
Christian actually
We've
went
managed
back.
to
He's
hold
got to
the
play
forward
just
chamber.
towards his right, but no, Dennis found them both. And Christian didn't even need to get into the battle, and Dennis does it again. This guy single-handedly picking up this round 4 already. He may not get the last, but he certainly got that round. And Mousesports one step closer to winning this game, 14-4 now.
Dennis is such a pleasure to watch. He's a player who just seems to have such a deep understanding of the game, and then you throw on top of that the ability to just have reactions that, to be fair, other teams away from Penta probably wouldn't give him the chance to do that, but he's getting frags he has no right to pick up. They have the drop, they have the peaker's advantage, everything is against him, and he's still managing to pick up 28 frags in the 18 rounds we've so far played.
Just doesn't give a damn. That was just sheer brute force confidence. Stats just sat out there. 3 angles he could have peeked from. He killed 2 people from different angles basically. The whole exchange. Let's see. He has had a quiet second half though. If you look at it, he only had 5 kills this episode.
See what they want to do with this one. Bomb in the hands of Struggs. He's going to be the one that's going to be trying to lay the bomb down. It's going to be Chris J who shuts that dream down. Bomb loose then in the toilet area. It's Chris and Stavros actually managed to respond equally. Back and forth we go, and I mean, they've both got rifles now. They have the ability to pick this round up, but the numbers are still against them. And Nex is going to extend that with a frag onto Tabson. Oh, Robin's still into the wound as well, saying get the bomb now. As he does, burn it alive. Holding the bomb, so feeling rather upset about that. Godby's going to be able to wrap it up. That's 15, it's 15-4, and Mousesports 1 round away now from being crowned ESL Meisterschaft champions. Look at this as well, the money is shot. This very well could be a 16-4, 16-4 across 2 maps.
Ouch. That's just painful to look at. Alright, let's look at the buy that's going to be cobbled together by Penta. Oh, it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. And typically blessed, Tabson 3 kills. Just struggling on this one. So we do have a P250 for Stavros, a Tech 9 for Crystal, AK for Frisbee and Struggs, and then Tabson with a Galil. And it doesn't seem to make a goddamn bit of difference. Look at that, Nex already finds Struggs. Tabson does get one back, but Nex getting aggressive and speedy around the back. This could be it. He's buying his time, he's playing it slow, he's playing it calm, he knows where they are. And he almost had both of them.
Almost, but he also keeps them busy, keeps them anxious. As he manages to make that call for his team, Chris J is going to be the man on B. I think that very well maybe went Penta asserting that sight's beautiful, Chris, pre-aim. As now the numbers are level once more, and immediately that's all they needed. A nod of the head as they rotate towards A. And it's got B's turn to shine. 1 frag to go, he gets it. And it's going to be Mousesports who do it all over again.
Mousesports forever the champions, let's be honest. For a second they looked a little shaky, but they always pull it back into line. You can never take it away from these boys. They truly are the absolute kings of what is now known as the Meisterschaft. Previously, German EPS, you can see throughout all the different territories, they've had over 19 victories, coming first place during the Meisterschaft tournaments historically. And the closest team to them was Team Alternate with 11, MTW 10, and Faculty 9. You think how prolific MTW was back in the day, it's But impressive to think these guys still hold the title here. They truly are the reigning champions.
Yeah, that's going to be their 20th win then. These boys are just no stranger to it. I say these boys, of course, rosters have chopped and changed, but still, seeing Mousesports raise that trophy for the 20th time. This time at Gamescom, no better place to do it. They're going to be so happy. Big smiles across the board, as that's going to be another step and another confidence booster as they set their sights now on the Lanxess Arena.
Yeah, not only have they done well at IEM, they've now won the Meisterschaft tournament. A good showing this week, really, for the boys on your screen. God B, since he came to the helm of this team, he has certainly turned it around. Actually, yes, you can take the lid off for once and make a wonderful hat. I always love it when teams are like, can we drink from this? Yeah, yes.
There you go.
That is literally their main focus, but no, a beautiful trophy for a team who has quite a long way to go. The hat is back. He is the champion. He is the trophy. Gobby has always been a fantastic addition to that team. He really has turned, you know, the German scene back to the very forefront of CSGO. He's broken it.
Yeah. He has. Hey, congratulations, Gobby, on fixing the trophy. And he looks like he's going to be having a good one tonight to celebrate alongside the rest of his team. Big stuff from individuals as well. Great to see Chris J on form, but also Dennis, the unsung hero sometimes, really proving his worth for the team.
Yeah, Dennis, someone who's relatively quiet most of the time. He's maybe not the person you instantly would look to when you have people like Nex and Chris J in a team. But he found his footing in this one and certainly delivered the goods. However, I can imagine those guys who are screaming around there desperately need a rest. They've had a very intense couple of days, not only doing well at IEM, but also, as we said, finding the victory here.
What a fantastic result for them. I mean, I don't know how many question marks can be raised surrounding that Cobble game, because we were really confused as to the results of that. I'm actually, if ever you wanted a reason to prep, that would be it. You know, look at that game and see what was Mousesport playing badly. Was that amazing from Planet Key? Just want to see that one and see what they necessarily went so wrong, because that wasn't the Mousesports that we recognize and we just saw there. Gobby, of course, with that fantastic finisher. As that's going to be wrapping up. Fantastic to see Mousesports do it again. We were saying, you know, it felt like not too long ago that we were saying, I'm thrown off by that.
You hear the outro and I was like, what?
Yeah, did not see the outro coming. Because, of course, the German stream is concluding. But yeah, the one point I wanted to make is just, I can't even remember now. That's completely thrown off. I thought the stream was ending.
Alex is a simple creature when it comes to this.
Had flow. It's gone.
It has been a fantastic display from Mousesports. I think this is just proving that the German scene is actually on the rise quite massively once again. And I think it's a good thing. Before, they never really had a team that could compete at the highest echelons. It was always, they do well, but then they drop out in, you know, the very early stages of the international tournaments. There are your champions who can go that far.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what happens for the German side over at the Major as well. Just, I got the kind of feelings around when Virtus.pro on the stage in Katowice. Mousesports, when they're there in Cologne, I'm sure it's going to be equal, if not better.
Well, we're going to find out soon. But guys, that has been the Meisterschaft tournament here. Of course, Mouse winning that one. Penta not too far behind, but we did see some good performances all around. Some surprising results, and hopefully Penta next time can get a little closer. But guys, thank you for watching. If you do want to make sure you keep up with all the CSGO content coming out from ESL, do hit that follow button down below. It's, you know,
it's about
easy.
Here, I reckon. Down there.
You reckon?
About there.
He might have nailed it, we don't know. I don't know.
Smashed it.
Alright guys, we'll catch you next time. Make sure you hit that follow button. Also make sure you follow us on Twitter as well, of course. You guys have been super supportive and actually really cool about today's show, and we always appreciate that. So thank you very much for being awesome. You always are, and we'll catch you next time.
We're almost there.
I am rock and soil.
We need to get in.
Not enough energy.
Persuade the guard to let us apply a bit of movement.
Time to do some real damage. I feel the target.
They sealed the ritual room from the inside.
I am rock and soil.
Nothing my Kaboomian can't fix. Give me a minute and I'll blow this door to pieces.
Consuming fire!
I feel good. You'll have to get much harder.
Attack my target! I was so close. Time to go on. Joyous
And stay dead. Stopping Gaherin is another nail in the Flame Legion's coffin.
Mine. All mine.
We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. Clear the entrance to the Citadel of Flame.
What have you got for me?
We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. Clear the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. We have cleared the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. have cleared...
After Balefire's death, the Flame Legion are still putting up heavy resistance. We've managed to hold the forward chamber, but I don't know how much longer that'll last. Head on in and talk to Commander Sulu. He'd surely welcome any assistance.
Opposite. Disorient. Confusion.
The pit is filled with monsters. I've snuck through a few times, but staying undetected is pretty.
You! What are you doing here?
Time to do some real damage. Endurance running low. Cross this bridge I've got the target. I feel good. Feel the fury.
We can hold this position for now. You go up ahead and clear the way.
Time to do some. I could outrun a centaur. Right. Got the target. broke the siege and even captured the forward base. A memorable experience like
Sweet, sweet loot. Time to do something again. Replenishing.
So we've driven them from the main port, requesting permission for us to complete our mission.
Permission granted. Hell, Scout.
All right then, follow me.
assault forces have broke the siege. These dead bubblers have ruined everything. Get out of my sight!
I've got the target. Have at you.
Soon, the Flame Legion will be but smoldering embers in the ashes of history. With the Flame Legion leadership ruined, Pact forces will dominate the coming battles. Once more, you've brought the Flame Legion to their knees. Thank you.
Maybe you could show me some moves. We do the best we can. May the Six watch over you. We do the best we can.
I've watched visitors throw a wide assortment of items into those swirling mists. One Asura in particular must
May the Six watch over you.
As an exotic weapon. It made me realize that Zamaros has probably collected an impressive arsenal by now.
Somewhere in there, he's armed to the teeth with vials of blood and bottles of aluminum. All clear.
nice to see you.
My role has ended.
I hope you're here to help.
My children.
We must all fight.
Please, not me. Ugh.
Welcome.
We do the best we can.
You jumped.
Thank you very much, guys, and thanks for filling for a short while.
Just a little while.
Just a little while. Just a little
short
while.
Breaks, you know, short filler.
Well, I mean, they were ready to go with the map, and I was like, well, there's only 3 in the server. We're not going anytime soon, guys. But yes, it was Envious, actually, that just won the knife round, so I expect to see them switch in. Yes, they have just switched over to the CT side. So what are we expecting from this one? It's the two big boys basically facing each other in the first game.
It is, but two teams in very different places right now. You've got TSM, arguably one of the better teams in the world currently. Yeah. Eyes set towards a major. Everything's starting to fall in place, hopefully, for them to maybe be able to progress there. This is the perfect place to start preparing that, really get that practice now down. But then again, you look at Envy, new lineup coming in, this very, very first attempt at an offline environment. I believe we're actually live into the game.
Yep, we're straight in there, and you can see immediately Kiyoshima set up just on platform with MBK a drop. You know, we heard Natu talking about how you need to get control of drop, and here they go. dupreeh straight away in there, smoked it off the side there, and immediately looking to push through window. You can see that just around double doors. MBK on pillar is going to get challenged out. dupreeh trying to put the work on him. They are going to push around the side though, and TSM They managed to get through, but they're in trouble. Happy's come around the side.
But the point is, Envy weren't playing to hold that. They were playing pretty passively then. They were holding from the back, which was really quite smart. But Cajun has a shot maybe at picking up a couple of kills, but that bomb is down in such a bad place. Envy have it locked down. They should be able to close this one out. I don't think Cajun should be able to pick this up.
Well, Apex getting himself a double to start things off. One of the new boys on the team. Obviously, all the focus has been on Kenny S coming across to Envious, but we should not forget about Apex. Fantastic player. Really playing his heart out. Entry fragger, but obviously we're not going to see too much of that when he's on the CT side. And of course that does mean we're going to see a couple of SMGs, Kenny S and Kyo. Apex actually went for an M4 in second round bye.
Well, if he's feeling confident, he's certainly in the right place for this one. If TSM push through, he can do fairly well for himself here. And already Carrigan and the boys going to start heading through towards this, but there are two players waiting, and once again TSM being quite cautious, but Kenny just on the precipice here. Apex has found Xyp9x, but it's still just about to begin. They're going to push straight through. Kenny Esto just going to mow them down, gets himself a triple with the SMG, doesn't quite pick up his fourth, but Kenny and Apex, the Titan combo now on Envious, holding A side strong, while the other three members, the current core of Envious, holding out on B side. Yeah, it's so far Envy doing what Envy need to do. They're doing absolutely fine. I want to start seeing these gun rounds, but it's a fantastic sign to see Apex and Kenny being the ones to do the early work, just to get their confidence going, just to get that presence there. That's perfect. But now, once again, TSM, not a great deal of money, a couple of deagles to work with, but I like this from Envy. They're not necessarily challenging in drop, they're playing from the back of it. Kyo going to push himself a little further forward with the SMG, why not? You've got the MP9, you might as well put it to use. But it's Happy and Apex to be doing the work, and I think NBK has a good idea where that final player is. Apex did go down, but that was about all. That was just a pistol round for TSM in the third round. Now they're going to finally be going for the big buy. Here come the AKs and head armor. Kenny did go for that AWP in third round, so obviously all that cash he gained from the SMG in round two. But here we go. This is the real round. This is the one that counts. Let's see how they set up for it. It looks like it's going to be standard setup. No, it could be 4 stack from Envious in B, and that is exactly where TSM are going. But this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. But Carrigan is through. He's actually gone in pretty far, but a little cautious. And look on the other side. Kyo boosted to a lovely little spot here. Just between the legs on the statue. Kyo there just popped up on towards Happy's head. Not the standard boost. I really like that. But I think they know that TSM will be pushing this. They certainly do now as mollies do come out. Kyo doesn't get the first shot off he wanted, and the T-side do at least have some control here. It's going to give them the information they know. There was a boost there, so there's got to be 2 of them lurking around statue. Happy does manage to get himself 1 down. Kyo just hanging around the side, but the bomb pipe comes in quick and easy for TSM, and they've managed to clear out a lot of the B defenders. Now it's all on Envy for the retake. Kenny has got to make his way through there. He's not going to be able to land the shots with the smoke down. MBK is going to get cut out by Dupree, and it's all on Kenny. He's getting the defuse through the smoke. Oh, they managed to find him. 3 guns trained at him, spraying through the smoke, finally finding him, but he was 1 second away from defusing. And Dupree picking up that 4K then was vital. But I have to say, Kyo, sure, he was flashed for the first time around. He wasn't able to get that opening shot to deny them taking platform, but he really didn't connect too well then. He was a missing element. A couple of times he should have been able to maybe deny a little bit of that TSM control that came out towards that platform towards B. Considering Envy did stack that side, they probably should have done a little better off the back of that one, but Envy going back in on this MBK with the head armor, and Happy, everyone else just going to stick as they are. And a little bit of a light bar here, not the best utility for Envy. And on the other side of things for TSM, they're pretty flush for it now. Yeah, looking at TSM, they're going to keep, looks like Xyp9x and Dupree are going to be lurking around B to try and draw the attention while everybody else squeaks over. But Kenny S and Apex are in a good position to catch out Device. As soon as he comes around this corner, expecting a pop flash to come out, which will catch out Apex, but Kenny is in a good position to possibly catch them out. He's going to get popping out. Apex will come out with the cover, gets himself the one, but Kenny was traded down. Apex, run out, pull his pistol, will finish it off. Now Carrigan on the road saying he's going to catch the first ding, but Apex gets himself the headshot, and that has cut this attack dead in its tracks. Yeah, Apex is having a bit of a monstrous game so far, really doing what's needed to be done, but Xyp9x and Dupree are still in a fairly decent position, or at least they were, but Kyo does find Dupree now, just Xyp9x alive, 1v4. He's got the bomb. I don't think he's going to be able to find much room here unless he's able maybe to solo out that one player on the A side. Talking to Envious before this matchup, they were
pretty confident in their abilities coming into it. They've had a good chance of practicing. They weren't quite 100% clear on their entire map pool because obviously they don't get to pick the map. The veto is not in their hands. It is very much in the hands of you guys at home. You can tweet in and of course get onto the ESL.gg/IEM vote and pick what map will be played out next as the save comes out from Xyp9x there. So Envious with a good start on the CT side, as you would expect, 4-1 start. TSM, we'll see what they can do here. It's going to be another rifle round for them.
But let's also bear in mind, TSM's one round also came from the 4K that dupreeh provided. Everyone else is being pretty quiet so far. This is a fairly slow start for them. Not just as a team round-wise, it's just even individually, they seem a little bit quieter here. And of course, Envy want to come in to prove a point. This is the first big showing for these boys. And already doing very nicely for it, but still, Karrigan going to be down to that Tech 9. Everyone else on the AK, a little light utility, but enough to maybe make one play, maybe two at the best. But Kenny gets picked up by dupreeh. That's the perfect opening, but they're going to know Apex is still around. It's been Kenny and Apex playing on towards this when it's not just Kenny soloing, so they've got to expect him to be here.
MBK just come through double doors as well. The support is there, so they've got a 2-2 stack at the moment. Covered off around the side. It was a trade, actually, between Apex. Did manage to get dupreeh down, but CajunB with the quick answers meant Happy is going to rotate, but TSM are being sneaky about this. They are making the way back over to B side. Xyp9x is still lingering there. Now he's going to be joined by Device and CajunB as they work their way through. Now Kio's made his way to window and is almost heading to A stack, so they've decided to go for the triple stack on A and possibly just go for the retake on B side because B is nigh on impossible to hold with just one man.
Yeah, and already Envy starting to get wind that something might be up here. No steps heard, no nothing towards A, no flashes. And Happy might have just had the best time flash there. He's going to be able to start out the one player and drop. He does pick up Karrigan. Now they can focus back towards that little balcony area, but CajunB found Keo, and we're back to a 2-on-3.
MBK's a long way off. He's only just come through double doors as well, so he's going to be joining him. Happy will get taken out by CajunB. And well, what will MBK do? Will he challenge this one, or will he just hold back? It's a 3-on-1 retake. Nyon, impossible. Device just steps out, gets the one tap, and that was all she wrote for Envious. So TSM get themselves the second round on the board, and more importantly, they recovered that AWP as well from Happy's corpse, and that's going to put Envy on the save.
Yeah, they're not going to have a great deal of money, maybe a couple of deagles here and there. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that coming out, and I think they're looking to keep hold of what they have. Yeah, so a couple of CZs, a deagle, and a P250. So just going to play nice and close. We saw that Kenny and Apex like to have this little, very close duo. This time Apex keeping his eyes towards that lower side of the A entrance, let's say. And TSM being cautious, and I like that. They're not taking it for granted, and CajunB is going to be able to pick up a nice little start towards this one, taking down Kenny S. But I like the way TSM are approaching this round. They're being very careful with it.
Yeah, they're not rushing into anything. Karrigan's been lingering, just waiting to burst through. A little dink on towards MBK as well. Didn't quite catch him, but Xyp9x caught an angle of him, so he knows he's waiting in drop. Apex and Happy still over on A site, so it is just MBK and Keo holding out B at the moment. Smoke, that's going to cover them off nicely. It's going to stop them out from window. Keo will get taken down on site. The spray from Xyp9x actually on point on MBK. If only he knew he was landing. They're going to get an easy plant here. It's down to Envy just to try and pick up something on the exit.
Yeah, and Apex does actually have armor, so he might not want to be too risky. No, he's going to go for a Device will take him down though, and it's starting to look a little better for TSM. They're starting to seem to find their pacing. Of course, Envy started off quite nicely to this, but TSM starting to look pretty solid. Their B play has been pretty much perfect thus far, but Happy now, knowing Device is just staring each other down. If only they knew.
That one little block of the wall covering them off. Of course, we have the benefit of X-ray, so we can see how close this is. Happy's going to tuck himself in, pokes around, just about the worst time ever. TSM got him down. So more importantly for TSM, they kept hold of their rifles, everything. That was very easy for them. So nice clean round. Envious though will be able to get themselves back up a couple of M4s. Happy is going to be able to get M4. I'm going to say I wasn't sure if he could quite afford one, but just about squeezed it in there. So let's see how they handle this one, because they're going to be very light. There is 4 smokes. Just one been tossed out there. Keo will get the smoke out early. That will slow TSM down unless they want to flash straight through this. No, they're going to slow.
Oh, Karrigan has been doing this every single time though. He goes through the platform, he waits around here, and he either, goes back in, or he just continues to maybe make the plays. He's playing confident, and that's
brilliant to see from TSM. I want to see more of that, and we've seen already that he can do brilliantly at it when he goes for it, but still. At the moment, they're waiting for the execute here. 1 minute left. They are going to do a full play towards the B side. I wonder if they're going to commit. Last time they rotated, but once again, I want to see if they're actually in their shots for Envy. Last time, Keo missed it, but this time he's on point. MBK is going to find Xyp9x, and finally, the CT side are holding this one together, but dupreeh is still in the mix.
He's going to burst around the side. There's still 3 members alive for TSM. Device just in around the bomb site. Hasn't been able to plant just yet, and they're trying to even things out. kennyS comes through window, though. Gets dupreeh down. Cajun_B with the orb. Still rattling off those shots. Gets himself a double, and now kennyS with it all to do. That molly is going to be on point, as well as the nade. And look at that headshot on Device. Just pops him out there. Down to a one-on-one. It is Cajun_B with the orb.
He's got the tag.
kennyS is getting the tapping down. He's just got 30 hit points. He just needs to find something. Gets a good tag on him. And now 14 versus 4. One shot will do it, and Kenny lands it. That's going to be the defuse and a big round for Envious.
But my God, that was a little close. Even Device asking for the HP there. They were both down to 1 shot at the end of that one. It could have gone either way, but that was pretty darn close on the defuse. But still, they get it done. They do the job. And seeing Kenny looking confident, Kenny hitting shots, is exactly what you want to see. In the bigger picture here for the boys on your screen right now, that is the form you want Kenny to be starting to find. How many times did we hear that, oh, you know, he doesn't look as confident as before, he's not going for the same place, he's not making those same shots. If he's starting to look a little more confident, God knows what this man can achieve for the team, but still, looking at TSM now, still able to buy up, absolutely fine on that one, and let's see what we can bring into this gun round.
Oh, they're going to go fast, they're powering through, straight in towards B site. You can see Karrigan through there, but they slow down, they slot. A lot of them, I think it was the 3-man flash I just saw in there before they managed to come through. Keo getting a couple of spray down. Not quite able to land it. Happy going to peek on round, but they can see TSM. They're pushed straight through into sight. dupreeh's going for the plant already. This is a quick plant. Will be a 5-man hold, but Keo just pushing through the smoke. Catches one down, but will quickly be stopped in his tracks. Do they know about Happy in the corner? They do now, but Cajun_B just flicks around and takes his head off.
Yeah, now down to Kenny and Apex. They're not really in a great position here. Kenny might be able to get something done, and well, that's a good start. Cajun_B down, 3 to go. dupreeh getting tagged up. Apex finds him. It's now 2v2. This is starting to become more and more possible. But the player just off to the side, unbeknownst to Kenny, he's just round the corner. He's going to check it. He gets it. Beautiful work from Kenny, but Xyp9x stops it. Finally, but the molly's going to buy time. Apex isn't defusing, though. He's trying to fake it out, but oh my God, they both exchange.
Everybody dead, but the bomb down, which means TSM will pick up the round. Close stuff, and boy, does Kenny look like he's on form. This is going to be an interesting match, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth the action. And now, again, it's Envious going to have to go for the pistols. Head armor coming out from MBK there with the P250. Meanwhile, Cajun_B does manage to get himself an AWP once again, but it's a MAC-10 for Karrigan, something we've been very used to seeing him on. But this is a different play from TSM. They're going to slow things down. Xyp9x once again going to be the detractor, and it's going to be an A-side push. They're going quick.
Not fighting much for it just yet. The only man really here is Apex. The others are rotating over, but Kenny this time wasn't there at the start. Apex does go for the challenge. He's going to get it, actually. Device goes down, and that's perfect.
4-man stack from Envious on A site. I think they're reading this one. MBK actually just pulled away, went back to window. Happy is still lingering though, so as you said, read it perfectly. Now, Karrigan throwing out that weapon may well have just give his position away to Apex. I'm pretty sure he might have just seen that through the doorway. And there's the flash coming straight out. Apex in the corner. Easy kill for Karrigan. He's going to smoke out double doors. But kennyS is going to pop around the corner. Oh, he had to land that initial shot. dupreeh will manage to catch him. That's the bomb down on long A.
This is still possible. They can do a little bit of work here. But oh, Keo's so far over. Happy is waiting. And Happy hasn't shown his hand yet. He's not made a single play. Spots play. He's going to make the shot. He's going to deal with him comfortably. And I don't think Keo can achieve this. But no, maybe he can. Bomb is down. 23 seconds. 1v1. Xyp9x against Keo. This shouldn't be possible, but so far, this round has gone a little bit on its head. 15 seconds. Time is of the essence. Keo's trying to savor every moment of it, but sadly, Xyp9x finds him. And TSM bring it a step closer.
Had to make the move. Just 10 seconds on the clock there as well. If he could have just kept him away, maybe landed one of those little taps and got a tag on towards him, it would have given Xyp9x pause for thought, but we are all square. 5 apiece in his very first match at the Intel Extreme Masters. It's an interesting format, and we heard the guys talking about nobody wants to lose that first life. You have 4 lives throughout the entire tournament. whoever wins this absolutely will be set up as favourite for the tournament.
Yeah, and I think it was actually Karrigan himself who said it, that basically if you win this game, you aren't going to be the favoured person. This is the biggest matchup. This is what people want to see. Now Apex with that CZ again, up close and personal, catches a glimpse of the shoulder, the flash will come out, but Kenny still is there to back him up, so they do at least get a 1-for-1 trade. It's not the worst thing in the world to lose Apex at this point, but still, Kenny has to be cautious here. He could be overwhelmed on the site, but TSM slowed down, take stock of it, bearing in mind the bomb is nowhere near this site right now.
Interesting that Envy went for the Force as well on this round. In fact, they still had 2 on pistols, both Apex and MBK, so they felt a little pressured, realised that TSM were starting to get some serious momentum set up. TSM themselves have switched things up, and you can see Keo, they are all heading his direction. Now the question is, will Kenny and Happy go on the rotate? They are still at A side. I think Happy's going to rotate around the back of them. He's going to have to move quickly though, because Keo's already found CajuanB will take him down. MBK lingering long, just caught a glimpse before Flea flashed out. Will manage to get the bomb carrier down. Pokes out, he's only got a couple of bullets left, but that's all he needs to take down CajuanB. A disaster for TSM, as they can't even get into sight.
Yeah, TSM struggling. You almost feel if they'd committed to that first play, they'd just gone off the back of it and said, all right, yeah, sure, it's a 1-for-1 trade. We lost out in, you know, the opening almost, but screw it, let's keep going. We know we have, you know, the better weapons. We know have the better form, but they slowed down, they got caught out, and it allowed Envy to start reading into it. There's so much information gathered by Envy. And as beautifully pointed out by the observers, money is starting to become a bit of a factor here. But look at this, Keo going in with the Mag 7. He's actually in the perfect spot as well. If TSM make this play, we know Karrigan likes to push this. He likes to play it a little slowly. Let's see if he's going to do it again, because if he does, Keo's going to be ready and waiting. And TSM only have those Tech 9s. A little bit of armor to boot, though.
So they've got a couple of smokes and flashes, so there's going to be a hit-and-run burst out with those Tech 9s. Xyp9x just with the P250, everybody else. They're going to be going fast and loose here. Happy and MBK in drop. They're going to be the one that gets challenged. MBK smokes off. He realizes he's going to have to rotate there. Oh, Keo with the Mag 7, up close and personal. Like you said, he's in the right place, and he will manage to find one. If he pops out, he could easily get a second. Does manage to get the tag down, but got dinked out there by the Tech 9. And now they're in on sight.
They certainly are, and Apex and Kenny are putting out fires left, right, and centre. But it's dupreeh in a 1v1, and Apex locked it down, kept in control, but TSM made that so dangerously close.
7-5, triple kill for Apex to close out the round. That will...
Apex and Kenny are literally playing out of their minds at the moment. Well, not out of their minds for them in their, you know, let's say their skill ceiling, but for their team. They're a mile ahead of the rest.
I mean, they're the guys, obviously, the focus is on them. All eyes on them. As Natu mentioned, you know, the fact that Shox was taken out of the team was actually quite a big question mark.
Of course.
Certainly a top player. But now just pistols for TSM. They're going to see if they can open things up here. They do get himself one on towards Keo, and they've managed to get in on sight here. They could cause problems for Envy.
Yeah, but the one thing that I see is now Xyp9x in such an annoying position. They can't ignore it, and they have to now challenge. And look at this again. Look at the HP of the T side. They're so low, but they're making it work. And look at this TSM. They were close last time. Now they might as well just have done it, because Kenny's left alive. He's got no chance in towards his site, really. So he's just be holding the angle, and he's just got to sit this one out.
And with the rounds back and forth, money is now very tight for Envious. After losing out in what was just a quick push for TSM there. Real much a lack of smokes and flashes on both sides. Both struggling for cash. But TSM will get themselves the round. The question is, can they chase down Kenny S? CajuanB is heading this way, so may actually just find him. As the bomb goes off, no, he's not going quick enough. He won't be able to catch him around the back. So he will hold on to their M4. But that is about all Envy will have in this round.
I just want to keep my eyes on that TSM side as well. And to me, it's just been dupreeh being such a huge factor for their play towards the B sides, especially. He's been fundamental in whatever they're doing in this one. I think he got a 3K in just the last round. So every single time they're winning out on these instances they necessarily shouldn't, he's been at the helm of it. And oh, Keo with a stunner, just going to take down Karrigan. And that's a brilliant bit of information instantly gathered. He can maybe assume, okay, when Karrigan's there every single time, it's been that slow B hit. Will they speed up? Are they going to stay slow? Will they try and overmatch? We're going to find out very soon, because TSM is starting to line up.
Yeah, Keo immediately backed away, knew what was coming, so they've gone a little bit more passive, want to go for the retake. Happy's in a good spot to try and catch one as they pass. If he can get that first tick, he did manage to get the little dink on him. Was Device, I think, was taken low, but didn't get the shot that's needed. And this should be TSM making the way through, but Happy manages to get the bomb planter. don't manage to quite close it out. Happy is the last man now. Gets himself another what just happened? It just dropped. Device will close it out, but that got very expensive all of a sudden for TSM.
Do we need to nerf the P250 as well? Is it suddenly the next CZ Tech 9, God knows what? But that was beautiful work. But the thing is that these rounds have been so close between these guys. But then again, you know, how are Envy going to be on their T side? It's still all up in the air. For TSM, sure, being at 7-7, not ideal, but it's perfectly fine. You'd argue TSM are very strong on their CT side, at least in my mind. So I think the question mark is always going to be with Envy, regardless of what point we're at in this game. But anyway, into this round, you can see Envy don't have a great deal of money here. MBK with that 5-7, but Apex just on the precipice. Gonna peek round, Karrigan's down, Kenny's there to back him up. Goes for the third, doesn't get it, and now Kenny's so low, has to back out.
Just the 5 hit points from Mainstream. KGB, actually, the last man that was around that corner was the bomb carrier. And obviously, as you said, they didn't find him. Dupree looking to squeeze his way out towards platform at B. Zipnik's just waiting, and Drop will find MBK. Quick, easy headshot for him. Happy looking through window with Keo just around the side. That's drawn their attention. He's given Dupree free time to walk in there. He just caught a glimpse of Keo as he popped around the corner, waits for him to show. Doesn't manage to get a tag down on him, though. And now his team, though, coming in support. Zipnik's just around the side. Should be able to find a shot onto Keo. And now Kenny has on 5 hit points, the only man remaining as Happy drops. And this is looking like it's going to be an 8-7 lead for TSM going into the second half.
Yeah, I think the people at home pretty much got a lovely little map picked here. Nice close game to start out with, and Zipnix will close it down. So 8-7 on the half. I still think this is the thing, though. I don't know if that's you know, something Envy's even going to be happy with, pleased with, angry at. You know, okay, they're against TSM, so sure, they can't be too angry. They're getting a nice close scoreline. But then, you know, how do these guys currently sit on their CT to T side? When if you're looking at Envy, have they worked on this map specifically?
This'll be fun.
They said they have a limited map pool at the moment. They don't feel confident on every map. They didn't tell us which ones they don't feel confident on.
Yeah, of course.
But, which is fair. But still, it's like, you know, is this one they've been working on? So far, they look pretty proficient. They look like they have some idea of how they want to play on the CT side. But for me, the telling tale is going to be their T side. What can they do here? How much do they have worked out? We're going to find out, I assume, as we are live back in the game.
Here we go. What will Envy do? They had themselves a pretty decent 4-1 lead after taking the pistol, as you would imagine. This time it's going to be a quick 4-man stack. Device is going to be the man that will find them all around the corner. Immediately backs away. Did he catch him? Yes, he did. Everybody's rotating. Zipnik's on site with him. Karrigan's about to come through double doors. They are ready and waiting for Envy to come around the corner. Device not going to land the first tag, but he still manages to find the head of MBK. Good flash as well comes out. Now TSM, they're in the hold position.
I absolutely love this from TSM. They're just keeping them at arm's length, using those USPSs perfectly. Happy does get a little close, as does Apex, but still, Keo and Happy, the last two alive. Bomb's starting to make its way forward. There's still one player on the side. Keo goes to the challenge. Device ducks down. Keo's out of ammo. Are you serious? Goes to the reload, comes back in, he still loses out. Device is going to be grinning after that one, but it's still a 1v1. And he's Happy against Device.
And Happy's in a lot better hit points, but Device is going to get the first peek, doesn't manage to get the shot. Now Happy's in a very good advantage, coming over the top. It'll be easy for him to find Device in the end. So TSM do pick up that first pistol round, so that means they've picked both pistols, which in theory should give them the game. It's one of those stronger points. We'll see how they take it on. They had a very good start last time around. They have managed to go for a couple of MAC-10s, and MBK gone for a scout here.
Okay, see how it goes. On the other side, Karrigan as well. Good off the scout. We've got the CZs out, 5.7s, and a Zeus on Dupree. You know, just to keep it spicy. But yeah, Team Envy just gonna play this one slow, gonna see what they're up against, and just try and find things out. Yeah, that's what
the Zeus. What's he planning with this? Was that a mistake buy? It's an expensive mistake buy. He's actually waiting in drop, so maybe he's just planning on zapping someone as soon as they come down. He's still holding on to it. Often you see people just expend that straight away. Device is going to get a peek around the corner. He's going to find Kenny S. Will get tagged up heavily. Oh, I think he's trying to go for the no. Dupree just finds the head of Happy, and that's a problem. Now they're going to burst around A site though, and they have good control there. Cajun B Dupree going to come through double doors. Great flash coming out from TSM, but they haven't really got the firepower to back it up, unfortunately. And Dupree will come around. Didn't use that Zeus. Looks like it was a bit of a miss-buy. Karrigan with the scout will just try and back off and hold this one. Not too sure if TSM are going to chase this one down. Yeah, they're going to let him go by the looks of it, just hold on to the site. Only losing Happy at drop.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant done by Envy. I like the way they're playing together. They're not pushing on their own. They're not getting picked up in these rounds. And TSM struggled to do anything against it. I had a little bit of a nervous moment with the 5.7 when they decided to line up as they were crossing to site, but they're no Natu with the I think it was the Tech 9 back in Cobble when he got like the 3K ridiculous thing. But still, Envy gonna be happy with this, starting off well. But it's the gun rounds to me. They're the telling point. We saw how close it got even with them picking up the first pistol in the initial start.
So TSM, of course, going to be very much just on a pistol this time around. Of course, Karrigan still did manage to keep hold of that scout, so we'll see where he makes use of it. Envy are going to just stick with the MAC-10, so Happy just rebuy it on a MAC-10 as well. Knowing that there's going to be not a lot of armor, if anything, on TSM. So they're actually going to go for a 3-man stack at long A here. TSM to try and catch out Envy, and Envy are actually heading that way. Apex and Kenny S about to come around the corner.
And this could be a nice little bit of farming for Envy. They shouldn't be caught off by this, and they're nice. Not. There we go. Yeah. So Kenny and Apex gonna just start mopping up the kills. Hopefully they'll expect it, and if they do, and step by step they're working this out. This is nice stuff from Envy, just showing that they're obviously proficient in what they're doing. Dupree does a good little bit of work towards Happy, but once again he's in a bit of a dire situation now. It's, where do I go? They're closing in. They don't want to let him get away with it twice, and Keo's gonna take it out of his hands. But the rounds I want to see are going to be coming in very, very soon. But money for, I can imagine, Envy is going to be looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, they got a lot of MAC-10 kills in there, a lot of SMG kills across the board. Yeah, they're all sitting on 8K, so that's going to get spent up. I expect to see AKs in everybody's hand. No, Apex and Kenny keeping hold of the SMGs. Risky, risky play because they know TSM will be buying up here.
Okay. See how they use this. So Xyp9x and Device going to be holding together down by that lower play towards A, but on long we've still got 3 players lining up. Apex not being one of them.
So MBK is the man that's leading them. I guess the idea is he gets the tag and the SMGs come running around and finish it off.
That's not what we're seeing so far now. Xyp9x catching out Apex there. Nice little pop flash coming in from Device, and the synergy that you can see on A is so vital. But MBK with the scout doing work, taking down Device. Happy's going to find Xyp9x, and I guess you don't need real guns. Envy can do it what they want, but MBK will be picked up. Keo going to be found as well, and TSM is making this one hurt. You come into these rounds a little light, and they're certainly going to be punishing you, but now Kenny with the MAC-10, they're kind of screwed in this.
2-on-2, Happy trying to get a little glimpse around. Great flash there, Kenny S pops around the corner. Happy finds the head of Karrigan, and suddenly it turns very much in Envy's favour as they pick up the round. Close though, down to a 2-on-2, 11-8, Envy in the lead.
As if he got a kill with that MAC-10 as well. Yep. That's almost soul-destroying. He was doing the nice little pop flash on the side, and he actually got to use it. And now, money-wise, 11K on Kenny S. He is going to stick with the M4 as well, but 11-8, this is starting to get good here. Envy is starting to look a little more dangerous. TSM's going to start thinking, all right, guys, we need to stop this now. This is, it started off, okay, they won the pistol, no worries, we'll get the gun round. They don't get it and they lose out to Mac 10. So you got to start questioning yourself on these ones. But still, Happy. The chance of the opener there does get dupreeh nice and low, but still, TSM don't have a great deal of money as seen. So now they're going to be strapped for cash on a pistol, and this should be once again farming time for Envy with the money.
Yeah, Keo picks up the first, and once again, Apex and Kenny on long 8, challenging straight down there and pushing through, not really having too many problems. MBK picks himself up a kill. He hasn't actually had too many in this game because I think all the glory was going to A site earlier on with Apex and Kenny, but this is cleanup duty. There we go. Didn't really drop anything. Only person was slightly tagged up was Happy in Apex. So 12-8. Envious just 4 rounds from victory here. TSM, now they're going for it. Double AWP setup coming out for Device and Karrigan.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this one, seeing what they can do with those two. But on the other side of things, Kenny not going for an AWP either. They're sticking this one out. He's not going to go for that. He's not going to waste out on this one. He's going to just stick with what he's got. But then again, we know Device is phenomenal at this. We know Karrigan is fantastic as well. And it doesn't matter. Keo pins him to the wall. That's Envy opening up. TSM. What's going on? This is the TSM have literally been Fnatic, Hellraisers. These guys are okay at this map. This is not like the worst map in the world for them. But right now, Envy are actually doing really well against them.
Quick rotation from TSM. Got into position. dupreeh and Xyp9x came in support with Karrigan. They did get him cover off this attack early. dupreeh just edging his way around that grenade. Look at that. Takes Keo down to just 4 health.
Kenny
holding that angle though. Yeah, he's got the AWP from Device. He's just waiting for dupreeh to pop around. Oh, caught a glimpse of the shoulder. Draws the fire, but I don't think they're going to be expecting the AK up close and personal. Keo with just 4 health will pop out, get the surprise, and dupreeh. Apex picks up one down in the bottom there. Now just Karrigan. Actually, on B site, Happy's about to find him, but it doesn't matter. He's going to try and hold onto this AWP. I don't think he's going to let him.
Yeah, there's already someone chasing him down. I can imagine it's Apex, but Apex has to be cautious. He's a little low, and Karrigan just doing work with that USPS, but still, Keo's down to 4 HP. I get a little scared when they start going wild with the pistols these days, because apparently, you know, they're pretty darn strong. Look at that P250 he played earlier, but still. Karrigan trying to keep hold of this. Obviously, that double AWP was extraordinarily expensive. They now know Kenny's going to have the AWP on the other side, so it's going to start getting very costly for TSM.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kenny S is sitting on 14,000.
And he already has...
The round hasn't even ended with the bomb going off, yeah. And he already has the AWP, as you say. Are they going to track him down? They know he's going to be up in Sniper, but it doesn't look like they're going to find him before the round ends. So, Envy take it to 13-8. This is a very good T side for them so far. 6 rounds back-to-back on the T side. TSM yet to respond.
But this is the thing, it's in my mind. It's like, okay, when's TSM going to kick in? When are they going to arrive here? Because at the moment, I'm not seeing that on their CT side at all. But then again, it's like there was always that question mark around Envy, wasn't it? So, how good do they come in? How hot can they be? And I think we're getting a bit of an answer here. Now, let's take a look at this one. We're going to have Karrigan again with the AWP. Kenny, obviously sticking on the other side. But Keo, already working his way in towards his B site. It's not a play towards B either. The bomb's still by A, but Keo's certainly trying to get their attention. They're trying to sell this one out, but Karrigan's not going to let that slip. He knows something's up. He spots him out, but Happy's still going to find Cajun B anyway. And now this is going to get a little bit more difficult.
Apex and Kenny have been working long A all day long, it seems. And now the rotate is on, as you say, B site. Keo got in early, Happy's with him, and now the rest of the team are going to join him. So they try and set themselves up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be the CT players there. They can't commit to this. They can't completely have faith this is going to be the play, but Device is holding strong. He's trying to keep this one under wraps. Keo goes down. 2 players still on the platform, though. He's getting tagged up left, right, and center. MBK now joined by Apex. Molly is going to do enough if he just gets tickled, and he does. Apex going to pick that one up. And now look at this. Karrigan's in that awkward predicament. He's trying to watch the play. He's going to try and watch that platform push, but Kenny on the other side of things, but the bomb's not here. The bomb is still in question. Happy finding Xyp9x, may draw it back there, but you've got Happy around the backside. They've literally got them pincered in. dupreeh is in a dire situation, and Happy's going to do the damage. And Envy are looking absolutely formidable.
They're looking unstoppable on the T side right now. TSM don't really have an answer, and now they're absolutely money screwed. Just buying what they can for masses is all that they can really afford. There is still the AWP for Device, though. Gone full glass cannon, but they haven't really been able to find the kills either on this CT side. And again, it is Kenny and Apex heading towards long A. Keo and Happy probing at B. And everywhere it seems to be working for them. Keo has pushed straight through already onto B platform. Meanwhile, Device, you say, No armor on Device here. He's going to get challenged, but he finds the shot on Kenny.
Yeah, nicely done then, but a 1-for-1 exchange is going to make it hard for TSM now. They have to put out the fires on every single site, but dupree's going to find Happy. But keep your eyes on that bomb. It's still going towards A. Xyp9x now lies in wait. He gets found by Apex, who's having a monster of a game. And now 3v3. Envy have the chance towards the side, but once again, Kio's going to be able to lurk around the back, similar to what Happy did previously, and it's going to be the same predicament for TSM if they're not careful. But they might be able to start out that bomb. They might be able to get around the back, and already they're starting to consider where the hell's Kio gone.
Apex in the open on A side, Kio in the open on B side. It's a case of who will find the shot first. Cajun and dupreeh holding steady while Karrigan's the man that goes looking, but Apex is ready for him. Will find the head and collect the bomb. Now he's going to make his way around to B. It's a long rotate, 38 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
Cajun B realizes it. Yeah, Kio. Cajun B's going to go window, which is good use, but did he hear the jump? Did he hear the footsteps? I don't think he did. Cajun B's creeping around here. They will definitely have heard Apex come clumping through. He's heading into sight, but look at Cajun B holding the angle. Oh, and he doesn't land the first shot. Gets the second. And now Kio all in a 1-on-2. 15 seconds on the clock. He has to find the kills.
He's going for it now. He does get the first. That's Cajun B down, and dupree's on 5 HP. Kio on 1. One bullet could end either of these players. 5 seconds. He doesn't have time for the plant anymore. He knows that. He's just trying to wildly spray in, and dupree's just going to kick back, have a little look at that fire serpent, and say, all right, we're still keeping this one just in reach. And I mean just.
The first round for TSM on CT side. Took them 8 rounds running for them to finally get on the board. And the fact that it went down to that 1-on-1 means they still can't afford a full buy, while TSM, Envy, can just stack themselves out. Kenny back on that AWP and see how they play this one out. They've been a little fast and loose as the rounds have been progressing. That may be what's just caught them out. But Kio pushing through the smoke every single round. He's so confident right now.
They've got so much star power on Envy. When Kio performs, when Apex performs, and Kenny's on point, you have a huge team there with so much explosive kind of ability. But Karrigan trying to lurk a little closer, trying to maybe get a glimpse, but the boost is coming out. Apex is still going to open it up on towards Device. That now leaves the hole in towards A. They're going to have to try and pull people back from B. Kio then can maybe lurk around the back. Oh, he's trying to get a glimpse, but they've got to know that he's in the smoke. But look at this. Karrigan goes straight up, gets picked up by Happy, and now Envy have a huge advantage, and this should be them getting on to 15.
This 3-2 stack has been working wonderfully for Envious. 3 over to A, just keep probing all those positions, and they're just winning out in the duels. That's the main part. Cajun B does get a good spray down onto Kio there. Gets him before he drops, and finds a second onto Happy. But that Molly's going to flush him out. Keep him away from that statue. dupreeh coming around the back, gets himself a double. Just one man standing. MBK in a 1-on-3. Very difficult position for him. And hasn't been getting too many kills so far in this game. He knows that dupreeh is still just back around the side, and he's going to be aware that Xyp9x is at doors.
Need to absolutely nothing. dupreeh's going to make the challenge. He picks up 3, and just dupreeh going wandering around the back. He walked on towards them at the perfect time, able to pick them up, lock them down, and just say no. And dupreeh is the hyper carry right now. He's on 27 kills. On the other side of things, you flip the coin. Envy have 3 players who are doing pretty darn well for themselves. Apex, Happy, and Kenny. Bearing in mind the aggression Kio's had as well, 15 to 15. He's just been going in, maybe getting a 1-for-1 exchange, but he's doing perfectly for a side on the T side to make the CTs always have to be slightly weaker.
Kio for the first time hasn't pushed on through that smoke. He's delayed things, which tells me that's obviously setting something up over at A side. Device is holding the angle. He's been a bit more deeper this time, waiting for Apex and Kenny, who push this around every single round. So he's fully aware that they are coming. The question is, can they get the flash out? Can they shoulder peek it? Oh, the flick shot misses from Device, and that takes him down to 48 health. He's going to have to back away. Kio, meanwhile, was taking over down at B.
Yeah, dupreeh gone. There goes the hyper carry. Let's see what's going to be found here by Envy. Bomb still not committed fully. Cajun B goes for the challenge towards Happy. Device still present. They can still hold this A site. They can still do this. The 3 players from TSM, though, down to the bare bones of the utility. Couple of flashes, 1 molly. Maybe able to do something with it, but Xyp9x doesn't need it. He's going to find Apex. And look at the T side. They're so low now. Kenny sitting pretty with the AWP, but MBK and Happy both under 15 HP here. 30 seconds. They need to make a move. Karrigan holding on. Kenny gets found. Xyp9x doing absolute work for TSM here. Now just MBK and Happy have to make the play. Karrigan's going to find Happy. It's down to MBK on his own. His position's known. They're going to spray for it. And Xyp9x, big round comes in for him. You know, Device wasn't able to deliver on long, as we've seen, but Xyp9x played it perfectly when needed. The
problem is that Envy had such a great lead early on. They built up such a bank that now the round loss is kicking in. They've still got lots of money, so still able to just buy everything right back in there. But TSM definitely has slowed things down here. Picked up the last 3 rounds running. Starting to get a little feel of what Envy, this new look Envy, is all about. Which obviously, you know, that's the tricky part for TSM. They've come into this game very much on new ground, playing a new Envy. Seeing if there's anything new that Happy, the in-game leader for Envy, had in his bag of tricks with his new kennyS and Apex feel. So far, they have been hitting A-Long every round, and they're doing it again on Device.
Well, didn't work out before. Last time it was Xyp9x who held it pretty well. Checking close, no one there. Already Device is backed up. They're starting to play a lot deeper on the sites. They're allowing the T-side to get more map control and then just stopping them at the very last point possible. But it's a dangerous game to play. But Apex so low, he's been a massive factor in towards opening up these sites. Happy trying to get any sort of connection towards drop, not going to get it. 47 seconds, they need to make the play soon, otherwise they're going to start running out of time.
MBK flashed up, he was about to push through. Here goes Keo, Apex is with him, they're going to be moving up the ramp there. Xyp9x is in trouble, he's getting shot from every angle. Keo's the man that will find the initial kill. KasianB round the back there. Device was on site, he was dropped. KasianB gets himself a double. Can he get a triple? No, MBK on site will manage to get it. He had the bomb, so Plant coming in. dupreeh comes around the side, gets himself one. Spray transfer, not enough. Happy will take him down. Karrigan dropped by a second. And finally, Envy put themselves onto match point. 15-11. TSM up against it. They should be able to afford everything here. So it will be rifles on rifles, although say that, kennyS starts to hurt for Cash. Go on, Tech 9.
Look at TSM, they're not that well off here. They're actually pretty poor, if I'm honest. I think they're going to be on...
They're on pistols.
Yeah, they don't have much to do. Karrigan, he can do a little bit of work. Sure, he's got the M4, but outside of that, a little bit of armor. KasianB doesn't even have armor at the moment. He's just got the Deagle, and Envy really making an impression this tournament already. Kenny going to find Device. The battle once again won out on long. Karrigan at least does find Keo, so not going to make it too easy. And they can get another gun, but he gets caught out on platform. But I think the gun got dropped, so at least KasianB can recover that.
Yeah, he went for the Tech 9 through the M4 to KasianB, but Sandy was taken down in the process. So good cover from Envious that mentioned to get the spray down. It's Happy that was covering off. He's edging towards KasianB just below him. Happy directly above as they squeak their way through. The rest of the team starting to rotate. Happy does manage to find him. That's going to open up the side. dupreeh round the side, trying with a Deagle, not going to work out. Happy gets himself a triple, and now the site is all theirs. It's all on Xyp9x with just a pistol and a prayer to try and stop them. Gets Happy down, but is that all?
Oh, Barry One Device decided the game's over. He was right to be doing so, but Envious, what an impression into their first offline event in this form. These guys have come out, they've looked good. Kenny, the player you can see there, a well-named figure, having a great game. Apex as well, also doing well. Everyone questions, can these guys perform? Can they find their footing? Can they start playing confidently? So far, the answer is a resounding yes.
Yeah, definitely looking very strong. Their T-side, you know, we were questioning because we were saying TSM, they got a strong CT side. What will they bring? Very strong opening from Envious, taking down TSM, the new look. Envious, and honestly, Apex and kennyS looked on fire in that matchup. Yes, it was only one game. We'll see how it progresses through the tournament, but things are looking strong to start with. Is it just going to be the romance that you get in a very
the honeymoon period?
The honeymoon period, you know, to starting things off strong. Will it carry through this tournament? We'll obviously find out because there's plenty of matches to go. But TSM, they lose themselves a life here. Remember, it's all about lives. It's not just a straight double a limb knockout. This is completely different. This has come from the mind of Carmack, and it's now transferred here to the Intel Extreme Masters. And Envious hold on. 4 lives, 3 lives for TSM. Let's get over to Joba and the guys.
Thank you very much. Exciting first game, in my opinion. We have a lot to talk about, I'm sure. We also have a lot to get through, right? We've got to figure out who's playing in match number 2, what map they'll be playing on. Before we say anything, I want to remind everyone at home, you should be able to start voting on the next map to be played. Now, again, there will be 8 envelopes we'll just randomly select one of your tweet/votes, put them into those envelopes, and then the winning team will go up, select one of those envelopes, and that will just be the map that's played. So you basically influence the likelihood of that map being played. That should be pretty fun to watch. We'll get to that in a little bit. But really quick, just first impressions of Envious more than anything, right? We said coming in, not sure how they're going to perform, but here they are.
Yeah, I mean, for a team as fresh as them, this is a very important kind of win that's going to really put their self-confidence up there. Seeing that they're actually making progress and things are working for them, and very important. At the same time, quite the opposite for TSM, to be honest with you, what happened last weekend as well.
Yeah, definitely not a slow start at all. Like we were talking about, usually they tend to start a bit slow. Their two new players, performed way above maybe what you'd expect. I mean, you step into a new team, it can be hard to find your right role. They seem to play super well. They still obviously have retained the ability to play really well with pistols. We saw like all the Envious eco rounds were still very powerful. So a lot of really good signs. This is very exciting. This is, I think, almost the best case scenario. We really want a strong Envy team.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we saw Apex really, he was playing phenomenally.
I mean, you said it, right? One way or the other.
Exactly. And now we saw the good side of Apex. Almost 30 frags in his first match, official match with Envy. I mean, if you're an Envy fan, you're going to be really excited. But at the same time, that's the problem with Apex is how can he really do that consistently? He's not been able to before. Let's see how he does in Envy.
Right. Hopefully we'll find out for those fans of Envy the positive side of that this week. But we'll see. Maybe they'll have a little bit of Rocky Road, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. So TSM now down to 3 lives. It's going to start blinking when it's 2 lives. The hearts just start blinking as we go down to 2-1. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the map vote is wrapping up. Just a couple of seconds left, so go over to esl.gg/IEM. Vote for your last chance to see which map will play on match number 2. Will it be Cobble again? Maybe we'll see some other fan favorites. You guys get to vote. And as the vote closes now-ish, I don't actually have the buzzer myself, but as it closes, we're going to jump over to the stage with the winners, of course, Envious and OJ, to see which map we'll see for game number 2, and also which 2 teams will play.
Interested in something specific?
So here we're on the stage. First off, you called it, you said TSM didn't know that map. A fantastic win.
Yeah, I mean, I know beforehand that TSM was not that great on Cobblestone, so we just play on their weaknesses.
I
like pretty obvious, and we almost got a flawless T round, T side, even if we made a lot of mistakes on CD. So yeah, not a lot to talk about.
And this new lineup for you, it looks strong.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was like a great for me to call because everyone was like really listening and just doing what I said, and it really went smoothly. And as an in-game leader, it really is a really great feeling when your player are just 100% in the game and just focused on what you're saying and executing what you're saying.
Well, fantastic. Well, you're about to, if you come this way and just look at the team members over there, we've done the map vote. It's come from the community. I can tell you the map that's been chosen is Dust 2, okay? So if you look at the 4 teams there, who of these teams, which 2 of the teams, is going to play on Dust 2? Who are you going to choose first?
Mousesports.
Mousesports. Mousesports is first. Why are you choosing them? Hometown team?
I like Gobi.
Okay, so Mousesports, and who are Mousesports going to play?
They're going to play Renegades.
Mousesports versus Renegades. Germany versus Australia. So there we go. The teams are chosen, and we'll find out and see that game after this break.
How can I help?
Life is a trial. Kola the judge, and Coden the jury.
Talk to you later.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters here at Gamescom 2015. We've already gone through one map, which means one team is now left with only 3 lives, and that team is TSM. And to celebrate that moment, we, of course, have a player from Envy joining us here on the desk. Welcome, Happy. Obviously, you've got to feel pretty good about that win. We talked briefly with you on the stage, but how does it feel to start off knowing that you've taken a life off of TSM already?
It's a huge confidence boost because when you lose a game so early in the tournament, usually you are in big trouble. So, and TSM is obviously like a top contender here, so it's pretty great for us.
Yeah, now let's talk about that match a little bit before we go on to the next matchup. Overall, I mean, you guys were discussing, before we got into the match, are we going to see a little bit more fast-paced games here from both teams? Natu and Anders, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you want to ask Happy anything about that and how that played out?
I mean, yeah, it seemed to me like actually both teams were playing a lot faster on the terrorist side. I remember at ESWC in Montreal, obviously you guys were basically rushing for 15 rounds, which is kind of funny. But I still thought actually because it worked so well in Montreal, I thought maybe some teams are going to think, okay, maybe we should play a little bit faster on T-side Cobblestone. And I mean, it seemed to work pretty well for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, we have a philosophy, Envious usually, and myself as in-game leader to like play fast and, you know, finish a round in like 30 seconds sometimes. But in this game, we didn't really play that fast on T-side. I mean, Q and us and me, we just playing on B and just trying to like, with tricks, to get some kills, some easy kills. And we managed to like, really got a lot of kills, just the 2 of us. So it will free up the A side and open it up for the rest of the team to just go in and play advantageous situation.
I noticed already in the 4th round, you were picking up the AWP and Kenny didn't have one, and I saw JW was already tweeting saying, wow, I'd already Happy's taken over this role. How does that work within the team? Because obviously you've been AWPing in the past on Envy, even when you had Shocks there to do it as well. So yeah, how does that work out? How does the role split with the AWPing?
Well, there is specific round. I mean, for this one, I just had more money and I needed an AWP in B because they were doing like the always smoke and just try to push up. But usually I'm just the second main AWPer and Kenny is the first, so not a lot of program.
Right on. So a little bit more situational. Now let's talk about the map as a whole. And then going into this, Natu and Anders were discussing how Cobble's still a little bit of an interesting map. Nothing seems to be completely figured out yet. And of course, when you guys were on CT side, we had a neat little trick by you guys, Busi, on that statue. But Natu and Anders, you guys were saying, that's great if it works out. But how good is it if it doesn't? Happy, what are your thoughts?
I never played B side, so I'm still learning. I think I made a lot of mistakes as silly. And yeah, Q told me about this boost, and I think it's pretty good to counter people coming alone through the smoke, because it's just one-on-one and you have pretty good advantage boosted out. But yeah, it's not my favorite tricks. This time it didn't work out, so...
I mean, I was just wondering if there was like a plan B. It's obviously if you hit a headshot on the first guy coming in for the smoke, then that's great, but if you don't, then you're sort of stuck behind the statue, and then you need like a plan B to get away from. It seemed like you guys didn't have that, so it kind of...
Plan B is just to kill people.
All right,
how it works.
I see.
How did that first half feel from your point of view? For me, it felt like, you know, because it came down to so many close rounds, in the end it felt like you should have been up something like 10-5 instead of getting down. How did it seem from your point of view?
As I said in pre-game, we didn't play the map like at all, like maybe one time or two. And I just said at the beginning of the match to the team, okay, let's just grind out a CD. This map is T-sided. I know I can win a lot of rounds as T. So let's just play our game and try to not make any mistakes. Of course we did at CD, but I think we did a pretty good TL, even if they had like a comeback or whatever. But globally it just went as I expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely outdrilled, and then, like you said, on T-side, you guys definitely pushed through, secured that win pretty easily. Now to overall, I mean, how did you view that game? And obviously we have Happy here, so maybe we're going to get some PC answers from you. But overall, with the Envious lineup coming in that first game, how do you feel about their lineup? And do you have anything you want to ask them about how that's working out, the chemistry between those guys?
No, but from my point of view, like I said, right after the match, I think, you know, they're going to need Apex to really play these good matches. And my problem with the lineup is just him, if he's able to actually consistently do this kind of effort matches where he's because he has consistency issues. I think everyone would agree that has watched any Counter-Strike ever that he's a very inconsistent player. So, like, have you guys actually talked about this kind of thing? Like, does he acknowledge himself that he's a really up and down player?
No, I don't think he acknowledged that at all. But I told him when they came to the team, I told them that when they were in Titan, they showed good stuff, but the main issue was their inconsistency.
Yeah.
And I told them also that I will not rely on individual performance like Kenny has had way back in time, but they just need to have like the minimum level, and it's not like only skill and headshots. It's like comms, focus and stuff. It's everything, and for now they are showing that they can really be on top.
Yeah, definitely a good start for you guys here at the Intel Extreme Masters. For all of you guys at home, if you missed the game at all, then go over to Plays.tv over to catch the highlights and the defining moments of that game, and throughout the whole week, all of the highlights you want to see from our CSGO tournament here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Now, let's move on. Happy you did have that choice on stage on, well, you kind of had the choice on what map gets played, but then you had the choice on which two teams played. Now, we found out it was going to be Dust 2. Immediately, you're like, all right, I want Mousesports to play, and then you thought a little bit of our opponent. What was your thought of process here? I mean,
I didn't know that we've been told the map beforehand, so when I heard about Dust 2, I wanted Moose obviously on every map because I think they are the third best contender here, and I wanted to play them CRG, but when I heard it was Dust 2, I think CRG are not that great on Dust 2, and I think Renegades actually have a better shot at playing Mousesports on the Dust 2.
I see. So you're trying to set something up here for Mousesports to have a tougher time.
Yeah.
Because you think they're going to be the up-and-coming rival in this tournament. I like it. I'm already seeing this play out. I like it. Natu, what are your thoughts on the matchup? Is there anything you want to ask about Happy? You know, because we were talking, of course, about Mousesports on Dust 2 and how that could work out really well for them.
I mean, well, when it comes to Mousesports and Dust 2, we've seen it's a map that has really fast rotations, has the possibility of doing a lot of fakes, and you can do so many things. And on top of that, we've had Nex going on God mode on Dust 2 recently as well. So I think definitely when you have Dust 2 and you have these choice of teams, I think Mousesports is a given. For me, choosing their opponent would have been actually really hard out of the teams that I have the option to choose from. I think Renegades is an interesting choice just because we don't really get to see them play that much to begin with.
Right.
It's a team, I feel like they have a lot of potential as a team, a lot of individual skill for sure. I think what they really need is to have more time playing against European teams and, NA teams as well, to just basically have the possibility to meet teams to see how other teams, how their gameplay really match ups against different teams. So for me, it's a bit of an unknown right now. I don't really know how I feel these two teams going against each other.
Anders, what about you? Mousesports going up against Renegades, of course. That seems to be the talking point now.
Yeah, I think it's smart to try and make Mousesports lose lives early on. I think they're a really strong contender. I actually really want to ask Cap. I mean, I think first of all, it's going to be an interesting match. I think Mousesports are definitely favorites, but certainly Renegades are a very strong team, and they have some pretty tremendous individual skill as well. So I actually expect it to be a really close game, especially on Dust 2. But how scared are you of Mousesports right now? I mean, Goppy seems to be able to outstrand a lot of teams, even top teams. So you think there's a chance that it could be Mousesports making it to the end with a lot of lives?
I definitely think Goppy is a great addition to Mousesports because they have been struggling for years now, I think. Yeah. But I don't know, they seem inconsistent as well sometimes. They lost to HR, which is really a big surprise to me. And yeah, they are maybe favorites here, but I really want to see them play consistently good and see them not playing good people consistently as well. So this event is a great test for them.
I'm wondering, does that mean automatically that SK is playing CLG now?
No. So interesting point that you bring up. So neither of the next two teams can play in Game 3, but we could very well see one of Envy or TSM playing the other two teams, right? So how it works is we have two very specific side rules. Just in case, you guys need to follow very closely. This is very important. Two side rules. The one that's most priority is in every match, one of the teams has to have the lowest common denominator in terms of matches played. So for instance, in this one, right, you two played, there were 4 teams with 0 matches, it didn't matter. But next one, there will still be 2 teams with 0 matches played. So one of them has to play, but not both.
Okay,
so we could very well see whoever wins. Maybe Mousesports wins and they're like, we saw what she did. We want Envy to have a hard time. We want them to play against one of these teams. At the same time, maybe they think the matchup is favored for certain teams. So
yeah, I would definitely choose TSM because they've already lost 1 life. So you know, have the potential that they only have 2 left after the day.
I absolutely wouldn't. If whoever wins this match, I would put CLG and SK against each other.
Oh, just play it out.
No, because I would be 100% sure that whoever wins that match will pick Envy and TSM to play again. Because then the 2 best teams just keep facing each other. I'd absolutely do that all day.
How do you feel about that, if it plays out that way?
You shouldn't have told them.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I mean, it's out there. Now, let's assume, though, I mean, that could very well play out, right? Maybe your first 4 matches in this tournament are all up against TSM. It could happen. Do you think you could also be the ones to then take out all the lives from TSM?
That will mean we will play only TSM on 4 maps?
Right, on the first maps? 4, yeah.
I don't know, it's strange, to be honest. I don't know. I really don't know.
You could play Cobblestone 4 times against TSM.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we could see that, right? That's kind of the fun. In some ways, I mean, it can really be the spin-off here for this tournament is we don't know what matchups we're going to see. We could see the repeats. We could see all different maps. Same maps could play out, like you just said, Anders. Should be fun. But let's talk a little bit about, I mean, TSM, we talked very briefly about your matchup and how you played Cobble against them. But overall, how do you feel about TSM right now as a whole, right? They're a huge talking point in the whole community and, of course, the professional scene. A lot of people are saying they're rising up to be maybe competing for that best spot in the world. What is your assessment of TSM?
They definitely were contesting for the top spot, but they had a big failure at Acer Story Cup. I don't know exactly his name. And it was really strange as well. Like, no one expected that because everyone was seeing them at top 2 in the world. So, I don't know, maybe there's still some inconsistency left in TSM playbook. And that's what made them famous at some point. They were choking, right? And who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they've had to take some time off as well this summer with school commitments and things like that. So there's been periods of time when they've not been able to play as much as the other teams, perhaps. So maybe, I don't know, it could be a combination of things where they're trying to figure some things out, try to regenerate some tactics and things like how they want to play and how they want to do things, and the fact that they haven't been able to play as much as some of the other teams.
Right. Just to interrupt real quick, I forgot a part of the rules. Silly me, but you can, in at least the beginning stages, right? You can only play 1 map per day, like overall. So you won't play TSM Cobble every time. We're sorry. We raised your hopes on that one and we just crushed it right away. Well, like, it could happen. Actually, no, it can't. So you'll have to be prepared on the other maps for sure. But you know, keeping it a little bit diverse. Of course, we could see we could set that play out for other matchups at the same time. But again,
it's a good rule, though. I mean,
yeah, because then, I mean, at that point, if the fan bases really come out in power, we could see some very skewed matches for certain teams, right?
Actually, that does remind me, if people are voting out there and they want you guys to win, which map should they be voting for?
I want to say Inferno, but yeah, just say Inferno.
All right. So if you're an Envy fan out there, Inferno is a good one to spam Twitter with.
Yeah, keep that in mind. If everyone follows Anders' strategy, maybe we'll see that for match number 4, and you'll have to vote for Inferno.
What's your just curious here? What's your mindset coming in here? Like, how do you see this tournament yourself?
Myself, just as a test for Cologne, for the major, because the field is like really deep. Like you have TSM, really good team. Mousesports is like mid-tier team. And Renegade, CLG, we don't really know what kind of levels they can bring on. So it's really good because you have a diversity of teams and you play against any type of matchup. So preparation.
Yeah. Of course, on that note, I mean, CLG also just getting through those qualifiers to secure that spot at ESL1 Cologne, and they're here. So, you know, maybe a little bit of travel tiredness for them, but at the same time, they're going to be here to prove themselves. I mean, I think that's how a lot of people are viewing this, even at home, is how does this match up kind of as a preview teaser going into that majors in Cologne when we return here in a couple of weeks. But for now, on stage, we have OJ getting ready for match number 2. It's going to be between Renegades and Mousesports.
It is indeed. I wanted to get a few thoughts of a couple of the other players as well. First off, Dupree of TSM. Talk me through the match. It was a tough one for you.
I don't know. It was not really the start that we wanted to get here. We played pretty, we got off to a really good start, I think, and we got 7 rounds as terrorists. It was more than enough for us. And then as CT, we just crumbled. We figured out way too late what to do, and we didn't adapt to their playstyle, and then they just outplayed us, simple like that. So kudos to them.
They came at you with some really ballsy plays.
One more time?
They came at you with they were really aggressive.
Yeah, they were. They didn't really do anything super duper insanely tactic-wise, but it was just, they just worked out together, and they got the entry kills a lot of the times, and they just out-rotated us, and then we just didn't adapt, and that's why we lost.
Well, you said it's not the greatest way to start a tournament, whatever the tournament, whether it's a fun tournament like this or a round robin. What do you do when you've had a loss? How do you regroup?
Well, we were talking together. People had to get out with some frustrations as well. But we talked through what was going on, what we had to, because we might play Cobblestone again tomorrow, so we had to figure out what we're going to do better next time. Then, we've tried it a lot before, losing one game. We just have to ignore it, work on the mistakes and then just keep going.
And how much do you have one eye on the next big major, which is in Cologne in a few weeks' time? How much does everything you do here affect what happens there?
Well, obviously this tournament is for us, it means a lot in terms of we want to get a good confidence. We just had a really bad tournament at the Ace Predator Masters, so we want to kind of redeem ourselves. So it's all about confidence for us, and actually we're showing that it was just a really poor performance. So yeah, we just want to bounce back.
And just a word on Gamescom, which is where we are. It's so loud here.
Yeah, it is really loud here, but the setup here is really great. It's really, it's probably the best setup I've played at in a long time. So that's good work.
Dupree, thank you very much. Now, somebody who's had a very easy time of it so far, Casper from SK Gaming. You've just been sitting around, drinking Walker, having a good time.
Yeah, well, basically we came in pretty late. We knew that we weren't going to be picked for this next matchup. Since TSM and Envious are seen as the 2 best teams in the tournament, Mousesports probably as the 3rd. So we knew that Mousesports was going to be instant picked, and then it was going to be Renegades or CLG. So we felt kind of safe for the first 2 matches, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the next game is going to bring for us.
You were talking about the rankings of the other teams. Do you like being the underdog?
Well, I mean, if we were our full lineup, I'm sure that some of the teams would maybe fear us on some maps, even though we would still be the underdog in the entire tournament. And now we brought in a stand-in since one of our players is on vacation or holidays. And I mean, yeah, I like it. I mean, we don't mind it. We can just play our game. We're going to play very loose. We're going to do defaults, random strategies, and our opponents should be ready for everything.
And what is it like not knowing when you're going to play, not knowing what map you're going to play, and not knowing who you're going to play?
It's very interesting, to say the least, because you don't know when you have to be ready, when you have to be in that mental state of now we have to crush the opponent. Not only that, you don't know who you're going to play and what map you're going to play on. And a lot of things, like how the match is, what outcome it's going to have, depends on who you play and what map you're going to play. So, I mean, you just have to be prepared for everything. I think that's the best answer.
Well, that's it. Because this is so different to other tournaments where you know who you play and you can plan things ahead, does it maybe fall to a team like yours who know how to think on the fly?
Well, I don't know. We had 2 days of practice with our stand-in, and our strategy was to play every map once or twice. So for us, it doesn't really matter what map we're going to play. Neither does the opponent. We just have to try and be on point individually, be a bit lucky, and maybe it will turn out great for us. Who knows?
And how this tournament plays out is down to the teams themselves, because obviously the winner chooses the next 2 teams to play. You might not tell me this. Do you have any alliances here with the other teams?
Maybe you have 1 alliance, maybe you have 2. You never know. That's all I can say.
Well, Casper, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Let's go back to Chobra to get ready for this next matchup.
All I know is you just have to be born ready. You can't sit there and be like, well, you don't know when you need to get ready to play the next match and beat your opponents. If you're just born ready, then you're ready for every matchup, anytime. That would be my strategy coming in, but obviously I'm not on the stage, so what do I know, right?
Yeah.
Coming into this one. But some interesting talking points from the teams. I mean, of course, kind of hinting maybe we have some alliances, maybe not. I mean, you had a nice little giggle about that. What's going through your head there, Anders?
I don't know. I'm trying to get, there's like a whole Game of Thrones thing going on here. It's just who's got the right alliance with the right people. There's no weddings here, so I don't know if everyone's going to get killed, but certainly there is. There's room for something.
There definitely is. Yeah, and I'm hoping by the time we get to like 4 teams, at some point you're gonna have to start breaking those alliances, right? Because you want to be the winning team. Maybe you set each other up a little bit. We'll see maybe some repeat matches, because once you go to 4 teams, you could have back-to-back matches, depending, or 3 teams even.
Here's the scary part. What if you make an alliance with someone and you say, okay, you pick this team for us, and then we'll pick this team for you? So then the first part of the alliance goes through. When it comes to the second part, you just say, well, actually, no, you're going to be playing this other team instead.
Yeah, it's that double standards.
It could happen. You could also lose that match and not have the power to continue the alliance.
I would absolutely do that, by the way. I would have my fingers crossed, and I'd be like, yeah, we're doing it. Let's do it. And then that would be hilarious.
Well, aren't we glad that you're there on stage?
Yeah, it's taking part, buddy.
I
think it's better to you.
Yeah, glad we don't have that kind of system here on the panel, like who gets to stay on the desk and who has to leave every rotation. Just keeps me on the desk the whole time without choice. And
that's for next IEM. You get to vote the panelists off on Twitter slowly.
Well, at the same time, it's not too bad, right? You get to go eat at a leisurely time if you're not on the desk, if you're not always on the desk. There's definitely a double standard there, too. Sometimes you want to stay, but at the same time, some time off is not so bad during these long events. As OG was saying, here at Gamescom, I'm starting to get affected by it, too. It's really loud.
Oh, yeah.
It's very loud.
It's hard for the players as well. This is a good thing to point out, actually. For the players, having years of experience myself going to this kind of exhibitions like this, where it's just loud everywhere, and this kind of sound level just eats energy from your body. So
that's true.
Pro tip to teams: please go outside, enjoy the sun, do something else for a while when you're not playing. That will really going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, actually,
that's a legit tip.
That was actually a tip I got from Red Eye with the first time I was here. He said, don't talk inside, because you'll kill your voice after a while, because you don't realize you're doing it, but you're talking at the top of your throat everywhere. So go outside and talk.
Yeah, it's nice that we at least have these headsets for now. But yeah, when we're not on screen, we do end up shouting at each other, and then we have to like listen to backstage what production's saying to us, and it gets all a little crazy. So yeah, that's actually a good tip, both for commentators and of course players. I didn't really think about that, but ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 is about to start. Don't forget, tell us who you think is going to win, who's going to lose their life next year. Match number 2 between Mousesports and Renegades. It is on Dust2. That's hashtag IEM on Twitter. Of course, you can go over to Facebook and our YouTube channel to catch highlights, VODs, and also just discussion on those matches. But it looks like we'll be loading up the knife round here in a little bit. So we talked briefly, but let's just lay it out on the line. Yeah, as we see the knife round playing out. Who do you guys think? Do you think Mousesports is going to pull through here?
I think more likely than not, to be honest with you. I have more evidence to go behind Mousesports than I do Renegades, to be honest with you. Still, Renegades, we've seen them do upsets here and there. Like they beat our NIP on Train at the GP event, for example, and a bunch of other teams. I think they went 1-on-1 against Fnatic as well, things like that. So there's obviously a lot of potential in this team, but it's just a matter of consistently playing against the top tier, like the really high-level teams, is very important. And they haven't really had the opportunity to play consistently against this type of teams. So I think that's one thing where I would hope that they get the opportunity to either move to NA or Europe and consistently practice and play against teams, or have like extensive boot camps where they get to play against the top tier teams. So it's a bit of a question mark. And Mousesports, we've seen a sign of improvement. They've been really good. Yeah. And they just only keep improving all the time, so I think they're a very dangerous team to play.
All right. Well, they did eventually win that knife round. Renegades almost clutched it with a 1v3, but Mousesports does win the knife round. They get the selection as we go into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Mousesports versus Renegades on Dust2, selected by Happy from Envy.
Thank you very much, Chobra and the guys. And great to hear a lot of words from Happy as well.
Yeah, a lot of questions answered, a lot of the community maybe getting a little bit of an idea of where they're currently at, and it's always good to kind of catch up with them as well.
Yeah, this was the time we really wanted to talk to him. Obviously, a lot of the guys from Envy, a lot of people focus on them, and they started off very well, but now we're on to the next game. As they just pointed out, Mousesports versus Renegades. Just saw Mousesports, very long knife round actually.
Chris J, not letting that one, he's just keeping hold of that one.
But, we're at the Intel Extreme Masters, we're in Gamescom, we're in Germany, we've got a German team, and we're on Dust2.
But no, right, okay, the thing is, I think people forget that Renegades used to love Dust 2. When they first came to the majors, when we all did the chat, when we sat down, like, okay, talk to me about your comfort maps. If you could ideally play your maps, what would your picks be? And they're like, okay, Cache, or Cache, as Sponge did call it, or Diggity, I don't know, it could be anywhere. But the second map they always would go to was Dust 2. Now, they barely got a chance to play at an international level because most teams would just get rid of Dust 2 because it was always a bit dangerous. But I think Renegades, they're not in a bad position here. I actually think they could cause a little danger. Now, I've not seen them in a while on Dust 2 personally. Whereas Mouse, you can look at and go, all right, these guys are pretty hot on this one. But I still think Renegades actually don't have a bad map to do something on here.
They're just restarting the server, so they'll be back in a second. But yeah, like you say, I mean, that guy on your screen there, Chris J, is definitely going to be a challenge for them. Now, Yam, of course, the new man that joined Renegades, alongside Havoc there with the beautiful beard, are going to be the guys that will be looking to challenge him. They kind of switch it up between the AWP. As far as I recall, Yam is still the main AWPer, but Havoc does tend to pick it up quite a lot. I had a good chat with these guys when I was in Malaysia, of course, when they were going for the ESL 1 offline qualifiers. And as you mentioned, their current home maps is actually Inferno and Cache, or Cache, as they call it, over in the Australia. I was about to call it something else there, but I want to be politically correct.
See, the thing is that their Inferno game before is okay, but then it never compared to the European ability of it. You look at any good team on him, you classically say on Inferno, they would eclipse someone like Renegades. You saw a couple of upsets. I think it was actually Dignitas back in the day that they picked up a really good game against, but then it just kind of decided to tumble away. And they don't have they previously didn't have that depth. Now they've been playing a lot together. They're starting to get some really good results here and there, and everyone always has that little glimmer of hope towards Renegades. There is that team that can do well. So I don't write them out in these tournaments, especially on this map. I'd say out of all of them, I don't think this is a bad choice. I think maybe something like Inferno would have worked, but then again, do you want the mind of God be against you on a map like that?
Yeah,
probably not.
I definitely count them as underdogs. There's no doubt about it.
Oh God, yeah.
They're coming into this one.
There's no need to say it. Almost.
Everybody saw Nex performing out of his mind on B site back at, it was Face It, wasn't it? It was at back in DreamHack. And of course, you got Chris J, the Factor, and of course, Mousesports. Dust 2 is, I assume, still a home map. It used to be. I don't know, actually, since this lineup has changed quite a lot. But it's effectively still, I would say, it's not an all-German lineup. There is a couple of nationalities in there now, but effectively, they all can speak German, and I'm actually not too sure what comms they speak.
German.
Actually. It is all German, isn't it?
Well, not the only reason, but he wanted to be able to call it German.
Despite the fact, obviously, Chris J is in there, he's Dutch, but
Chris J
Dutch to German very easy,
to be fair. But yeah, for me, the one factor about Chris J as well was it wasn't just everyone kind of classed him as that very classic AWPer, or not even classic, but it was quite flashy AWPer. He has obviously the scout, but actually his rifle game was really good on Dust as well, and that kind of impressed me. Alongside, of course, Nex, who just went on a tear. So it's like you have this really strong combination with them, but. Again, to me, Mouse has a really nice balance currently of players. You've got Nex, who's like this kind of can go off on a tear, superstar player that can just really achieve some phenomenal things as an individual. You have Chris J, another kind of big hitter with the AWP, he has that presence there. And you have Godby as well, this beautiful mind behind it all. That's an actually really nicely balanced team. You look at Renegades, they don't have something too dissimilar. They have great in-game leading as well. They have very good talent behind them. And I just want to see how well they now do in these sort of events.
Yeah, and they're one of the teams that have improved steadily but surely. They started out back in May when the lineup formed. Obviously the 3 members from Penta came across to Mousesports, and since then their results have been getting stronger and stronger since the beginning of the Pro League. Meanwhile, of course, you do see Chris J ready to go there along with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and to be completely honest with you, I'm not surprised that they're trying to get rid of Mousesports at the moment. The likes of TSM and Envy both kind of targets them a little bit. TSM actually have a very shaky record against them recently, but let's turn our attention to the game because we are live into this one. Spitty and Chris J going for that early cat control, pushing down towards short, but on the other side of things, a T side looking towards long, and Godby waiting back towards site.
You see them set up 4 people in around long. Havoc is Azza, I forgot. I can't remember he is his actual name that they refer to him of. Azza Azza, you got to get your little Australian twang in there when you say it as well. Instead
Really?
of AZR. That is actually what that's like. And I asked him, like, how do I really pronounce your name? You've got a lot of initials going on here. But here we go. It's going to be a push straight to God B. That's a great flash coming out from God B, but Spiddy's only managed to get one down. Sponge with a grenade, finding the mark on God B. And now Spiddy tucked in the corner. They know exactly where he is. He's pinned off, but he's managed to get himself another headshot. That's a triple so far. Spiddy doing great work. Next comes around the side, and this should be cleanup duty. It is. Mouse will take themselves a great pistol round. Spiddy in the corner. They knew he was there, but he still managed to get himself a double headshot, followed by the one from Long.
Yeah, Spiddy's play then was something that you're not going to be able to repeat all that often. Well, you shouldn't be able to, but currently the pistol form these teams are coming into is really quite darn good. You look at the last game, we saw Envy with those P250s. We saw, I think it was Dupree as well, going on a bit of a mission with his pistol as well. It's, you know, it's just really nice to watch. But yeah, like the play from Spiddy. I love the way that more often than not we see Mousesports doing the short control. They love playing alongside that as well. I used to love when they did the double stack. They used to boost Chris J up so he could kind of peek down in towards those lower B tunnels. And they always like the way Mouse like to keep some control of the map, and they'll actually go a little aggressive for it as well.
You can see, obviously, we're just waiting for God B to get back in there and restarted his client. Dennis already going for an M4, though, in round 2. It's aggressive stuff early on. We'll see whether SMGs get folded up, see what Renegades go with. They're on your screens right now. Set up here. We are in Gamescom. It is in Hall 8. Not Hall 9, as I walked into the wrong one earlier on.
Well, that's where it kind of used to be.
We do also have ESL stages in there, so it did confuse me a little bit. We are in Hall 8 down the end there. If you are coming to the venue over the next 4 days, it is press day today, so I believe it opens up to the public at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so.
Onwards, so obviously it will start to fill out then, but then the next couple of days will be completely full. And well, the Zen from Chris J apparently is helping. Like you say, you know, Chobra complaining about the noise earlier on. This is the quiet day. This is nice, relaxing.
Gamescom is something unto itself. You don't get events that sound like this, you know, it's ridiculously loud.
Even Natu said, it's like, I've been here before, but I've never realized actually how big Gamescom is.
Because normally when you're a player or a caster, you are contained to where you are, right? You're sat in your little booth, or, you know, you go to the player area, the warm-up area, you maybe, you know, take a step outside. But you forget there's probably like 15 halls of this, just kind of like
monster halls as well.
Just rinse and repeat of the same thing with just a lot of people in there. So it's extraordinarily busy. It is very loud. But then again, you know, it's not the first time these guys will be experiencing this. Renegades themselves have been to a Gamescom before.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if Mouse have.
Back at ESL 1 Cologne, you're thinking, aren't you? Mouse were there. I'm pretty sure Mouse were there.
Obviously not in the same sort of bomb, but... And also
Mouse,
Meisterschaft as well.
Mouse also have to actually play in the Meisterschaft on Sunday as well. So they'll be veterans by the time they get there. They're in 2 tournaments at Gamescom this weekend. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. This is the one that counts. This is the $90,000 up for grabs, $45,000 to the winner. And it's all about knocking the lives off your opponents. TSM already 1 life down. You see the admins having a good old chat with God B. I don't know what's going on there. They're sorting themselves out. So I didn't actually catch
a couple of technical
lot of the communications, what players were talking about. So
game tabbed out.
Game tabbed out.
Yeah.
That's oh right. So when he was on platform. Oh, I wonder if we're going to get a rematch, re-round then.
No.
Oh, somewhere mid-round. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just tabbed out for him. So admins are looking for.
Greetings.
You're staying at the inn? That might bear some investigation.
Graham looks perplexed. But
referee shirt that he's got on there. At least they get them shirts now. I bet he's got his shorts on. He still will have. But anyway, shorts aside.
But actually, let me also start talking about this one as well, because I had this big chat with Sponge before. It wasn't Katowice, it was probably ESL Cologne, I think. ESL 1 Cologne. And we were kind of discussing at the time, he was one of the early people who actually did buy the MAC-10. He was one of those kind of people that started he didn't start the SMG trend. The game kind of started supporting it a hell of a lot more, but he saw the theory crafting behind it, and it was actually his play on short they used to bring through with the MAC-10. The man on your screen right there, and it used to catch so many people off. Like, these guys, I really like these guys on this map. Now, first round, when Spitty does what he does like that, it's very hard to account for. You can't always depend on that happening. You can't always keep that into a factor. But I honestly think Renegades could cause some trouble here. Mousesports are 100% the favorites. No one can doubt Nex or Godby's ability to call, but I think there could have been worse maps here.
Yam's actually grown a mustache since I last saw him a couple of weeks back. Do you think he was feeling a little inadequate with Havoc's beard there? Sponge obviously used to have that one going on. It's like, I need some facial hair. I'm in this team now. I'm the new member. I need to get something going on. But they are sorting themselves out. Hopefully we'll get back in. I can still see the admins just to the right of the screen there. Chris J is sat waiting. Oh, it means we're going to go to a break. It's always a disappointment when we have to go to a break. It is Mousesports versus Renegades, ladies and gentlemen. Renegades. It's because they're the LA Renegades. I was kind of mixing up. And I was having a conversation, and people have been calling them La Renegades. It's like, no, it's LA, as in Los Angeles Renegades. But yes, anyway, that aside, they are the teams. It is the Intel Extreme Masters, and there's a pause because Godby's PC. Are you okay? PC has an issue.
We need to wheel you out.
Just
Use some fresh air. Natu could help you maybe. Or Red Eye, he's got some great tips for casting if you need
Paul Parker.
Yes, Paul Parker, the famous host.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with a break. We'll see you in a moment. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters here at Gamescom Cologne 2015. I'm joined by Lauren Pansy Scott for this one. It is going to be Mousesports up against Renegades. Pistol round just happened. There was an issue during that, and hopefully it's going to be resolved by now.
Well, we're going to wait and see. We want to make sure it works, and it doesn't obviously occur later down the line, so it's going to take a little bit of checking just to, not rush it.
As well.
And of course trying to catch it back up. But yeah, we just going to give it a sec, but it should be fine, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows, short breaks may happen, but still. Looking at this one, I'm still looking at Renegades to maybe cause, not necessarily an upset, but get pretty close. But I do love the fact the teams are actually already starting to target Mouse in this one. I thought TSM would instantly go for maybe targeting Mouse, because they actually have a very shaky record. If you look at them historically against each other, is overly close between two teams that it shouldn't be. TSM, hands down, are the better team, right? And I like the fact that the teams are already starting to get the gist of it. Like we heard, they understand.
We heard TSM talking about, we're all right in Cobble, we're all right. And then immediately Happy's like, actually, I don't think they're very good in Cobble at all. I think we're going to beat them. And they did, 16-11. If you missed it, you can get it on it's plays.gg, I believe it is where there's going to be highlights of that matchup. Fantastic game to start the series off. Of course, that means there's a life lost from TSM. It doesn't mean they're in the lower bracket. It means the life is lost. Doesn't mean it's GSL format or anything like that. This format has not been tried and tested in Counter-Strike ever.
It's unique.
Unique is the word I would use for it.
Special. But no, it's I quite like it because you get to see the friendships behind the teams as well. Because I think someone spotted out there was Cadian walking backstage with Carrigan, and then there was a little chat to each other.
He had that little
Danish hug going on. I'm like,
he was the stand-in, remember, for Device.
Exactly. You can't write these guys out. But what else is going on in the background? Who knows? But Renegades still just kicking back. Hopefully, not too fussed just yet. Yeah. Godby looks happy at least.
Well, at least he's back at his PC, which is their main part, though he hasn't quite got an ear on yet on his headset. They were talking about the noise here, obviously. We are in Cologne. We are in a giant games convention. It is the biggest in Europe, I believe. Actually, I think it's the biggest worldwide games convention. Size-wise, it is massive. Obviously, a whole load of games were announced yesterday, so this is where a lot of things do happen. Obviously, a lot of talk about E3 as well, but Gamescom is also the mecca, effectively, certainly in Europe, for all gaming fans that will come to it. And honestly, it's insane, because sometimes they'll just come and queue up for like 4 hours just to see one game.
5 minutes of a game. I can't.
I don't understand it myself, but you know what? It works for these guys. And once you get that first glimpse of a game, I know what the excitement's like. I was young once. Anyway, we're just waiting for the teams to get themselves sorted out. You can see them there on your screen. Just waiting for them to sort it out. So the admins are working through it. So instead of listening to our beautiful voices for the entirety of this fix, we're going to go to Chobra, Anders, and Natu to see what they have to say about that exciting pistol round.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Well, we could talk about the exciting pistol round, but we could also save that for later, and we can talk about how exciting this whole tournament's going to be. Because we didn't get too much time to discuss, hash this through earlier, but already we have Happy just saying right off the bat, well, I want Mousesports to lose lives. I just want them out. I don't want to have to deal with them. Probably more confidently saying that because he already took a life off of TSM. Yeah. Pretty sure we wouldn't necessarily hear that if they lost a life to TSM. Things might be a little differently here. But I want to bring up a question. So, Anders, you said earlier, if you were playing in this match, no matter which team you win, and then you would have the remaining two teams, CLG and SK, play, because then you could have an alliance with everyone, where it's like, all right, whoever plays that third match, just get the top two teams playing again in match number 1.
Well, in my opinion, it wouldn't even have to be an alliance. That's the great part. It would be, you would have to rely on the common sense of SK and CLG. And I realize common sense is actually like a misnomer because it's really not that common. But if common sense really was common, then yes, either one would be picking TSM and Envy to play.
Now, let's look. Now, hypothetically, speaking because Envy already took that first map off of TSM. If we see that, and let's assume that every time they meet, Envy wins, right? So Envy actually maintains all 4 lives, and then we have 5 teams left. Don't you think that can start biting people back where Envy's like, all right, you guys, game's over.
The plan would horribly misfire if Envy had all 4 lives. That would mean that they would be in an incredibly strong position going into everything else.
You've seen those cartoons where you have like bigger fish and then it's always a bigger fish. That's just Envy becoming a bigger fish all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
That would be horrible.
I mean, think about it, right? Because if you're the remaining 4 teams, every time you play against each other, like you trade, let's say you trade games. So you all have like 2 lives left by day 3. And suddenly Envy's sitting there like, well, thanks, guys. Knock TSM out. Feel good. We're probably the favorites now. Yes. I have 4 lives left. You guys can keep playing each other for the rest of the week, and I'll just play 1 or 2 more maps at the end, and I'll take the whole tournament. That could very well happen. Do you think there's a way to prevent that in terms of alliances? Like, do you think the remaining 4 teams are sitting there like, hey, listen, we, like Renegades and Mouse will always play together, and then it'll be CLG versus SK every time, too? Like, is that a likelihood? Because at that point, it becomes like a very oddly controlled experiment.
But it comes down to who you are as well. Like the way you said, when you're more an underdog team like a CLG or an SK here, you want to see the big dogs, the teams that are expected to win. TSM, Envy, maybe, Mouse as well. You want to see those teams losing lives as much as possible to increase your own chances. So there's the fact that teams are going to think of this in a different manner.
Do you think there's any team, like, because when we get down to 3 teams left, right, at some point it is possible to play back-to-back games because the other rule takes priority, rather. Yeah. Do you think if, let's say, one of CLG or SK are left in the 4 to 3 teams, they're sitting there, they're like, you know what, we'll take the challenge because it'd be pretty sick for us to take lives off of Envy or TSM if they're left and for us to kind of get that advantage. Do you think anyone's kind of ballsy enough to do that, so to speak?
It could be. I mean, like Happy was saying, this is a preparation for us for the major tournament. And I mean, during the major, you're going to have to try and beat TSM at some point, most likely. I mean, there's obviously like the randomness of the bracket, but still, so if Envy really do want to test themselves, playing TSM is maybe not such a bad thing, and maybe they could, try and seek that out a little bit.
That's true. Obviously, it leads into a lot of other things.
Yeah, for Envy, I think this is the best, like I said previously, this is the best possible practice they could get. So they want to play against as many different type of styles of Counter-Strike as possible, because we have different types of teams here. TSM plays in one manner, you have Mouse that plays in a completely different manner, for example. So it's only going to be, this whole experience for them is very positive no matter what in that sense.
mean, actually what I just realized as well is obviously because we talked to Happy and we asked him, well, what would the best map be if your fans want you to win? Which map should they vote for? Inferno? That obviously means a fan of any other team, whenever Envy is playing, should try and like make sure that Inferno doesn't
away from it. Yeah, you can also try to vote for Inferno on a different matchup so that it gets used up first. There's a lot of different possibilities here, but it looks like we're ready to jump back into our second match of the week. It is going to be Renegades versus Mousesports. They just went through the pistol round, and we'll go over to the casters and find out how the rest of it plays out.
Thank you very much, Chobra. I'm joined by Lauren Pansy Scott, and we are ready to go. Looks like the teams are ready to go. So let's go through what they've gone on board. You can see a lot of M4s coming out already for Mousesports. 3.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see it actually on pause before I get all excited. I start to get a little nervous. Oh, God. Please.
Console says 30 seconds. We have a timer. Except we don't actually have the in-game time because that's at 12 seconds.
We're going to wait and see, all right? As much as we love talking to you guys, and the desk probably does, you know.
We prefer talking about the game
exactly.
itself.
All right. Matches on pause, matches live. All right, we are good to go now. Everything's back to normal. The guns are going to be in the game, and we'll be actually kicking off round 2. So Mousesports did pick up the pistol, if I can use my words, because you threw me off with your lack of words earlier, you know. But still, we're back in this one. Chris J with that kind of infamous scouting, that aggressive, confident play. The guy is a bit of a monster with it, and hopefully we get to see a bit to use here. But on the other side of things, of course, just P250s, very calm, very collected.
Yam trying to match it with a P250 snipe. They knew it was coming. They were completely aware that was coming. But now we can see it's a 5-man stack from Renegades just outside doors. As it looks like he's going to be the first man to burst through. It's going to be a mid to B, is it? Let's see where they're going to go with this one. Spunge with the bomb actually heading to A, so maybe a fake here. I think they're going to try and fake a rotation. Spitty may be the man that will come checking. He's going down towards CT spawn. They're going to peek around the corner. Doesn't matter. Spitty just guns them all down. Next joins in from a crossfire of B. And now just Sponge and JKS. Last two standing. Chris J finds himself an easy one. And JKS will get gunned down here at door. So Renegades trying something different there, trying to go for the fake, but sadly the fake got shut down in its tracks by Spitty.
And Spitty the only man to drop out of that round as well. So Mousesports keeping decent numbers alive here. They're starting to back up the utility now with those M4s. But we are going to see the purchase coming out from Renegades in round 3. AKs beside them, a little light on utility for maybe what they'd want, ideally, but it's enough to work with. It's enough to make a play out of. But Chris J still always such a presence in mid with this scout. He'll happily challenge people down with this, but again, Azza, should I say, and JKS starting to look through mid, starting to get some control, and just piece by piece they're going to start doing. But look at this God B play. He's going so aggressive here, just going to go for the peek up, using the smoke well, but players now starting to converge towards shore. He's going to have to try and back the hell up. Chris J is there to back him. Turns the flash perfectly and regains control.
How aggressive did Chris J go in though, considering it was Gold B that was backing away there?
To be though, this is perfect. Renegades can try and make the most of this. They know Chris J and Gold B were readjusting. Nex and Dennis now have to take this on.
Oh, we've seen Nex do this before. Can he do it again? He gets himself a double, but not to be. Azza does manage to cut him down, but Chris J's got his self-control of double doors where Yam is peeking. Bomb goes down from Azza. JKS is there. Gold B's going to be the man that hops up and over. Yam, he's not able to peek around doors. Chris J catches him out. So it's a 3-man retake for Mousesports, but it's a real tricky one because they're all coming from the same direction.
JKS is low as well. He can't really withstand much of this. God B is going to check towards that close side of the side, but waiting just on the other side. There was one player. It's Azza again, but he only gets Chris J down. And I don't think there's enough time gained by Azza then, and the defuse will come through. So Mousesports keeping a nice clean 3. The early purchase coming in for Renegades, of course. Mousesports should be able to now extend this fairly well, but we are seeing the Tech 9s being brought up.
AK collected as well. It's going to be handed off to Nex. That'll be used over on B's side. Got himself a double there as they pushed on through. Tech 9 force from the Renegades. Where are they going to head with it? Only one armor for Azza. Everybody else spinning off. This is going to be a decoy. A decoy? I can't use my words. I just can't use my words today. I don't know why.
It's a poor day to lose the ability of
They're trying to distract them, trying to fake it out. Chris J is ready and waiting for them. There's 3 of them about to come around from tunnel. He's going to have to back away from this one. He can't challenge the Tech 9s up close. But as you say, Nex is there. Finds himself 1, 2. Will he be 3, 4? They line up for him. It's all too easy. And well, just Sponge, the last man standing. He's going to go across catwalk, and Gold B should cut him off here. Is he going to delay it for Nex to come around pick the ace? No, that would just be foolish. Spitty will finish things off there. Next gets himself a 4K, starting off strong here on the CT side.
Yeah, so already, second gun round pretty much coming in between these two. Chris J still sticking on the scout, not upgrading it. We've got Yam now with the AWP on the other side, so hopefully we might see a little bit more of a tougher bout for Chris J here, but
cheeky.
As ever, aggressive, pushing out through mid, trying to get that opener, trying to do some damage, but you can see the aggression from the T side as well. They're pushing up long, but Dennis and Nex gaining full control by pushing out B, denying this kind of map control, or even just, you know, keeping the options open for Renegades, because now Mousesports know, okay guys, focus mid, focus A, you know, there's no one in B tunnels, at least the upper side. You guys can start really regaining this control, but as there is going looking, and he might be caught out here, but no, nice little bit of work towards Nex, takes him down. Expecting the second presence of Dennis, but the nade will do the job.
Very good close of the net there as well from Mouse. Golby immediately came around catwalk, tried to push in. JKS is going to challenge Golby. There's actually pushing down mid. Meanwhile, Havoc in on site here. Doesn't manage to take Spitty down in a straight-up one-on-one. Sponge is going to come around the side, but it's another for Spitty. He's just cutting them down as they come into long A. You shall not pass. He'll take them down. Now JKS in a 2-on-1. Dennis behind him on catwalk. Spitty on site, knows exactly where he is. Tries to get the tag down, but Dennis comes in support from behind. And Mousesports close out the 5th round of the game. Starting to make it look a little easy here against the Renegades.
I'm not gonna lie, they're just being outplayed. It's not even tactically, you know, there's the genius of God B in this that I don't think we even need to see. Nex, 9-2, Spitty, 9-2. Literally every time they've tried to go mid to B, they've been met by Nex. If they've tried to go towards A, maybe using short or long, is Spitty there? It's like, well, where can we go? Where's our options here? Bear in mind then Dennis and Nex will start pushing up, not necessarily aggressively, but getting that map control, getting those B tunnels into their hands. It just restricts Renegades so much. So looking in towards this, finally Chris J has gone for that AWP. Sponge, Azza, Havoc, JKS taking their time, trying to keep control here. Yam just watching that long push. Chris J is having a little look through, but to be fair, Mousesports allowing Renegades a little bit of play towards short, but Godby is where the buck stops.
Yeah, they're going to be the one that challenge him as a Sponge and Havoc all stacking up a catwalk. Chris J, though, on a quick rotate here. If he can get into position at car, that will cut them down as they make this play. Yam's the only man about to come around long A. Spitty is ready and waiting for him.
The thing is, there's still so much utility on Mousesports. They can buy time here as Renegades have used all of theirs just to get to these positions, but as it's going to drop down the smoke, might allow them a little bit of a cheeky cross through, even a drop down towards CT, possibly. Chris J's flashed out. That's allowed a couple to seek through towards the site, but it doesn't matter. Chris J connects towards Havoc, but Azza's still there. Godby's gone down. The site's open, but I don't know if they can cross. There's still Spitty along. There's still Chris J, and then there's Nex coming up, doing damage like that, and you're now in a 3v2, and the advantage is with the CT side with Dennis now going for a walk.
Dennis will get around there. Sponge will cut him down, but Spitty gets in, and now it's all on Chris J. One-on-one. He knows where Yam is. We've seen this before. We've seen Get Right doing this. He gets a tag, one on the same, gets himself the second. Chris J closes the round. And just as you thought Renegades had got a foothold in the game, Mousesports cut them down. It's 6-0.
There was such a small glimmer of hope, but I love the way Mousesports play. They constantly always tease the opponents like, okay, well, this round we're going to go really aggressive on short, so you have to put all this utility to try and gain control. Next round, they're like, screw it, we're going to play super far back. We're going to let Chris J sit by the cars, play a little bit by long. God B will just play on the side itself, and it just makes it always a guessing game for Renegades. There's never an easy answer, and Chris J just finds Yam, and that's the perfect beginning to the 7th round for Mousesports.
It's a beautiful little flash peek he's been doing every round so far. The boost eventually will come out there. JKS gets one as Dennis goes aggressive in tunnels there. Nex also getting tagged up low, taking out to 13. I wonder if that's going to call for a full rotate. As has collected the AWP from Yam's corpse. They're not going to heavily rotate into it though. Havoc's got himself in pit. He's challenged on Chris J.
Brave challenge to make. Omniet joining him as well. Chris J does catch a good glimpse then, so at least he knows Havoc's still around there. Nade's not going to go that far, but still, everywhere else on the map, Mousesports have it fairly covered. B's looking a little weak because Nex was tacked up. They could surely see that. Of course, Dennis went down, but still, Spitty now pushes up in mid. You can see him just on Cat there, falling back and forward, just keeping them busy, and then Chris J's just holding long. They've still got this map under wraps, and it looks like Renegades are going to walk into the trap on towards short. They do take down Spitty, but will they be able to find God B and Chris J, who are now surrounded?
A good flash onto Nex as well over on B side. They completely distract, try and sell the fake out here. Havoc's trying to get the one tap on Chris J. They still know where he is, but Nex comes around. Chris J delivers, and suddenly it's a 2-on-1. JKS all alone again against Chris J and Nex this time. He finds one, but he can't get the second. And Nex, despite being low, still collects himself a double kill and makes it 7-0 for mousesports.
7 rounds back-to-back. Renegades, they've had, I'd say, 2 close rounds. Personally, I think 2 of their plays towards A were pretty close. Outside of that, Mouse looked dominant as hell. Nice little shoulder peek, doesn't matter. Chris J's going to take down Yam. And this Tech-9 buy-up coming out the T side. Really not going to be able to achieve much at this rate. And Chris J knows what they want to do. Chris J understands how they want to try and catch him out, make him play close to the doors, make him make a mistake. He's going to say, all right, Nex, you push up there, I'll sit back a little further, and we'll just keep this under wraps. Let's not give up guns here. Let's not do any mistakes. Let's play clinical. And they are. And it's just brilliant to watch. mousesports are a team to be genuinely feared, and you can see why Envy and TSM probably would target these guys as the next person in line after themselves.
Yeah, I mean, barring the Hellraisers results, they looked almost nailed on to win Takes tournament at the weekend, and it was looking inevitable, but it went through all 6 maps. Incredible stuff, but they did lose out to Hellraisers, so they are beatable. And at the moment, Renegades are coming up against a very confident mousesports. Chris J gets himself a triple. Nex pops out, finishes things off. JKS, the last man standing. Can he get Nex down? Takes him low, trying to make it as costly as he can. But he's in a almost impossible position. The net closes on him, and Spitty from long A comes around top of mid. Gets himself the 8th round of the game. When mousesports are looking this confident, it's going to be a real struggle. Now, Renegades did take it down to a couple of one-on-ones. They have got them close when it comes to the rifle round, and that's what we're going to see again.
Yeah, every single time we've seen them on the gun rounds, or at least to the vast majority, they bring it down to a lot closer rounds, but it never feels they're in control here, because there's always that danger of, there's still Nex, he's still going to come back in from B, or are they going to go aggressive? But Renegade's speeding up the pace here. JKS, Azza, Havoc, all speeding up towards short, but look at this read from mousesports. They have every single player on A right now. They understand exactly what they want to achieve, and there is a wall of mousesports now just willing to greet Renegades at the door as Yam and Havoc, the last 2 alive. 2v3, Havoc pinned in, trying to fight out just out of the smoke. He does at least take down God B, but now Yam 1v2. He's finding it so difficult to go anywhere. The bomb's loose on the side itself, and I think he knows this one's almost a done deal.
Like you said, they read it perfectly. Yam this time with the AWP didn't want to challenge out mid. They read it. Chris J was already at long. He was there, and that's exactly where Yam was going immediately. Things got delayed, smokes went down, and Yam in a real tricky situation. But has he caught them off guard with this rotate? Nex has a good position. Chris J on car. Now Yam's going to know that Chris is there because he's just been in an AWP duel. He knows where one is, gets himself one, spins around. Now it's down to him versus Chris J. Chris J with an AWP in hand.
The timing.
He's going to play it up close. The timing as he switches for the smoke. Chris goes for the peek and lands the shot on Yam. 9-0. And again, Renegades take it down to a one-on-one, but can't quite finish.
It's an admirable attempt every time. It's like, they got so close. They almost had this, they almost had that, but it just still feels like Mouse have so much more to give. They can keep this pressure up, but still, maybe a couple of rounds being picked up would be just, a little bit of silver lining here, because Dennis looking like he wants to get a little close as well towards those B-tons. Going to sit on towards that left-hand side next, a little further back, just in case Renegades push through. But then again, I just don't see a weakness in the CT side alone. They're playing so well.
We haven't seen them really make an effort on B side, other than I think it was round 2 when the mousesports managed to get the retake. That's the only time they really went there.
Well, they've tried a couple of mid to Bs, but then you look at how mousesports are controlling B. They've gone aggressive several times. They put a hell of a lot of work towards keeping the utility there. It doesn't even seem like it's viable. And then again, okay, Dennis may not be the biggest impact player, but there's still Nex there. It's a very hard situation, even mentally, to think, that's a good idea. But then again, they've been getting so close on A, but sadly, close isn't good enough in these instances. They need these rounds. So Renegades might be lining up, maybe, mid to B play.
Azza's the only man that's got a smoke left, and he is in a position to go for that mid to B. We'll see whether he throws it out. Looks like he's setting up. No, they're going to change direction. It's going to be a catwalk again, which Well, Godby is already in position for. Chris J is ready and waiting for it. So everybody's set up for this one. Where's Azza going to place this singular smoke to try and cover them off? It is going to be just up close, so it is going to try and cover off. But Chris J is not in the position. They're covering off towards Car, and we can see Chris J was off the side. Is it a fake? Yes, it is. It's going to work out well. Havoc comes around, gets himself one on Dennis, and Nex has now been cleared out. And while this is all happening, Yam's in there. Bomb plant. Is it going to come from Sponge? It should come down. There it is, just on the nick of time as well. Spiddy, only man standing in a 1-on-3. Finally, Renegades looking to get themselves a foothold here. Just anything. The best they can hope for is a 9-6. And they're going to have to try and pick up all the rounds running. JKS. Great little kill for him at the end there. So good fake. Yeah, Renegades really playing on the fact that they've basically hit A almost every single round.
Yeah, absolutely brilliantly done. They sort of hook, line and sinker there. And Renegades did it well. They're lovely mid to B split. My words are just gone as well, but still, they are playing well. This is a really nice touch coming out. And you can see the economy for the CT side, of course, is affected by this. They don't have a great deal of money into this one. You can see, okay, Chris J's gone for the AWP to kind of even things out almost, I guess. But maybe feeling confident. Godby's there with him on short, and these guys can turn these rounds if... Oh, are they doing the boost on short? I love it when they do this. This is why I pointed out at the start of the game. They could have had such an impact, but Nex will get it anyway. JKS goes down as they're picking up the pieces. But I still feel Mouse are even dangerous on these rounds.
Yeah, and when you've got Chris J with the AWP now into the mid position, he's looking towards Havoc, and Havoc actually did get away from top of mid, but Godby creeping forward. While this is all happening, Renegades, the rest of the team pushing into tunnels all the way through T-spawn. So even though the fact that they're on rifles versus pistols, barring that one AWP, they are still playing this very delicately. Chris J's in the perfect position. They're all about to come through tunnel, and he's ready and waiting.
He doesn't get the shot he needed though, but the players are tagged up. They're going to start flooding the side itself as it goes down. But where are those T's? Has he spotted him out? He doesn't need to. He's taken down Havoc. They're right next to him. The damage is being done though, and now Godby and Spiddy have to pull this one back together.
Godby coming around tunnel. Sponge is going to be collecting the bomb just around the side there. Spiddy with that Deagly on this way around. It's been smoked off. That's going to work out. Spiddy has to go for the distraction as Godby pushes on through. Godby's gone. Spiddy needs to join him. You can see he's going to get the spray down. Gets himself one. The last man pinned in the corner. It's Yam. The grenade's going to be on point. It's going to knock him down. And Mouse, with just pistols and a singular AWP, will manage to collect them round. And it will be 10-1 to Mousesports. They are looking unstoppable.
And Renegades are just perishing under the pressure of Mousesports at the moment. Whether it be pistols, whether it be gun rounds, it doesn't seem to matter. These boys mean business. And Renegades, they sold one brilliant fake play. It worked well, it looked good, and it caught out Mousesports. But that was one time. And you can see Mousesports going, all right, screw it. All right, we're going to do the same back to you. We're going to go onto this eco. We're going to sit here, and we're actually going to do it. So, I believe Renegades need to have a discussion.
Yeah, tactical pause coming out from Sponge there. They got to figure out what the hell is going on. They're 10-1 down on the T side, and
you can see Chris's grin. Look at this guy.
He's very much happy about this one. This is a map that can go either way. It really depends on the team. As it stands, Mousesports have been unstoppable so far on the CT sides. 9 rounds back-to-back until Renegades finally pick one up. And, well, with Mouse picking that straight back up, it's pretty much thrown Renegade's economy all out of whack once again. Yam really the only third person that's going to be able to afford anything meaningful. So possibly a Tech-9 force coming out from Renegades, while Mousesports are just sitting pretty. Their economy is not great because, as we said, they've been down to a lot of one-on-ones.
I know you.
Yeah, but you look at the difference of the team. Renegades already look a little taken aback by this, and you know they are an experienced team. They have played together long enough, but when you see an in-game leader looking that quiet until he's just starting to pipe up, maybe they just need to talk it through. Maybe there's just small things they're not noticing. I don't know. I wrong here, because at the moment it seems that there's so many big, impactful players. You have Nex, you have Chris J, you have every single one of these guys going well, and even Spiddy having a brilliant game too makes this a very hard matter.
I remember having a discussion with Sponge in Malaysia when he'd actually, I think he top fragged in one of the games, and he's just like, that should not be happening. I should not top frag in this team. He's not doing it at the moment, I'll give you that, but Havoc is not having a great game. He has not really landed the kills. He's got the only kill of the round so far as Yam manages to deliver. These Tech-9s are working well. They are going to get it down to a 2-on-2, but Dennis delivers. And now Chris J and Dennis are facing Yam with a Deagle and a Hope. Now, if Dennis goes for this challenge, Deagle up close and personal could do a lot of damage, and Yam with the bomb, making his way into B site. He's got the chance to be able to get in B, get the plant down. It's a minute now. He's going to hear the footsteps. Dennis, did he hear it? No, he didn't. He managed to get it timed perfectly. So bomb plant will come out from Renegades here. He's got to pass the door, though. Chris J's waiting. There's the shot. You heard it ping on the door. Didn't manage to land it, but they know. And it's going to be Dennis coming from tunnels. Yam's not looking. And it's going to be an easy clean up there. Orp will get collected. Mousesports will take it 11-1.
It's a bit of a landslide, isn't it? Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
There's not much more to say than that. It's kind of everything Renegades do is just being nullified by Mousesports, whether it be their individual play, whatever it is that stops them. They always have that answer there. And obviously that 11-1 scoreline supporting that fact. So, moment. We're going to see Renegades at least be able to get a good buy coming into this one. And this was actually a factor I was discussing with Sponge back when they were playing into the majors originally. The difference that they find playing against the EU teams and NA teams in comparison. We'll get back to that in a second, as Yam did catch a glimpse of two crossing that. Shot comes out, not going to find anything. Once again, we're back to this kind of situation. But with all the utility Renegades have, they could actually build something into this round that we haven't seen before. But he was saying previously, Sponge, that they find the only big difference in them is the fact that they can't just be so lackluster on their shots. They have to be able to perform instantly because there's no forgiveness. They can't have the time to adjust. It's an instantaneous impact that can happen, especially aim-wise against these EU teams. And now we are still building up short, nice and quickly taking control of this one. But then again, we know Chris J's on the site.
And they're doing the same again. There's going to be a catwalk to A side. Are they going to try and sell a fake? It doesn't look like it. Sponge is setting himself up. Let's see, actually, this may be a fake. Against Sponge's position. Sponge is basically flashing himself in to nothingness. There's nobody with him. Azza, Havoc, and Yamarol on catwalk. JKS down in lower tunnels. Are they going to try and sell a fake here? I don't think Nex and Dennis are going to fall for it either way. Godby, Chris J set up perfectly. Godby's actually gone for the rotate over to long A, so this is going to leave Chris J a little exposed. They're going to try and push straight up ramp here. Azza's going to come around the side. He has to find Chris J, and he is going to find Chris J. That's going to take the raid boss effectively down as Azza moves onto site.
And that was really intelligent from Sponge, pulling Godby down, Godby leaving the site. And now this is the first time we're seeing Renegades with a real chance here, especially towards this A site. But there's still Godby, and he's saying, no, Spitty wins out against Sponge. That was the fallback plan, but maybe JKS can be that for his side as now 2v2. Godby going in for the challenge. Does get the tag towards Havoc. You need to land that shot. He does. And now he's on the defuse. It's a lovely little round going for Mousesports. Again, the retake was good. The kit's been picked up. Spitty takes it over. But again, Renegades just, in theory, theoretically, their plan, it worked. They pulled Godby off the site. They brought their attention towards long. It was Sponge playing late there, those late flashes, that little bit of presence. They pushed it a couple of rounds ago, still fresh in their mind. And it did pull the players through. But it didn't matter. They still couldn't win out in the duels. They couldn't win out in the 1v1s. They couldn't hold the advantage. You allow like a player like Godby to retake on you like that, it's not a great sign.
Just 3 kills for Havoc, sadly. He was the last man in that duel. When he's not delivering, Renegades are in a little bit of trouble. Top fragged over in Malaysia earlier on in the offline qualifiers for ESL1 Cologne. Mouse are going to get pressured here. Chris J trying to flash himself in. Dennis came in support and did get taken down, but the crossfire is in place from Mouse. As I was about to say, Godby gets dropped, but that smoke is simply only going to give themselves cover to get out, and they tried to get around. JKS tried to push around tunnels, but immediately Nex is there, cuts him down in their tracks, and now they're forced to go catwalk with Spitty in position.
And everywhere they go, Renegades are just being eviscerated by the Mousesports boys, and Spitty making it look clinical at the end. And Renegades are just having no impact. They're not getting the big frags. They're not getting any sort of explosive rounds. It's not making a dent in these boys on your screen. And there is a very good reason everyone's targeting them. We're seeing why. And on this map as well, considering people thought maybe Renegades could give them a game, I thought maybe Renegades could give them a game. Certainly not happening.
Big confident smiles on their faces. They're enjoying it, and look at this. Nex has gone down into lower tunnels. Is he going to come out on top? No, Azza will challenge, but Chris J pushing through doors finds himself the one onto Azza. But Godby just caught in the reload there. A little unfortunate. Now it's actually a 4-on-2 for Renegades.
Chris J just got through. This is dangerous. He can actually do something with this.
Manages to land the shot down in pit. Dennis gets himself one over on B, and now the 2-on-2. Chris J's going to flash himself out again. He's going to get another peek here.
So confident.
Going to get a clean peek and a boost. Now, does he realize Havoc's on the side there? Havoc not having the greatest game. Sponge is really the only man that could have an effect here. He's the one running around with Bomb. He's heading all the way around T-spawn. 50 seconds on the clock.
Dennis is going B tunnels, though.
He's going to cut him off. They should be able to catch each other. Dennis has got to take this one slow. Oh, and they made footsteps. Sponge heard it. Sponge heard him get away. Now they know, but then Dennis is going to go rotate. Chris J's backed up to top of catwalk. Havoc really has to sell this fake so well, but this is a good crossfire. Dennis should land the shot easily there on Havoc. Havoc's backed away. Sponge bomb plant will come in, but this is a round they have to take. Sponge does manage to get the shot. Now Chris J is all alone. Is he going to go for it with the AWP? He drops down. Havoc ready to just peek around, shoot him in the back. Oh, the shots come through, but he didn't land them. Chris J switches, gets himself an M4. Is he going to find Havoc? Havoc on next to no health. He's still making the run for it. It's just going to burst straight through window. Sponge is the man he's going to try and find. Tries to put the smoke down. Is he going to really try and fake out this defuse? No, Sponge is there. They pick themselves up their second round, but that is still a mega score for mousesports. 13-2 in the first half. Renegades are going to have to be nigh on invincible to try and take down mousesports here.
And even that round, Sponge played it so well. He knew he had to take that one-on-one. Otherwise, Havoc would be completely isolated. He wouldn't be able to get back towards the side and actually have any impact. So it's still so dangerous. So I just think mousesports are looking formidable on this map, and I don't think anyone's going to want to play them. Just on this map specifically, I don't know. It's just, you know, how well can mousesports play against the other teams on, you know, on their favorite maps. This is why I love having the fan vote in it, because you could like have your ideal game coming through. You could get to watch, you know, your favorite team having to take them on, you know, this hard map that you'd never normally see because teams always ban it out. But we're back into this. 3 players playing through the lower B tunnels. Chris J next to Dennis, but Havoc and Azza having a bit of a go at what mousesports tried against them.
Tried the boost. They are trying to stop them at the mid doors. It's not going to work out there. They're going to keep on pushing through. Brute force from Chris J does work. Azza gets one around the back. Now if he can collect them from the back there, he does manage to get around, but he didn't get the tags down. He does manage to get another. They're going to push on through. Godbeat, he's got himself CT spawn. It's now JKS in a one-on-one, and they really needed the pistol here. But immediately, the second he shows himself at window, he gets tagged up. He did get Godbeat with a headshot, but the rotate from mousesports, they're already on catwalk, they're already at A site, and JKS, well, now he's in a real tricky situation because they know where he's coming from.
Yeah, and Godbeat got around the entire CT side then. He was able to pressure them from the back, not allow them to actually make that crossfire work at all. And as you said, JKS's position is known. He's got the defuse kit, so there is a chance he can work with this. Dennis and Chris J are low, and he does get the tag. Chris J goes down a little lower, 10 HP. He has to land these shots. 6 bullets, 3 now, and he's down, he's done, he's dusted, and Dennis picks it up. And this is mousesports just striding through this match now.
Yeah, they should close this out with ease now. I think we're going to be looking at a 16-2. The UMP's being picked up. Scout once again for Chris J, which had a pretty big impact at the start of this game. Dennis with an AK. Next actually just feeling that confidence, going to stick with a Deagle. Let's see how it works out for him. It is going to be a 3-man push straight through to long A. Havoc gets himself one down, but Dennis will quickly respond.
I always love the Scout and Deagle combination, though, to be fair. You know, you tag one with one, you can always follow up, but nice little 3-man stack here. Could do a little bit of damage. Good flash comes out. Yam has the opportunity, doesn't get to use it. Spitty puts him to bed, and now Azza left in a world of trouble. Just using the smoke, trying to back away him, but he knows on 3 HP. He's in, you know, it's a matter of time, let's be honest.
It's a shame when you get that pop flash in a great situation like they did. 2 men to pop out. They have to land those shots when you pop flash out, and they just didn't. It just wasn't to be. And immediately, by the time the flash clears, the UMPs, AKs just make short work of them. And now match.
Clear the entrance to the Citadel of Flame. the Citadel of Flame.
(15-2). This is pretty much a whitewash here in game 2. Envy picked up their first game against TSM, knocking a life off TSM, but it looks like Renegade's lives are going to go down to 3 here as Chris J looks to try and make one in the cross. And Sponge's head, the in-game leader for the Renegades, taken clean off his shoulders just in the passing.
I'd be so annoyed at that. I'd be absolutely livid, just because, of course, that would happen. Of course, it'd be the scout through the door. Still, 2 rounds on the board. Renegades, for a little bit of pride, they could really do with some more. As it will at least stop Chris J having his way completely with short. But still, while all this happens, you see Mousesports getting themselves up towards B. Havoc is in a good position, though, but they're already thinking about it. They already have that in mind. Spitty's found Azza, and now we're down to just JKS as last man standing.
He's actually pushed through tunnels as well. So he's trying to catch him off guard, trying to throw his position out. Dennis is going to go come peeking. He's going to leap around the corner. Dennis gets the spray down, but JKS will have the better of him, but that leaves him on just 67 hit points and his position now known. Godby already running with the bomb. That's going to A sites. Just Nex and Spitty to cut him down. Basically keep him locked in position. He can't leave B site. He's going to collect an AK down to 14 health. Time is ticking. Bomb is planted.
He picks apart every single peek he makes.
He gets the one headshot on Spitty, but now Nex is going to back away. The aggression might work in his favor, but he ran out of bullets. And Nex takes him down with an eagle. Mousesports, ladies and gentlemen, will take game 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters. And a life for Renegades will be lost. 16-2, big score.
Yeah, massive scoreline. And I think this is what we now need to expect from Mousesports. They are a team who can play at this international level. They can push substantially bigger teams than Renegades. And I hoped we'd have seen more. I knew this was a map that maybe Renegades could have done something on, but this is Mousesports now. These guys are competitors. These guys will turn heads, and I can't wait to see what they can achieve going into their next big major, and who else they can maybe take some lives away from at this event, because you're seeing Envy being wary of them. Bearing in mind, they have an overall record against TSM of 5 wins to 4 losses. They're actually doing better than a lot of teams expect. So I think there's a real danger to these boys on your screen.
Absolutely. Commiserations to Renegades. They're not down and out just yet. They're down to 3 lives. Let's get over to the desk to take us through that decimation.
Decimation indeed. But before we talk about the match, again, we'll probably have a guest later on. We can break down the match a little bit longer. But something came to mind while we were watching that game that we didn't really think about. Anders, are Danish people inclined for national collusion or alliances? AKA TSM and SK, are they going to be like, listen, Denmark Pride, we got to represent. Let's try to keep both of us alive to the very end, because then at least the Danish team takes the win here.
Actually, between these 2 particular Danish teams, there's nobody, I think, that really sort of seriously hate each other. But, I mean, between some other Danish teams, there would have been some issues here where they would have probably been gunning for each other instead. I don't know. I've never thought about that. That is actually a good point. Maybe.
I mean, right, because is that something that maybe throws the, the, so to speak, perfect system that you came up with of trying to get Envy and TSM to play against each other the whole time? And Mouse is like, well, TSM and SK, let's test that. Let's see how you guys do, how you feel about that. At the same time, now that Mouse has won, right? This is something to consider, not to. Mouse was put into this game because Envy was like, well, we want to try to put them up against an opponent maybe that is going to throw them off a little bit. And Renegades, clearly that didn't happen. And Mouse is now like, all right, Envy, why don't you go in the same shoes? Why don't you play against CLG or something and see how that plays out? Do you think that's a possibility to think about?
That would actually comes to an interesting time when it comes to picking teams. Are they going to go the route that Anders here suggested, where he's going to put SK and CLG play one another? Or are they going to go and put either Envy or TSM play another team?
Yeah, because
or each other.
When we discussed this in the very beginning, we discussed the whole concept that, again, it is all best of ones. And again, if you get to choose the teams after a map, maybe you know that there's definitely a higher potential for an upset, depending on the teams, because you're not used to playing against certain opponents. You could try to throw a wrench in there instead of just having Envy and TSM playing out at the same time, because like we said, that could also lead to one team just getting stronger and stronger because of the practice they get. Maybe they just win all the maps. So this is something to consider. What do you think, Anders? Are you having second thoughts about the system you created or the diabolical plan that you had earlier?
Well, you call it a diabolical plan. I still think this is common sense. This is almost like a scientific trial, actually. You know, we're trying to test if people are going to choose what is, you know, logical, or if they're just going to go mad and do whatever they want. I still think this is by far the better idea for every other team than Envy and TSM.
For the four other teams.
Yeah, 4 other teams should definitely band together, and yeah, it doesn't even have to be an alliance. It could just be common sense.
A matter of survival.
Yeah.
At least us 4 will be there on day 3, something like that, right? Just the fact that, well, if we can play on day 3, we can figure it out once we get there.
Well, here's the problem, though. Let's say that actually does happen, and TSM or Envy come out with like 1 life left to play the rest of the matches.
Yeah.
There's still a pretty good chance they could win all those matches with 1 life and never drop a single map. So, you know, it's still an issue for the other teams.
It could get crazy.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, personally, obviously, because I'm just here as a spectator, right, watching these matches. I'm not all for the 100% logic. I'm for throwing a wrench in there.
Here's another thing to consider. It may seem like, you know, maybe they had time to practice, or maybe they had time to think about the system and really put into it. But then you think about how these teams actually pick maps during tournaments, and very often we end up with teams where we say, well, these are their best maps and these are the worst maps, so surely the pick ban stage should be fairly simple. They try and, you know, avoid their worst map and they try and play their best map. But actually sometimes the teams even screw that up. So I'm not even sure that like they can I'm not even sure they can really, like, you know, get to that level. I think maybe they should just focus on the game, and maybe they won't be like too caught up in that whole aspect.
All right. Well, vote is closing, guys, for the next match, the next map. Once again, I mean, just to clarify, once a map is played, we don't see it again that day. So Dust 2 is out. Cobble is out. No team is going to be playing that again for the rest of the day, as we only have 6 matches today. So ladies and gentlemen, finish your last votes over on the website to see what match number 3 will be played on. We are going to go over to the stage with a player from Mousesports and, of course, OJ to see what happens in game number 3.
Thank you very much, Chobra, and I'm here with Gobby as well. Let's first just talk through that game quickly. That was legendary, a real beatdown.
Yeah, Chris J was on point, and we had this time space to play.
It was one of those moments where everything you tried came off.
Yeah, I was pretty shit, to be honest, but my mates, they really carried me through this game, so yeah, we just had a good mood, played, we got things going. A bit lucky, I guess, sometimes win the eco. Yeah, that can happen.
You make your own luck, and one thing that was said by Happy earlier on when he chose you was they fear you. They wanted to see you get knocked out, and then you put in a performance like that.
No, I actually wanted to play, because after watching the game, it was like a bit hard to play because it's cool, cool stage and stuff. And after we heard the map, Dust 2, we're like, okay, we can play anyone now.
We can take this. So now, as the winning captain, you have the power, which means we're going to select a map. So if you see on the screen right now, these have all been chosen by the community using your tweets. The percentage of the tweets works out what's there. Now, what map would you like to see turned over?
Inferno.
And why is that?
We like Inferno so much to watch, that's why.
That sounds like sarcasm. So, which box on this esports game show are you going to choose?
Finn, which box do you want? 5? 5, we pick 5.
Let's have a look at 5. What's behind 5? It is Overpass has been chosen. Thank you to Panos Mpuz, who voted for that one. Let's see what else was up there. We can see Train, Overpass. Lots of people voting for Overpass. There wasn't Inferno. Should have gone for number 4.
Fuck.
Apologies for the swear words. Let's keep it clean. It's a family show. So now we know what the map is going to be. It is going to be Overpass. So which team would you like to choose first to play that map?
Let's say CLG, SK, because they didn't play it yet.
So CLG and?
SK.
CLG, SK, you boys are up, you're taking each other on Overpass. Chobra, what do you think of that?
Well, so far, for now, the common sense is there, Anders. Let's not get too excited, right?
Oh, we should. This doesn't happen very often, neither in tournaments or the rest of the world. So
it's true.
Common sense. Yeah.
We will have CLG and SK play on Overpass. What are your thoughts on Overpass coming up? Whether it's for either of these teams or just overall?
For me, definitely in this matchup, I feel like it's going to favor SK. It's been a go-to map for them as of recently.
Yeah.
However, there's obviously the thing where they have Nico playing instead of Freeze, so there's more firepower, but less team play probably. And it's going to be a bit of a problem when it comes to communication, obviously. I don't think Nico speaks any Danish, so that might be an issue there. But yeah, I definitely think it's going to be favored SK.
Yeah,
what do you think, Anders?
I mean, it's all, what Natsu's sort of trying to calculate this difference between, you know, shifting out your communication for someone who's very strong. Nico has, like, I think the basic skill set to be probably in, like, the top 8 of European riflers, which means probably the top 8 of, you know, worldwide of riflers. He's an incredible talent, and it's actually very, very infuriating to not see him play more. Like, I wish somehow he could be, like, fast-tracked into a team that would just, like, take care of him. If someone was really smart out there, like some organization, they'd pick him up and sign him for a very long time, because that would be a very good investment. Anyway, in this case, I actually think Nico might just be that good that it might actually be worth trading it out and just saying, well, let's just have him go ham. Which is almost never a trade I would make. I would almost always favor communication over you know, skill.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, it is a team game.
Yeah, at the same time, CLG is a team where I've seen, like, we were talking about Apex being very inconsistent. I think it's a team. CLG is like one where I was super amazed how they played against Fnatic at the ESL ESEA finals on Mirage. They were like reading Fnatic like an open book. But at the same time, after that, you've seen a bit of worse side of CLG. So I mean, you know, which one of the two CLGs is gonna actually come and play? That's also a very good question to have.
That's kind of the question for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, because again, some of them coming in to prove themselves, kind of as a preview going in. Of course, also it is the return of CS2, the Intel Extreme Masters. You win here, you get to have that title for Gamescom, and then you move on forward by next year to the World Championship. And of course, I mean, going forward, maybe you can try to pick up a different championship in San Jose later in the year. Lots of stuff coming up for Counter-Strike, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to break down the previous match a little bit more, and also more previews on the next match coming up between CLG and SK.
The moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters. Of course, here at Gamescom 2015 and the 10th season of the Intel Extreme Masters, celebrating the return of Counter-Strike to this circuit. And we do have a new face joining us on the panel. D-Man, how is it to join us here? Isn't it much better with 2 extra people than 1?
It is, but I feel we've got a lot to talk about. And a lot of time to talk about it.
We've got a lot to talk about, don't we? I mean, let's talk about the last match, right? We got to wrap it up. We have some closure with that match. It was a little bit brutal, at least on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, also the speed of the rounds themselves seemed to go pretty quickly. Now, too, I mean, let's talk with you first. Just what do you think really mattered there? I mean, was it simply the mouse is really that strong coming in this week, or is it a combination of the map and the matchup?
And I mean, it should still have a little bit of story that it was 9-0 for Mouse, and then Renegades picked up 1 round, and that forced Mouse to eco, which means there was a lot of close rounds. It could have easily been a lot closer, but you gotta give Chris J a lot of credit for a lot of tough situations that he managed to pull off, and playing very well under pressure, something he wasn't really known for previously. So yeah, just a lot of, I think it just came down to individual performances under pressure in the tiny little moments in the end of the rounds.
Performances and positioning, honestly. Godby was literally moving them like chess pieces into perfect positions every time, which was giving them the edge in them one-on-ones. And I just spoke to Renegades about it, and they're just like, yeah, we just didn't play well. But I was like, but you got it down to a lot of one-on-ones. It says, yeah, we weren't hitting our shots, which I think pretty much was the story of that game. Like every time they got a rifle round, like you said, they got them down to one-on-ones, one-on-twos. Just couldn't close out the rounds though. But it was crippling the economy of Mousesports, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely those rounds when you were casting the game too. We would hear you guys talking about how, oh well, okay, Renegades definitely got the play they wanted, they've got the setup they wanted, but then the shots just never came through for them. Mouse, of course, on the other end was definitely on point.
When you think about it, I mean, for Renegades, when you have one player not really showing up as much, Havoc was not having a game of his life for sure. Yeah. I don't think they have the manpower to have anyone being that absent in a matchup.
That's a big problem. We just, as I said, we just did the Asia qualifiers, and Havoc is normally the top fragger for the teams. So when he is at the bottom of the board, that's a big loss for any team. Any team out there, if you normally your top fragger, your best player you rely on, is having a bad start, it's going to be hard to come back for no matter. And when you've got players like Godby, Chris J, Nex, all hitting shots left and right, you know, so one goes down, well, the other comes in and picks up a double. It's like, it's so easy for a team to come out on top.
Yeah, and the Mouse is actually a really good team on Dust 2 as well. That's the kind of map where players like Chris J, we saw Nex before, he was playing very well this match as well.
Speedy in the pistol, triple.
I mean, like, everyone climbed in and just played very well everyone individually and made it, like, just, it wasn't, like, for Renegades, it was a disastrous start.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very simple way to put it. It definitely was a disaster start, but not all hope is lost. Of course, they still have 3 lives to get through. Now, going forward, D-Man, I don't know if you heard the whole conversation there, but Anders is arguing staunchly that it's common sense to make it so that every rotation you can always set up Envy and TSM playing against each other. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually have inside information as well, because I just spoke to League Ops, the referees guys running it, and says we're in trouble because they're all ganging up on TSM. And I was like, that's good. No. That's what we want. We want everybody to gang up on TSM. I was trying to get across. That's the point. We're not building up to this grand best-of-5 final of TSM versus Envy. The point is to knock them out as soon as possible. And it makes common sense that all the lesser teams, the smaller teams, the ones that are not considered favorites, gotta try and knock them out of the tournament. And what better way is to put them against every single game. So probably is going to be the next match after this one.
Now, but what happens, right? What if Envy, I mean, do you think there's any way for TSM to climb out of this hole for themselves? Because even if they win, right, they have to select someone that's not Envy. And then you just kind of have that system play out again.
Well, I mean, when you're TSM, you just got to count on winning matches when you're playing.
You just have to. Yeah. You just got to win whenever you
play. Well, also, the tricky point is, like, while we're saying, yeah, it's going to be TSM versus Envy all the time, and they're going to try and do it. When whoever wins this one, CRG or SK, if the map comes out, they're going to know these two teams like the back of their hands. The map comes out, suddenly is Inferno, you're like, actually, that could go either way, possibly. But if you look at it and think, that's a map TSM are going to win easily, or if that's a map Envy are going to win easily, maybe you don't want to put them on.
Right,
maybe you've got to try and switch it up. Maybe throw Mousesports under the bus.
That's actually true, yeah. I mean, especially also now as we see the maps being eliminated from the rotation for the rest of the day, that could come into play, like you said. I mean, if everyone's like, TSM definitely wins this one against most other teams. just pass on that one for TSM, and then we'll have a little bit of a switch up in matchup.
I do actually really want to see Mouse versus, TSM Envy on the Inferno though, because we want to see what the new Envy is bringing to Inferno. What KennyS and Apex have brought to the plate.
Oh, definitely. That's the thing. Like, we don't really know Envy's strengths at this point on certain like.
Happy wasn't giving it away, was he? You tried.
Why would he?
Yeah, I mean, he's simply said, well, Inferno, yeah, we'd like to play on that, but otherwise keep him pretty quiet. But they seem to be in really good form. Now, two teams we haven't seen yet that will be playing next. It will be CLG versus SK. Let's talk about how they're doing recently. Let's start with CLG, right? They just won the NA qualifiers for ESL1 Cologne. Seem to be doing pretty fine there. And we talked earlier, Nacho, you were saying they're definitely a little bit of a hot and cold team too. D-Man, what's your take rather on CLG coming in?
Well, I mean, they just 2-0'd Liquid, wasn't it? They 2-0'd in the finals to qualify, which in itself was fantastic for them, because obviously there's always been this debate of like who's fighting for position. Obviously Cloud9 clearly the number 1 in NA right now. CLG looking to be clearly the number 2 now, because Liquid were challenging them for a long time, but now they seem to be pretty much in control. They had obviously that little change. They took out Peter, they brought in JDM, and actually Cutler doing the in-game leading as well. Seems to be working well, so things are starting to tick for them. Remember, they beat Fnatic back at the Pro League. You know, they beat them in the initial group stage on Mirage. They know Mirage is their strongest map, and they're hoping that somebody picks it for them. They've already been tweeting out, like, to their fans, guys, you've got to start voting for Mirage. We want to play Mirage.
Yeah, you want to keep that in the pool, of course, for when you get to play. On the other side, though, SK Gaming, we discussed earlier a little bit on, is it really going to be worth that trade of bringing a star player over the whole communication barrier that you may have in-game? Is there anything you're going to look out for in terms of this specific matchup against CLG, though?
I think it's more about Overpass as a map that requires quite a bit of strategy, actually, to really work as team. Okay, you could, to an extent, you can complement, like you can use individual skill to try and even out the gap you will have when it comes to strategy and communication. But end of the day, Overpass is a map where specific smokes and like just reading situations and communicating well because of the rotation times is very important. So might be an issue.
And obviously we're talking about SK. The fact is they use Nico that's coming in instead of Freeze. So what element is that going to bring to the team? SK, a team that have actually gone through 2 roster changes in the last 2 months already since becoming a team. Seems almost standard for a Danish team. I'm sure Anders can bring us more to light on that one, but they love to change players. But Nico coming in, he's a very good player.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was actually somewhat surprised when Mouse obviously adjusted their lineup, and he was one of the guys that was put out. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah, I understand that too. Like the communication, for them it's more natural to speak their mother language.
Of course.
Instead of, I think it was down to Goppy being, not comfortable speaking English when communicating, and
who just did a killer interview, by the way.
Oh yeah, he nailed it totally.
On point. Couldn't have asked for better.
Oh, definitely. But yeah, well, for SK at the same time also they have KD now, you can pick up the. It's not like they're like getting, they're missing out on Opera now. Obviously, Priestley is a good Opera. But they have KDM for opping, and now Nico has a lot of raw talent. If I was them, I would just play with Thor and let him do whatever. I mean, just send him on one side of the map and, bring chaos. Do whatever you want. Just, make sure you get that entry or lurk around, whatever.
So where would you put him? As the NIP coach, putting your hat on, you've got a great rifler coming in. Would you put him on B side, maybe just causing chaos there, or would he be the aggressive guy on A?
It would be
as a CT side.
Oh, CT side? Oh, yeah. I would definitely put him on playing A side and play aggressively. Try to get the first picks, fall back and play some more, clear him out. On T side, it's basically either A long or B, and try to lurk or depending on what the other players are doing, try to just force an entry and just play by your individual skill.
Okay. Now, I was just rolling, getting my gears running a little bit here as we're talking about this matchup. Let's assume that CLG wins. And of course, I mean, sure, we're hearing that everyone's kind of wanting to bully up against TSM because they're the favorites coming in. Do you think at any point CLG's going to sit there and be like, well, we're the only American team here. You Europeans, you guys are always bickering about who's the best in the world because Europe's better than everyone else anyway in CS. Just go at it and be like, hey, you know what, any two of you guys play it out. Or even say, you know what, because if you want to win, at some point, you're going to have to beat the strongest team anyway, right? With the lives you have remaining. So maybe you'd rather not take the chance and have Envy play against someone like SK or Renegades consistently to try to just get your other like rivals in the lower half knocked out first, and then you only have to kind of aim for the top prize.
I mean, especially when you're an underdog, you just want to have the big dogs playing one another. Make sure they're losing lives from. It doesn't really matter for them which one wins. To be honest,
I spoke to CLG earlier when I was trying to help explain the tournament to them, and the realization was ticking in. It was like, wait, so the last day, realistically, we could be against TSM with 4 lives left, so we'd have to beat them 4 times. I was like, yeah, that's the way it could work, which is probably why we're starting to see them. I mean, who else? You just want to bash heads, get TSM Envy bashing heads, knock themselves lives, get them down to as low as possible. The thing is like, realistically, you're not going to get like Envy 4-0 TSM or Sunny TSM come out 4-0.
Right.
They're just going to knock lives off. So they're still probably going to be around come day 3.
Yep.
And even with 1 life left, as Anders said earlier on, they're still very dangerous. In fact, probably even more so because they know they're on the edge, the frailty, that we lose this game, we're out. So they're going to be like hyper-focused. It's a real tricky situation. Interesting political format being set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you mentioned that, because now that whole kind of the nerves and the anxiety kicking in isn't about like getting to the finals or being knocked out of the bracket stage. It's actually when you have 1 life left, suddenly every match is a final for you, right?
Yeah.
You're just trying to stay alive so you can be that last man standing with that 1 life. We could really see some teams either crumble under that pressure or, like you said, turn up right there and just cruise through.
Well, TSM have got over their choking syndrome, so they could just cruise through. We should point out, like, I mean, as much as everyone was looking at last week's results where TSM didn't have a good tournament, they were saying, oh, maybe they weren't treating it 100% seriously. SK beat them 2-0. The same SK that's here. Bearing in mind 1 player difference.
Oh, no, that's a good point to bring up. Of course, all of you guys at home, don't forget, tell us who you think is going to win, or what matchups you want to see. Maybe you can help influence the players' thoughts a little bit if you have a different take on how all these politics play out. Don't forget to tweet it out to either your favorite players or all of us here at #IEM on Twitter. You can also share all of that nice information. Maybe you're a political science major, or maybe you actually work in politics in real life and you've got some nice extra thoughts here on how this tournament can play out. You can let us know on Facebook, and also catch up on all the VODs on YouTube, catch highlights on Plays.tv. Lots going out throughout the week. Right now we are waiting for our 3rd game between CLG and SK, and by then we'll have taken a look at all 6 teams here at least once, and maybe we'll get a better idea there. Do you think the performance of these teams will start to give teams a little bit of a second thought on who should match up, especially let's say Envy and TSM have just accepted, all right, we're going to have to play each other until one of us gets knocked out anyway. Do they start thinking, well, is there a way we can try to knock one of the other teams out much earlier, just make it a little bit simpler so that we have a chance to mix up the matchups? Because when you're down to 5 or 4 teams, you may have to play back-to-back.
Or maybe they actually club together and go, you know what, everybody's trying to pit us against each other. Well, what can we do to take these little boys out of this game, so it's just us 2 left? So maybe that's just what's going to happen. They're going to have to start talking to each other. I don't know. Some sort of strange alliance might form, despite the fact they have to play each other a lot.
It can get tricky.
Yeah, but when you're a player, I'll put the player perspective of this.
Okay.
You just want to go play. You just go.
Of course,
it doesn't matter who you're playing against. You're just gonna go out there and play. That's like what they like. I don't think they think as much, maybe. Maybe
you
later
think we're
on,
giving them too much credit to thinking?
Yeah, maybe. Just slightly. I think they just got to go there and, play Counter-Strike. That's what they do for a living, so
yeah. All right.
I just want to play.
Fair enough.
Well,
I'm sitting here. I'm eager for all the cynicism and whatnot to come through this week.
I mean, the trickiest thing, especially with this tournament format, is ordinarily you're coming into a tournament and you're like, okay, we're playing X at Y time, so therefore we'll go get a food, we'll do this, we'll be in practice. They plan everything ahead. As it is now, 1 game finishes and suddenly, whoa, hang on a minute, we need to be on stage. We're playing X map. What? We're not prepared for this. And suddenly, wait, has anyone actually looked at the strategies for this team to figure out what to do?
As an example, I just saw TSM back there. They were looking at some smokes and stuff on Cobblestone, which they already played today. So, this is an opportunity, like I said before, for teams to review where they are against teams, and also for themselves, where do they stand in certain maps.
Yeah.
So if they notice like flaws here and there, you have the opportunity. We have a great practice area for the players here, so they get to look at things for future reference and stuff like that. So it's a very, very good field to test out and see. Since you're playing different teams on different maps, you don't get to decide yourself.
Yeah, I'd love to get a camera backstage, actually, because like you say, every team has their own little bank of PCs set up. Instead of obviously the up high in the rafters when they have to actually play. But I mean, God B said it's nice and cool in there. It is, which it is.
Good to hear.
It's actually, Kelowna, I can see outside, he's looking pretty damn hot out there. I think it's 30 plus degrees, and we're in this big air-conditioned convention center. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little loud.
Yeah, it's definitely better, though, than out sitting in the sunlight, for sure. It's interesting that you bring that up about how the players are not really sure when they need to be ready, because it's like, welcome to the commentator life, right? It's like, we don't know when the game is going to end. We just got to be ready all the time. Sit here and watch every single one and get ready to jump on the microphone. And for them, of course, now jump onto their stations, get everything set up. Well, it sounds like both teams for game number 3 are almost all ready and set to go into our third match. Again, it's going to be an overpass between CLG and SK. We talked a little bit about how we think that might play out. Again, it's all going to be best of ones. We really have to look at things a little bit more in hindsight, and also just what condition the teams are in. Given that it is best of one, I feel like condition matters in some ways a little bit more than usual, because you can't rely on your consistency or your muscle memory as much. You just got to perform every time you're up on that spot. So, I mean, what do you think, Nacho? Do you think here, in some ways, like, you just have to be on your top condition much more often, because you don't get a second chance, right? You have 4 lives, but once you lose a matchup, you've lost it. You can't go back to it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's a matter of momentum in this kind of situation a lot. Definitely when it's a best of one, there's just a few key rounds that really define how the match is going to run out. If you lose the pistol round and you lose the first weapon round, then you're like going to be like the 5-6 down already. And that's a really hard deficit to come up from when it's a best of one. In a best of 3 environment, obviously, you can take more risks, and you think of it, you just approach it in a different manner. But in a best of one, in this scenario, it's a lot about just coming in, hitting your early shots, and really just flying with that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we had Happy talking about it earlier, too, how pistol rounds can matter so much now that it's all best of ones.
Especially when it's a map that you may not feel comfortable on. If you win a pistol round, it gives the team a boost, a lift. We saw it, like I said, with Happy. Envious won both pistols, which did give them a big boost. I mean, it was 16-11. You think if they'd lost those 2 pistols, you're looking at a potential 16-14 or a tiebreak situation. Now, there are no ties in this. It will go overtime. It will go MR3 10,000 if we ever get there, which will be actually fantastic. But looking back to, obviously, SK and CLG, like, record-wise, as far as I remember, they've never played each other. I haven't actually delved too deep into that one. I'm pretty sure they haven't, though, because I'm trying to think of tournaments they've faced each other on. But also, how much of either team practiced overpass? Obviously, you've got SK coming in with a substitute, so probably haven't done too much on it. They'd just be hitting it right now. Same with CLG. Well, they would have played it in the Pro League, but as far as I can think, Overpass is not a massively played map in America, other than when they're kind of forced to play it by various leagues. But I don't think, like, have you ever seen CLG try vetoing towards Overpass? No, it's generally got rid of.
I think when you think about it, it's an easier approach for SK when they have a stand-in, people are not really going to expect much out of them, to be honest with you. So it's going to be a lot easier for them to come in and just have fun, enjoy playing Counter-Strike for the level of the game and see where that takes you. That's the kind of approach. If you're SK, that's what you're going to be thinking about. You have no pressure at all.
Yeah, I mean, just enjoy it, and that could really work out for your benefit, right? The pressure gets off, and you perform for a couple rounds, and still the pressure's not there, because it's like, well, now we've exceeded expectations, so we're set. Like, we're good to go. Like, we're the 3rd team standing still. It's not too bad.
The interesting part comes tomorrow and the next days. When now we've seen Mousesports decimating Renegades on Dust 2. Dust 2 comes up, we might see somebody else going, you know what? Mousesports versus TSM.
Yep.
Suddenly, because you're like thinking they're good on Dust 2, we want to see if they can take a life off TSM or Envy or anyone else. Or, TSM would be looking at it and going, you know what? We don't want Mousesports beating up on anyone else, because apparently Mousesports are like the middle guy right now. They're probably in the best position, because the little teams are not focusing on them, the big teams are not focusing on them. They're just got to sat there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely lay low, I think, the best out of all 6 teams. And like you said, I think that's where the performance of the first day is really going to matter, because you get to see the map before you select the 2 teams for the next match. So every time you win, you want to take that into consideration and say, all right, actually, we don't want to kind of, so to speak, waste this easy win for a certain team against a weaker team. We want to pit them up against TSM or Envy, such as Mousesports.
Envy, for example, they must have a weak team, because there's no chance they've got all 7 teams down in the short time they've been together. There's no way. So basically, it's a case of, how do you find that weak team? And also, don't forget, there's a lot of teams that are coming to a big tournament coming up soon. They're going to be looking to find out where that weak point is.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of attention here this week. It's definitely a fun new format. It's a nice twist, but at the same time, you can actually learn a lot more from the different angles about certain teams, given the format that it's always going to be best of ones, that you don't know which map. Like, you can't always just come super prepared for your matchup for the day, right?
You can always just have a bad day as well. That's that's the problem. Like, you might be actually good on that map, but you just, something didn't work, something didn't tick, someone just had a bad day playing, and therefore B site was suddenly weak and you suddenly got rolled over. Next day you might be unstoppable on it.
Yeah, for me, if I'm TSM or a TSM fan, I'm not too worried still. I mean,
yeah,
just lost one life, but their map pool is so wide. They can play pretty much every single one of them.
They've proven it with a lot of best of 3 wins against
definitely.
the Fnatic, etc.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Envy is a new team. They've just only started. We don't know at all how many. Like I'm 100% sure they've not had the time to really grind out all the maps. So, it's going to come down to luck as well. Which kind of map are they going to end up playing and which team? Obviously, they could be some of the weaker teams maybe in any of the maps, to be honest with you, just with the routine that they have. But if you match up TSM and Envy on a specific map that they haven't really had the time to play, yeah, it could be brutal as well.
Yeah, of course. Again, the map pool playing another spin-off here in this tournament format. Of course, we're here to also celebrate just the return of Counter-Strike to Intel Extreme Masters, which will also continue, of course, in San Jose, going over to America. Counter-Strike in America for the Intel Extreme Masters. It's a long time coming, but here we are getting ready for that in November. That's going to be pretty exciting for a lot of teams and, of course, fans in the States, too.
Oh, definitely. For those people that didn't follow 1.6, IM World Championship used to be the thing everyone wanted to be involved with, and, that was...
This has become a personal part for you as well, because there's a lot of people that are like, IEM, but this was the home of CS.
It is, yeah. I've seen a lot of people comment, what's Intel Extreme Masters? Like,
yeah.
What? for someone that's been involved 15 years, it's like, that used to be the thing. So, come on.
But, I mean, looking at San Jose, it is going to be huge. I mean, I was there last year, luckily, obviously, for League of Legends. StarCraft was there. This year with Counter-Strike there, it's going to be great because it's a massive arena like San Jose is. The San Jose Sharks, I think it is, isn't it? It's the home of the ice hockey team. You were not there, were you, last year?
I was not there, no. I've only seen video footage and pictures.
it was Monty and the guys, but it was absolutely fantastic. So it's a good area, like the area around it as well. Obviously, it's in downtown San Jose, so all the facilities, there's hotels and the food, etc. Great load of restaurants. So it's even the surrounding area is fantastic. So it should be a brilliant tournament. It's in November. I'm trying to think of the date. I couldn't recall the date exactly.
Mid-November?
It's early November, I think.
I want to say like 19th through 23rd, but that sounds awfully close
we probably should have looked this up before we started talking about it.
I feel like during the commercials I saw 21st on there. I was memorizing it earlier, and now it's slipping my mind. But definitely November, I believe the later half of November there, around the 3rd week or so. So that's something, I mean, the tickets are already going on sale, so you guys can definitely check that out if you're going to be in the States, or if you just want to visit. I mean, it's a good reason to visit the States. I mean, to go to San Jose, to look at that area, also catch some Counter-Strike happening for the Intel Extreme Masters in the States. It should be an explosive
It's also,
event.
Obviously a big qualifier for Katowice. At the end of the day, that's like, obviously, it's a big qualification tournament for the World Championships, the Intel Extreme, which is what the Intel Extreme Masters builds up to. It's all about that big World Championships.
Yeah.
Everybody is seeing Katowice. Everybody knows how good it is.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of haven't talked too much about that because we've been so engulfed in how this tournament is going to play out with its nice, fun little format. But eventually, by the end of the year, or by the beginning of next year, when we get to Katowice, it's going to be about the World Championship and who gets to claim that when CS returned to the Intel Extreme Masters for Season 10, that we commemorated that first name, that we're going to be that team that gets our name engraved into that trophy. That's got to be pretty exciting for a lot of these players. A huge prospect for sure.
Here's a question for you. Who was the last team on the trophy from Counter-Strike 1.6? I was on the stage as well. I was watching it. I think it was 2012 at CeBIT, I seem to recall.
That is a very good question. I didn't actually... 2012, I tried to stay away from
To be fair, like, I could tell you who it is, and I can't remember what team they were playing under. Because it's the same guys. We had this same discussion yesterday. It's like they played under a lot of different names.
They speaking of Katowice, they come out of Poland, do they?
They do come out of Poland, yes. So, yeah.
All right. Well,
so I think they weren't under Virtus Pro at the time.
Frag Executors.
They may have been under Frag Executors. Maybe. That may have been the 2012. I reckon that was 2011 Frag Executors.
Oh boy. We're going into this.
You guys at home need to check that out.
Everyone's going online checking out and be like, well, we know. And putting it up on Twitch chat and whatnot.
We're getting obliterated now. Everyone's on Twitter. It's like, obviously it was this. Because
I mean, but the fact of the matter is, as we talk about this, I mean, like you mentioned, Nacho, a lot of our kind of, you could say the newer generation of fans for Counter-Strike coming in with CSGO don't really know. I mean, including myself, right? I wasn't involved in the scene back when 1.6 was booming for CS, but here I am and I listen to you guys talk about it, and there's a grand history behind this game, especially tied in with the Intel Extreme Masters.
Well, we're going to get a grand historian later on in the form of Joe Miller, who actually cast a lot of those games back then, so he'll be able to tell us all about it. It's funny, we were talking about yesterday, like how the grenades were different. You know, there's so many little nuances in there that, like, as a 1.6 player, and that's obviously where you look at the current crop of CSGO players, the guys that came from 1.6, just how well they've transferred those skills, because things were different in 1.6.
Oh, definitely. When you transition to a game that is completely different but has sort of still has the same mechanics to an extent, it just comes down to you personally. How can you be open-minded about it?
Right.
Because there's specifically all the grenades were totally different. It's just how open the maps are in CSGO.
Spray patterns, etc.
Specifically, I would like to say the how open the maps are compared to 1.6, which were a lot smaller. You couldn't throw smokes from all over the map and things like that. So yeah, it's a whole different ballgame.
And all the wall banging as well.
Oh yeah, that was a work of art though. Some people are really good at that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for any given game, though, like you said, it's about how you adapt to the game, right? Once the game's set, sure, you can have patches that change some things here and there, but at any given time, it's about how you adapt to the game, not how the game adapts to you. And as we were chatting away, ladies and gentlemen, about the history of CS with the Intel Extreme Masters, we are now finally into game number 3. You guys have been waiting a long time, especially if you're a fan of CLG or SK. They didn't get to play in the first 2 games, but here they are, ready to play on Overpass.
Well, it is a tricky one. I mean, Overpass is one of those maps that, teams will either choose T or CT, whichever preference they prefer. I think it was just SC who won it. I think it was SK that won the knife there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the debates, because Overpass can be a pretty even map.
What do you think, Nacho?
Since his changes,
I would still go for CT first.
Yeah.
Just for the fact that it's. As you said, you can still get a lot of rounds on T side, but at the same time, if you can really make your opponent's life hard on the T side when you're playing CT, specifically when they're playing more aggressive towards the middle and the fountain area, that's one of the things a lot of teams do, especially early rounds, play very aggressively and try to prevent your opponents from actually running any of their strats. That type of play, and I think that gives you especially early rounds, that really gives you the upper hand throughout the whole match.
All right, well, we'll find out as we jump into the very first round of the 3rd match of the day and, of course, of the week. It's going to be CLG versus SK playing their first game here at the Intel Extreme Masters Gamescom.
Thank you very much, Will. What on earth are we about to witness here? SK going up against CLG. I'm Alex Machine Richardson, and I'm joined by the General himself, Anders. We're going to be digging our teeth into this one. A best of 1, and the first thing and only thing we're going to address straight off the bat, Anders, is Overpass. I just saw Katie in chat saying, why community? Why do you do this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, well, we don't even know. It could have been a large part of the community voted for Overpass, but...
Yeah, well, they did. It was we saw 4 or 5 cards there.
All right. So, yeah, and I guess people love playing Overpass. I love watching it, so I don't really mind that much, but it does seem like maybe SK aren't too confident. Apparently, Nico doesn't have that much practice playing the map. Okay. They should be, though. I think SK should be all right on this map. CLG, I mean, a lot of North American teams actually try and shy away a little bit from Overpass just because they've been focusing more on the regular map pool. Really hard to call who's going to win this, but the game is already live here, and we've got Mouse Sports starting on the CT side, which leaves CLG on the terrorist side, and already taking control of Connector and moving up towards the toilets area. I love the fact that SK are just a little bit forward here in the pistol round. Maybe you don't want to run all the way up to where the T's enter, but it's a good start here, I think, for SK.
Big chunk taken out of Cadian as well, down to just 6 points of health. Cillian actually meeting a similar fate, down to 16. As a T side, they've got relatively unscathed. Berry changes that with 2 very quick connections. And now CLG looking a little scattered. They're coming from behind is going to be Nico. Good God, that's 2! This could very well be 3. Just narrowly missing out on the frag onto Hayes. Then Hayes spins around and finds 2 for himself.
This is like a real pistol round already. Hayes somehow is still alive in this 1v2, in spite of some pretty heavy fire coming in from Barry and Nico. And he's going to try and sneak up. He's got plenty of time, but very little health, and he is boxed in. Maybe if he could make his escape. This is actually a very smart play from Hazed. If he can run down to B and put the bomb down, already CLG will have got more out of this round than they technically should, and you never know, there's a chance that he could clutch it. They do not currently have a kit picked up on the CT side, and also no grenades.
Wow.
And now they know.
They know, and Hazed has a flash, but the bomb goes in, so that's a little bonus for him already. Throws out that flash to try and deter someone from behind. Instead, though, catches a glimpse of one, going to walk straight on into the USP of Vasilian, as we are going to be seeing SK secure that one. But back and forth does not even summarize that pistol round. It looked so good, but then coming through Connector, not watching their backs, and CLG, after taking control early, let it slip away.
So a couple of things. Obviously, CLG actually got the best damage off in the beginning, which seemed like a couple of more bullets and they would have won this round. But then Barry shut them down with that double headshot. Nico coming up from behind initially failed those shots. Yeah. But this is important. This is why I keep, trying to hype up Nico a little bit more. Especially in a pistol round, especially when you have the USPS and you don't have that many bullets, you're gonna you miss a couple of shots like that walking up from behind. Every shot you miss, the sort of the panic factor increases a little bit more and more and more. But he kept his cool all the way through. Even the last bullet, he was trying for a headshot and ended up dying. So that's a very, very important skill and a very rare one, to just keep your cool like that and not get too frustrated. And SK obviously, all the rifles here. Normally, I'd like to see a CT side be way more aggressive, but when you're playing like this versus pistols, you really should just wait for them to come.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. As now, it does seem that CLG are ready themselves to just kind of crash on towards that A site. And I mean, we talk a lot about Nico. He's, of course, maybe the unknown factor, the new presence for SK, of course, filling in for Freeze. But we'll talk about that in a second, as it looks like here comes the D side.
Oh, wow, almost caught there, and Barry and Cadian will pick up a kill. Each Cutlass take down one, and another shot takes down Barry. Now it is Vasilian. He's going to deny that bomb plant and sprays down Tariq as well, so very good double kill. And a pistol to finish it off with a triple. Finesse gone down, and SK managed to stabilize in spite of a very bad start. So those two kills shouldn't have happened. And actually a little bit sad that CLG didn't sort of manage to do more. I'm also a little bit upset that they didn't buy a single flashbang. I feel like if you're playing those rounds where you just have pistols and no armor, just spend the $200. But because they got the bomb part first round thanks to Hazed, they're going to be able to buy this round. And now SK are going to go aggressive. And I love this top of the smoke, spraying through, very nearly getting the kill. And the follow-up grenade from Cadian to take down Hazed. Great start.
Yeah, that's what we were looking for. That aggressive early presence on CT, pushing on towards Fountain, pushing on towards Party, and getting that early control. And then you can even back away. We see Fnatic do it all the time. They get that opening pick, and then they just back it up, retract, and that's exactly what we've seen from SK here. Vasilian only paying a few hit points for that push and for their frag. So now CLG kind of limping their way towards the site, and they've spread their numbers quite thin. It does look like it's going to be coming down to what SK give them. You can see Cadian really being the only one to show face at this point with the boost, and Cutler trying to find any sort of connection on towards Long.
Setting up for a smoke here. Kind of interested to see where this is going to land. Might be for the bank, the way that it's lined up there. But as a sort of after effect of that initial aggressive push, you can see that CLG are now really careful about pushing up. They're still very far back on the map, and we've only got 35 seconds here. So Cutler moving forward right into the tower, sprays down Vasilian. Can he catch the next player? Cadian hiding for a moment, and Barry to win that fight. But the rest of the team, they're pushing into B. And look at Nico, very smart here, turning around for the flash, going to get the spray down on Finesse. The bomb is being planted, and Tariq just wins that fight.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be enough. JDM has been wounded. He's down to 44. That nade could be beautiful. It is. Down to 30. He's got so much to do. 3 members to find and such little health to do it. No chance in hell. And the first buy for CLG crumbles.
All right, so there was definitely an element of skill to what Nico was doing, but there was also, I think, a bit of sort of random timing there. If he's caught a little bit earlier on the slope itself, then he's sandwiched in between short and monster, and it's very, very hard to do anything. But it kind of worked out for him anyway, and he got a little bit out of it there. 3-0 in favor of SK, and the first round for CLG, well, they get the bomb plant, but that rifle round, not too much else going in their favor. Now they have that one flashbang from Tariq, and I love that.
Yeah, he heard you, Anders. He heard you. Yeah, you kind of made that request. We're going to see if that flash does anything. It doesn't. It's already been released, and no dent made in the defensive side. Cutler, though, looking to go aggressive through Connector, try and open up on towards Toilets. He knows that SK have a tendency to try and be a little extra passive on towards Toilets, of course, barring that previous round for Vasilian.
And actually it doesn't make any sense for them to throw the flashbang. Not to harp too much on that one point, because it's not that significant, but because they had two people coming up connector, you might as well wait with the flashbang until they're ready on the stairwell, so that you flash over the wall and then you go for it all together. But that's not really important right now. They don't have armor, they just have pistols. They just need to get some kills in this round and maybe put the bomb down. And once again getting caught here, Barry gets a kill, Asilian, but then Cadian gone down, and it is a 3v3.
Cutler's making a habit of this. That's his second double with the pistols onto the same site, and SK down to 3 again. Not too shabby from CLG, taking a couple of weapons away, and with a very minor investment, P250s and Tech-9s across the board, they are going to be putting an AWP in JDM's hands, and let's see where this 5th round takes them.
Yeah, and I mean, between JDM and Cadian, when it comes to AWPing, definitely put JDM quite a bit up here. He's a very powerful AWPer, has had some consistency issues. Now it's not the time for that. They need him to open up this map right away here. But look at that shot there. Taric gone down, and Cadian with a fantastic start. Barry pushing up very aggressively. Flashed in by a teammate. Headshot on Cutler, and next in line it's going to be Hayes gone down. Finally JDM with a chance to reply, but this might not be quite in time. Again, SK, once they're a man up here, they can afford to play so defensively.
It's been happening time and time again as well, where SK get that early pick. We've seen Asilian do it, now Cadian. Every single time they get the opening pick, and CLG, just at the blink of an eye, have to play from a disadvantage. It's just not ideal. And SK, you have to remember, they've been boot camping recently. They've been spending a lot of time together over here in Germany at SK HQ, and it's given them the edge, it seems, so far in this matchup. Can we see CLG put the first round on the board here? And Nico playing for Intel.
Yeah, very smart, isn't it? Just jumping back there. He's got Cadian very close by him. He should, right now, the standard play is to wait for the bomb to be attempted. Wait for them to try and put that bomb down and then go on them. Don't fight them beforehand, it's not worth it. And Nico already dropped down a little bit here. Gonna go for a quick peek and does spot, but doesn't get the kill.
A little toggle of X-Ray had me scared. He got that shot there. As he knows there's two people closing in on his location. Backup has arrived as well, and that bomb in the hands of CLG is going to be very difficult. Nico connects with 2 just as we switch away, and CLG yet to change that 0. Struggling now, and their economy is 2. You can see they're probably going to have to cobble something together, or we're going to see Cutler try and get another double on the site. Here come the rifles for them then, and I think it was going to probably be double Galil for JDM and FNS.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, they do have timeouts. It is a frustrating thing. And
would you say now?
Yeah, I mean, soon at least. If you lose this round, yeah, I'd say it's time for a timeout. Because if you do it when you're 10 rounds down, what's the point? We saw this between Renegades and Mouse Sports. They took the timeout at what, 10-1. That doesn't make any sense. It's too late. You're already tilted at that point. So either make something big out of this round or do the timeout, figure out a good way to do it. They have been going relatively slowly with the rifle rounds, whereas in the ecos, they've actually been pushing up fairly aggressively, and they've caught SK twice now with grenades in their hands. So
that's true.
Maybe they should try and go a little bit faster with the rifles and see if they can't make that work.
That's actually a really good point. CLG, they're kind of hitting a brick wall because of these slow rounds. Maybe just throwing kind of caution to the wind for a second and seeing where that gets them could be the play to make. SK, though, releasing all of that utility that they've invested in. And still see 2 Molotovs and a whole buttload of flashes for SK that they're going to be holding on to try and delay CLG further. Talking of delays, 40 seconds left on the clock, and here they come, those aforementioned Molotov smokes in for the push from CLG, and they're going to come charging into the site. Asilian, though, ready and waiting, preying on CLG through that smoke. Barry's doing exactly the same, though, as Taric goes down, and it looks like Asilian's going to be doing fantastic work through the smoke. Didn't find the frag, though. What on earth? JDM just walks on through, and Asilian just holding onto his bullets, trying to keep things economical as it's down to Cutler. Excuse me, just Finesse, as he has lost the entirety of his team, and he was nowhere near that push.
Yeah. That position from Asilian has become one of the most common positions to play on this map when you're on the A-bomb site, because it's the only angle from which you can stop that plant by the boxes. Otherwise, the rest of the bomb site, you can't get the right angle as a CT, and you're going to have to allow the plant. So as a response to that, we've seen a lot of terrorist teams now, they actually just walk around that corner and pre-fire. People just crouch into the angle and shoot at that corner by the truck, because it's the only way they can stop it. If that corner is clear, you can still lose the round, but at least you'll get the bomb down. But obviously, CLG, I think they're trying maybe too many things at this point. I want them to slow it, like, make it simple at this point. Try one thing, focus on the bomb plant maybe, or focus on clearing on the bomb site, but not both.
Like, they're almost over-obsessing over that strat book. They're trying, you know, okay, this didn't work, scratch that, going into the next page, and that can actually kind of be the recipe for disaster. As you can see, once again, brought down to just pistols. A couple of nades, though, which will keep Anders happy.
Yeah.
But not too much really coming out of them just yet.
Yeah, a very minimal investment, and a good chance to get something done, and maybe even a bomb plant here for Cutler with the smoke and everything else. So I do kind of like that.
I do find CLG are just getting caught in toilets. It's been given to them by SK, and whenever they do find a way in, it doesn't last for too long. Cadian then opens up with the help of Vasilian as he's there for a second, as Tarek does do what kind of takes off where Cutler started, and looks like Hayes has done the same. Suddenly, this is not looking too shabby for CLG. The smoke, we could see a bomb plant, and they're making a decent dent towards the SKCT side.
Sanding a little bit scary there. He was close to the pistols as well. Bomb is going to go down. There's a great headshot with Sandin returning, and now it's all on Tarek. He's already got the double, but now he's in a 1v2, and he's trapped behind that box, and he did get a little bit of damage in, and looked like maybe they were lining up there, but SK are going to retake it, and it's going to be 7-0. Just to touch up on this point that you were making about the toilets area, because you're right, they have sort of been given it, although tragically for them, a lot of the rifles round where they get control of toilets, they've already lost a player. If that wasn't the case, the supposed sort of tactical strength of holding toilets is that you can switch the CT side between A and B very easily. If you get a pick off somewhere, suddenly they have to move around, and they won't know where you're going until you are actually basically on the bomb side. But CLG, they keep losing that entry frag, and they need to find a way to change that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk of entry frags, JDM's the name you kind of look at when you look for those, especially here on that T side. Can be quite potent with that ult. Haven't seen too much of it yet, though. Sitting quite mediocre on that score, but in fact 1 for 7, just picking up 1 frag over the 7 rounds we've seen so far. NiKo has already, once again, this is exactly what we're talking about. It just feels like rinse and repeat. CLG playing from a disadvantage. This time, though, Tarek responds.
Yeah, very important kill there for Tarek. And that's actually going to favor CLG. Now they have a pretty decent chance here. 2 people still at B, 2 people at A, but now they don't control toilets anymore, so it means if they want to go back up A, they need to spend so much time, and it's time that they actually don't have. They kind of need to stay at B, which is also why SK's making a rotation with the 3rd player down here. They see it coming. It's a pretty good read right now from the Danish team. Barry holding back here, could have got shot his face off there, because I think he didn't notice that player to his left, but finally going to realize, and he's hiding in a very good spot here, but Cadian gets down by JDM.
I love this spot from Barry as well. It enables you to see under the smoke. If they choose to peek, that's going to be a leg, but it's not going to be a kill, as actually Tarek finds Barry's head. Standing in quick response, though, as we do see ourselves in a 3 versus 2, made 3v1 by Finesse, and CLG, this very well could be their first round on the board. Then again, let's not speak too soon, as Sandin doesn't look like he's done just yet.
Well, he at least got that kill, but 1v2, not really working out.
He's got 10 grand.
He has got a lot of money. He's also got 8-0 and 0, so maybe he just wants to keep the public score, Alex. Maybe that's
well, and throw some weapons, as you can see, to his teammates. Thank you, Observer, keeping me less embarrassed.
It's fine, because Janko, we've got
good old Janko.
Love it. All right.
He's a very stylish dude, by the way. We were talking to Janko, and we were saying that he actually dresses better than most of us.
Yeah, I know few people have as much swag as Janko, that's true. So now there is a significant change. First of all, CLG winning a round, good news right there. Now they can also afford Molotovs, which means they can try and force SK out of some of these positions. Yeah, good round on them, and hopefully it's going to make SK just doubt themselves a little bit, make sure that CLG can get some comfort back here. They are on the terrorist side. I think they need to win. I want to see them winning 7 rounds in this first half, which means it's going to be an uphill struggle. Yeah,
in our discussion off air, actually, we were talking about this, and you were saying that T-side, you actually are kind of looking at 7 or 8 when you're picking up the T-side, if not more, on Overpass. And so far, CLG haven't really kind of made anything close to that.
This position from Vasilian, I really don't like. Cloud9 were doing this a lot, where they had Sean Guest playing from where Vasilian is, and I'm not a big fan of it at all, but we'll see if they can make it work. Pop flash in, which is a change from what Cloud9 were doing. That was actually my main point of criticism, is that they weren't doing the pop flash in. And Vasilian so far has moved up fairly far onto the map, which means now SK should know almost everything that's happening. Sandin spots the legs, but he's going to get down by Hayes. The timing couldn't possibly be worse.
Yeah, that's going to be a real sucker for him, as now SK, they do have the deficit, but they all seem to be rotating to the right bomb site. Cadian, the last one to turn up. He's a bit late to the wedding, but it looks like there's no problem. It's a red wedding for them, as SK are chiming in with 2. Make it 3, 4. Barry just doing the maths for me. As now it's all onto JDM, and it's not looking likely, as this man only picking up 1 frag so far, needs to pick up 4. He's going to try and quadruple his score in just 1 round. And he started with Barry.
Good pick off there, but 8 seconds left, and he's going to get down by Cadian as well. So 8-1. The economy for the terrorist team is reset here. They do have 3 players who can buy and 2 that can't, and I would buy at this point. They actually will take the tactical timeout here. In my opinion, it's a bit late, but I think it's all right. I would actually go for the buy at this point in time. They've got 3 people who can buy, so I'd be fine with having Finesse drop an AWP for JDM, and then he drops an AK in return, and then Haze and Cutler, they go Tech 9 armor and a bunch of grenades. I would do that. I think it's too late now. If they make it 9-1 and then try and fight back, there's a chance that they could be completely eclipsed in this match and never have a chance of doing anything. But that's probably what they're discussing at this point in time. Where do you go from here? And also, you've discussed what CLG are going to be thinking. What would SK be considering here? Because I always find it interesting how teams, not necessarily the pausing team, respond to an enemy pause. Like, do you play your exact same game, or do you try and throw, everything away and take a risk to try and throw them off? Well, for one thing, as we can tell, but you guys at home can't, Barry just bought an SMG and MP9. So that's a very clear sign that SK are thinking they're going to be facing a round where nobody has any armor, so they're going to be playing against an armorless team. That might be a big mistake. If Barry is the one who's going to receive a lot of pressure here, that submachine gun can go back and haunt him. So I think SK are thinking, all right, they're going to take this one eco, then they're going to come back and try and fight us. You suggest that with Barry's buy, but then you look at Nico and Cadian and you see a double AWP.
Over here!
Poor thing.
This kind of suggestion with SK that they're going to be looking to hold the angles from afar. Cadian has Sandens, AWP, and Nico we can't. Yeah, he's got JDM, so I think he picked it up from last round. They just stole those. And double up on this map, I think is pretty reasonable. CLG's point of view, they actually will go for just 2 armors so far and a couple of Tech 9s, so no big buy up here. They're apparently okay with the idea of being down 9-1. So we'll see if it works out. I mean, there's no right or wrong here. It's just like it's a personal thing. Okay, so if they do this, that also means that they want to play around where they have full grenades, including, I'm assuming, Molotovs. So now I'm actually hoping that we'll see like a really elaborate execution from CLG, and some are possible on the A-bomb side, but I think the most entertaining Molotov rounds go towards B. So absolutely, I'd love to see that. Yeah, I mean, B can almost be completely ablaze if you play your Molotovs right. But I think another kind of point to be made about CLG while they are going into this round is the fact that there's been an in-game leader switch up. I mean, Cutler leading the charge actually here is the one that's currently leading the team, with Finesse kind of providing that backup if things go wrong. Maybe that's what just happened during this pause. Maybe Finesse has taken the reins, and we'll see how far he can get his team now. NiKo going aggressive, and he's going to pay off beautifully as he finds Tag. That's going to be a second as Finesse falls, and any hope that CLG had of making a dent on the CT side has started to dwindle with that double AWP frag.
Yeah, look at NiKo pre-firing with the 5-7. He's going to get the one kill in there, and Sandin steal one of them, but it's down to Cutler, and he is completely trapped in here. No chance of making it out. He does take down NiKo, but Barry is there, and he gets a little bit back with his SMG.
$600 in his pocket. He's not going to be complaining. As that MP9 buy pays, I was about to say pays for itself, but does make a little extra dollar for him.
So we've got the AWP now on JDM. We've got one Molotov so far on the terrorist side, and that's going to be it pretty much. So in spite of the eco, they actually did not have quite enough money to go for you know, 4 or 5 Molotovs here, which is a bit disappointing. Cadian again being very aggressive over by the birthday party and looking for an opening shot on somebody, but I think he realized JDM is down there, so just going to fall back. And even this, he still accomplished just making CLG nervous. Let's see how long before they actually reach even the center of the map.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. I'm intrigued to see how much progress they can get on long as well. 2 members of CLG currently there. Make it 3 as JDM shows his face there as well. And so, I mean, how much freedom does CLG need before they start making a push? Currently, checking out toilets, he's going to realize that restrooms is clear as well. And SK, they're holding this so damn passively. And I think CLG, they're almost not sure what to do with all this freedom. Given too much room to maneuver, and it's actually kind of maybe playing on their mind somewhat.
Yeah, because they need to check every corner. Yeah. I mean, there's so many sort of, nooks and crannies over there you can try and look through, so you've got to make sure there's no one hiding there.
And as soon as you kind of get into a false sense of security, they're there. As Cillian's pushed up, Cadian's gone for the opening pick, and you really have to worry.
Well, we will be seeing a fairly elaborate execute here with the smokes raining in, but are they going to actually go for it, or are they going to end up running the bomb back? Because they are still somewhat around connector area. 30 seconds left. Looks like they are going to make their way towards the A-bombs. I think JDM did get a fine opening on Barry's. That's a good start here. Now just 20 seconds to Cillian. We talked about this position 1 before. They have to check it, otherwise he can stop the plant from going down. It is being put through, and actually Cillian, I think he didn't hear it. It must have been eclipsed by a grenade. Some sort of other sound covering that bomb. NiKo finally with a good reply here with the M4 moving forward, and they're going to have to do a lot here. It's 2v4 currently, and NiKo going to start off with the Molotov, trying to zone them out. And then swinging around the right-hand side, he goes down to Cutler. Great position, and the Cillian trapped in here. He takes a kill on Finesse and still has almost no chance here in a 1v3 and no grenades. He should be pretty much out of this round. Cutler swinging in as he's reloading. He does go down, but yeah, Cillian can't make it, out of time, and that pause for CLG, the tactical pause, definitely working out.
Yeah, that's what they kind of really, the doctor ordered in this one. They need to pick up the rest to make this half respectable to an extent, but a successful pause from CLG, and that does kind of set us up for a bit of speculation. That was a bit different from CLG, a full-out execute on towards the site. The only time we've really seen them throw bodies with a lot of conviction towards A was on the eco, so that was